Okay, first time ever having audio issues. I am so sorry. What the fuck? Ah, my ears! I hear that at 2 times fucking volume. It's worse. It's worse than fucking mine. Okay, here we go. Audio on this fucking stream is down 50%. I kind of only. I can hear it at like 200%. There you go. Okay, is that better? Is that better? Oh, my fucking eyes. Alright, is that better? I think that's better. Okay, that is better. Oh my fucking god, I apologize. I apologize, ladies and gents. Ugh. Alright, let's get this stream started. Alright, I will get game started immediately. How are you all doing? Hi, Cuddy. Hi, Jungle. Japanese person. Hi, Bolin. Hi, Chloe. Let me test something quick. Okay, we're not leaking. Oh, wow. Hi, Bunka. Alright, let's get to it. The fucking... The goddamn fucking... Macarena. Oh god, I feel so weird not wearing a bra, dude. I won! Almost there, almost there. Yeah, Elf is almost done jerking it. Wait, this is a Gulf War version. There's just a bunch of fucking AH-1Fs flying. Does the lace make you feel confident? No, the padding makes me feel confident. I'm flat. I'm flat. Yeah, the padding makes me confident. Lace makes me feel like a whore. Funkies! Hello! Alright, let's get this to go. Will we crash? Will we not? We will probably fucking crash. Let me get my gut them. Alright, I'm gonna move you guys a little closer. There you go. There you go. That's some good microphone action. That's some good microphone action.
Welcome to Squad. Squad is a tactical first-person shooter featuring realistic combatants fighting in large scale.
Yeah, all up in your ears, shout right into the canal.
Take the fight to the enemy on land, by air, or at sea.
I was dragged.
Squad British
Hold on.
arcade shooters and military simulations by combining the depth of challenge and strategy you get from military simulations while striving to be as accessible as an arcade shooter.
Did we see face crash? Oh no, what crashed? What crashed? What crashed? What crashed, Blit? What crashed? Elf on the shit! Yeah, you like that shit? You like it? You like it when I'm... I know what's frozen. Yeah. Game slot, give it a second. POV, you're the popsicle. Nah. POV, you're the mac and cheese. Ah, it smells like shit. I'm gonna wipe it. No, I don't have wipes. I do have wet wipes. I don't have wet wipes. We are doing galactic contention. Let me just... There you go. Ugh. I do have like... Hold on. You smell. Chat, you fucking smell. Hold on. I just... There you go. What the fuck? Okay. Okay, you smell good. Okay, there you go. There you go. Yeah, I think I
Aroma.
actually physically broke my fucking model. How is my stream still alive? What the fuck? Hold on, chat. Hold on. Let me guess. What is wrong, Blit? Hold on, technical difficulties. I need a pop filter. Do you come with a pop filter? I think you did. That shit. Billy, Billy, in the beginning, there was in the beginning. Hold on. Why you take so much CPU, Bliat? Game not even start. You're being a dickhead. I'm gonna restart squad. I might make or break this shit, but I don't give a fuck. I'll be fine. Ugh. Is this what you all fucking hear every single time I speak? Oh, wow, I'm disabled. God fucking damn it. There's no ear. Ah! Jesus, I do sound horrible on this fucking thing. I'm gonna be honest, chat. I think we're fucked.
Welcome. Realistic combatants.
Oh yeah. I had to fucking restart everything. Oh. Ah. Ah.
Assholes.
Stop touching yourself. I'm trying to think of a fact to introduce myself, Liz. Hi, how's everybody in chat done? Game capture squad. Oh, I have a priority queue? Ah! Let me try not peeking the mic. I'm trying not peeking the mic. Ah! Fucking clapping my cheeks right now. Why break? Why break? Why break? Why break? Why break? Why the f- Oh, yeah, it's probably why. It's probably loading an entire new map. Everything's breaking. Goosey. Are we censoring the word clinker now? Why are we censoring the word clinker? Why are we censoring the word clinker? I don't. Am I? Yeah. Okay. I'm not the clankers. Okay. Oh, what in the fuck? So you got pilot, crewman, medic, Sniper. Damn, that shit's hot. That shit's hot. Chat. That shit's hot. Heavy assaulter. Fucking. This one has a scalp. How does this one? I don't know. Grenades. Grenadier. That is a. That's. It's that. No, that's literally a fucking grenade launcher. Okay. Commando. I have no clue. Heavy AT. Shadow Trooper. Jump Pack Z. Big gun. Big gun! Oh, I'm cold. Okay. Assault rifleman. Where is my people? People! People! And everybody is hurt about the bait, the bait, the bait, bird, bird. Bait is the way, the bait, the bait, bait, bait. Bait is the way. Imagine if we fucked like birds. You literally, you know, jizz on a chair, and any unsuspecting woman gets pregnant when after they sit on it.
What the fuck?
You know, this is why we are not.
You know what? I'm down for it.
Do you? No, you're just like leaking. You know, you just use a leak cum because you don't have a dick anymore. It's just a hole. So you just leak cum, and then like you know, some random girl says and is like, shit, I'm pregnant now. You know? Thankfully, we're not birds. Thankfully, we're not birds.
This is off to a great start. We got leaking cum, impregnating women via chair. Wait, so if I blow load on a chair and I beat a woman half to death with it, does she get pregnant?
Holding hands.
It's like
holding hands.
Yeah, it's like holding hands. You're not exactly making her pregnant, but you're like halfway there.
What's that one anime where the girl's like, we can't hold hands, we can't possibly do something like that.
Cause I was jerking off!
And then they get pregnant.
Yeah, they get instantly pregnant. It's like 9 months pregnant. Instantaneously.
Yeah. Bro, DJ pops in, fucking drops 5K on gay frogs.
What?
Bro.
Anybody know how to fly?
I'll take this vehicle.
Oh yeah, we're on DOD. Just join me.
And sometime.
Does anybody set that up yet?
Night vision! My eyes!
Hey, frog.
Oh, don't turn on your night vision, by the way. Stay in the window with the night vision.
Vibro knife? Oh.
Debbie, come on.
I'm making my non-alcoholic goat happy juice. It's the one thing that's stopping you from doing horrible things to
I'm in a tank!
Oh, this thing is extremely slow. Holy.
Oh,
So, you wanna hear something funny about the server so far?
I'm in position 18 of 19.
hold on, let me ask the admins. My friends just stuck in queue, can you get them in?
I can't mess with anything with the queue.
God.
So they're stuck in queue for a while.
Galvin? Galvin.
Darn, you fat dick shit.
Galactic contention. Okay.
Yeah, we had to change a lot of settings and like stuff how we handled this server specifically. Just because when we first started up the server, it crashed 3 times back to back because of how many people were joining.
Okay, the admins.
So
The admins won't allow you.
our
No, they can't.
Fox is capable
There,
of.
I sent another.
Yeah. I mean, here we are. Most servers are fucking full. The quality ones. We don't want to join a bad server.
This is true.
Yeah, and I want to watch for DOD really. Wow, saying. Not even my chat. Wow.
I love it. That's iron. It's
It's the jungle.
My favorite.
What the fuck is that?
Wildlife.
There's wildlife in here?
Yeah, join up the Tappy. Tappy's already in, I think.
And everybody's weird about the yeah, you gotta download it by the fucking point. You're fucked. You're fucked.
Come on.
TPS was so low earlier.
I think we're gonna be sitting here for a little bit.
Don't worry about it.
Hey, Rob, do you want me to send you my Vietnam request?
What, for music?
Uh,
Yeah, I wasn't a baby to money right now. L mods down on instantly. Hashtag uninstalling from life.
Whoa, what the
I
fuck?
think we're hit.
Yes, that's somewhere off to the right. Right side.
I can't fucking see.
Up on the ridge, up on the ridge.
I can't.
Oh, dude, I was at the
What? We don't have left or right turret traversal. We don't have turret traversal.
Driving this thing.
I guarantee you use at least got half.
she was
Alright, bring us back to me because we're half.
Was he okay?
I'm ready.
the tires are 500 pounds apiece.
You broke him over with? Yeah.
55,000
Yeah, go 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 go.
Oh,
Go 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 go. Go 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 go.
Everything is pissing in my course.
Yeah, that'd be crazy, right?
no, that was stressful. That's friendly.
Bro, Panda, we need to go to into this shit or somewhere where people are role playing.
Well, no, stressful. Okay.
Be like, there's 3 pineapples from the Burger Town.
Three pineapples from the Burger Town.
How long did the mod take to download for you?
Like 2 minutes.
We need to drop Bonnie Blue on objective.
God damn, how good is your Wi-Fi?
15 seconds.
1 gigabytes per second fiber. But it doesn't lie to me because it's not AT&T.
They're 4 baseball fields away.
You have AT&T.
No. We actually have good shit.
Down the street. Look at the vroom vroom shooty
We're
shoot.
losing this position.
It's a vroom vroom shooty shoot. It brooms
Also,
and
this thing does not like turn.
How far are you in Q now, Elf?
Old one, right? That playing Cargo. We picked up random main president.
Damn. You basically you're suckling Woodman right now.
We can't get tracked.
Bro hit me with
In theory.
Yeah. We're always movable.
on woods. There's nothing fucking orange on woods. We're at the checkpoint on woods.
Ah.
Orange, it's over there. It's not orange. What the fuck is orange?
The sensitivity's been kind of wonky for some of these vehicles, just a heads up. So, this mod.
There's auto zeroing, there's ranging, there's fucking.
There's a lot.
Yeah, it's a lot of new shit. Ah, my eyes! Okay, very good.
They've taken the objective.
Did you put the night vision on again?
Yeah, I accidentally pressed N.
Yeah, I've done that a few times, right?
Auto zeroing? But they can't. It's only for this gun, I think. That's a laser rangefinder. I think that'll be a bit too OP. I'm gonna fuck your mom.
Listen,
I don't think that person knows how to fly. What the fuck?
who is it?
That person over there, is he gonna crash?
I can't see him from the driver's seat.
He Squad 3 is trying to land. There we go.
The sensitivity is a little wonky.
Yeah.
Silent.
Yes.
Okay. I'm going with you guys.
Not sure how much you wanted to do that, but alright.
I'm go-
Ready, Tabby? Tabby?
Yeah.
Hold on, give me a second. Oh, I know you crashed for a second. I was like, uh-oh. Never mind.
But I'm gonna be honest, the fucking UI is kind of shit. It's black text on fucking like.
It's very broken.
It doesn't even tell you is your stabilizer on, by the way. Is there even stabilizer? There's no stabilizer. Wait.
Basically compiling a list of just shit that's broken.
Wait. There's no stabilizer. That's okay. The stabilizer button works. It's just that there's no stabilizer. They just fucking blank coded everything to have a stabilizer. Yeah, nothing. There's no stabilizer.
It's fine, you don't need stabilization where we're going.
We're in danger of being overrun.
I didn't miss the turn, you did.
Oh right, and the guns clipped through the hull. If you didn't realize,
Clipped into my gun.
you see?
Yeah, I can see it. You're right in my face.
I love you, Sing Sing. Love you, Funkies. I'm supposed to be killing clankers, so...
Is that who we're fighting?
Clankers, yes, we are fighting.
Area has fallen to the
Clankers,
enemy.
we are fighting. Life, they have not. Meow, 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 meow. Dun, 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 for the Empire.
Wrong timeline.
Shit.
This is during the Clone Wars.
For the Republic? I cannot see, like, over this hill, by the way. Oh, oh.
I don't know where that. Oh, in front of us,
Turn! You forget.
it's like the equivalent of a 50.
Yeah, just turn towards the enemy. Like, just remember, this thing is like, has like, fucking 20 degrees of, like, bearing. 20 degrees to left and right.
What's it turning that way? I want to turn this way.
There's HE and other stuff. I don't get it. Turn right!
Why is it turning left? You got him, Tabby?
No idea.
Can't see from here.
The issue here is that, like, you have to turn. This thing does not have any fucking, like, you know. I'll just put a marker down and tell you where.
We're losing the objective.
Hey, Swigs.
Why are we up here?
No, Swigs isn't here yet.
Closer on the objective.
Yes.
Also, press M. It doesn't even tell you where you're looking, by the way.
Push, buddy. Gotta push. Stupid.
Isn't still.
Ah, I get it now. I get it. The anti-infantry is fucking MG.
Also, that thing does damage to us. Hey, Ted, fuck, Swigs. Words.
How wow? How wow?
Here, get in.
The clankers are fucking me in the ass right now.
Team Patrol, I don't know what you're talking about. Tabby's
You're what?
They're fighting robots.
Yeah, we're fighting robots. We're the CIS. We're the 104th. You're in the server?
Yeah, I just got it.
Can you add Iron Elf to our squad? When they get in? They're joining the server right now.
It's me.
Yeah! The Iron! The great Iron.
Again, once they're in.
Is that?
It is I.
Why isn't this thing turning? Turn!
Why am I on the side?
I mean, why are you on the side?
I'm on the side of the tank, just like going for a ride.
Fuck's sake already?
Did you just get it out, Swigs?
I don't want to ride. You go.
We would like a commander. That'd be nice.
Well, someone's in the commander's seat.
Tank.
Tank, where? Oh, tank, everybody.
Fuck! Let me shoot him! I can't shoot if you're moving. Ow. Wow, that thing is fucking horrible. That thing is utterly horrible.
What? How do I even aim? What is aim? Honestly.
Okay, no, hear me out. It has no stabilizer, a shitty ass gun, and does not have a turret.
Yeah, what the hell is this game? What the hell is this game? Because, like, what, the Republic can't afford a stabilization? Come on.
I was gonna say, there's a stabilizer button, but the stabilizer button doesn't work. It exists on the UI, but it doesn't work. What do you say? Iron Elf.
Was I supposed to?
Iron underscore Elf.
Can you mark the tank?
If you can get a decent mark on it, I can mark it.
I want you to mark it.
Well, I am already dead, and I don't know where the fuck they were.
Is there droids close? Are we good? No, there's.
I don't know.
Get these guys up.
There's droids behind you. There's literally droids that way. East,
Where?
east. East on the corner.
Okay.
Yo!
Nothing.
What? I'm gonna touch you. You have space aids. You all have space aids. I'm sorry. Wow! Fuck you! Let me touch you. Let me touch you. Touchy, touchy. Touch your butt. Touch your butt. Touchy, touchy, touchy. Touchy, touchy.
Happy, where are you?
Iron! I'm touching somebody's butt. Follow my voice.
Enemy has taken the objective.
Ah! Ah! Okay, this is totally new to me. Holy, I fucking hate this planet. I think I don't have an issue with the fucking game. I have an issue with the fucking planet.
It's bleak.
It's fucking jungle.
Yo, this party
Welcome
is.
to the jungle.
I expected space warfare, not fucking space Vietnam. What the fucking hell is this? Malevolent Creek?
Yo, this party is not peak. I'm about to crash out, yo.
This shit is peak for real, for real.
What the fuck
This
did
shit
you
is
say,
like,
Swix?
this shit's fucking like fucking horrible. Oi, oi, bye.
There's a transport vehicle close to turret. I don't know what the fuck it's doing.
Hi, you're not dead. Don't worry. You're gonna be given AIDS.
If you can, shoot that vehicle on my...
Tank, tank, bang. 150.
Tweet.
Hi. You have space AIDS. The Whams got you.
One second. Is it?
Okay, maybe don't go that way.
Oh, I think
And they have air support. Touching your butt, touching your butt, touching your butt, touching your butt.
Oh. Destroyed, or whatever the fuck this thing is, destroyed.
that's not a thing.
We've lost the command post.
Damage the helicopters.
I think you're dead.
Forces position.
Everyone, let's go, let's go.
Let's fucking go!
Hi. You seem to be down.
Emergency evacuation.
Pop the finger up your butt.
Array West. Everyone back to Array West.
No! Let me heal you! Let me touch you!
Oh shit, they're...
Let me touch you! Let me touch you! Let me touch you! Let me touch you! Let me touch you!
Take down radio.
I don't know what's going on.
Yeah, take it down, take it down. Just
I have no clue.
Shoot their gunships with your gun. It does damage.
Gunship.
Shoot the gunship! Shoot at it! Shoot the gunship! It does damage! Shoot at it!
Gunship.
Get to the gunship. That's our ride. Go, go, go. Load it. Pop smoke, stupid.
Oh, we're supposed to hop in this.
Can someone heal me?
I'm taking it down. Don't load it.
There's like 4 fucking things I gotta go through. Hold on.
Let's go kill some flankers.
Me, I'm taking it down.
What about the
Alright.
Good luck, lads.
Whoa!
Bye!
rally?
We gotta go. We gotta go.
Whoa, come on, you left us all here! Nope.
They were full.
Hashtag most impatient helicopter pilot of all time.
They're normally like that.
I was the last one out of Saigon, bro. Alright, now we run.
Where's Elf? Elf's heading for the fucking tank.
Take it.
Where? Elf, where are you? No! That's so unfair.
It's full build.
All of us are stuck here.
That thing has full build.
Full build, full ammo.
Shit. Oh, well, bring it over to point anyways. It's better than nothing, I guess. I just hope that what 6 has.
Let me into you!
No, I'm getting shot at. Oh, I'm dead.
Move it, stuck.
I see Iron has died. It's stuck? Why?
Yeah, it's stuck. It won't move.
Try resetting the vehicle.
The objective has been overrun.
Keep trying to move it. Let me know if you can move it out of the way. Stand by.
Oh, fuck.
Everyone in.
No, I'm not taking responsibility. Somebody fucking drive. Yes, this banana tree is causing us issues.
What 7 owns that now? Are any of you dead? That can spawn me.
I cannot be near that man. I will fucking get copyright striked. Tell that man to stop. I can't board or I get copyright striked.
Here, hold on. Come with me, we're gonna take the lodge and try to put a defense hab.
Yeah, just go on without me. I mean, my channel before your fucking.
Come on, power, wait for you.
Yeah.
This thing handles like shit.
I'm gonna just steal a fucking bike. I'm gonna steal an e-bike. I'm gonna steal the e-bike. Yeah. I know people are like fucking excited, but I can't get on that fucking thing when I'm getting fucking potentially DMCA'd. We're fine. We're fine.
Delete your marker. Delete your marker. Delete your move marker, please.
Ow. Tree. Woo. Ooh. Oh, what? Oh, yeah. There we go. How would we push back to our fucking last point?
Global strike inbound. Find cover.
Where?
Don't know. It's coming down somewhere. I'm assuming on point.
Roger.
Whoa. What? Okay, we good. Okay. Jesus! Fuck! Holy mother of God. That's a tank! Back it up. Is that our tank?
Enemy gunship above.
That's our tank.
Swigs, as you come down over here, be very careful. They have a lot of AT here.
Yeah.
Oh shit, that's a tank!
Yep.
Up close, mark it. Is it on?
It is a tank.
I died.
Unfortunate.
Is he just chilling?
I ran to like fucking 4 droids.
Oh, we get buddy rallies! Oh, perfect! I got a rally for you guys.
Fuck! Well, I'm alive, so. Coming in with a fucking pocket rocket. I'm coming with my penis weenies.
Fuck, I disabled tank, I think, I don't know.
I'm on my way. Iron! Fuck you! Iron! 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 Get in!
What?
Get in, big boy. We're going shopping.
Oh, our radio's up there.
What are you talking about?
I'm behind you. Get in. I think.
Oh, let's go.
Can you?
Oh, I can't.
Ah, too bad. Bye.
It's cool though. Go you.
On my observe, there's the tank, Swigs.
Oh, Taffy, watch out. They have a lot of AT that way.
Ah.
I don't know if that matters.
I'll rush into an enemy. Never mind. I hit a tree. Oh. The clankers are so hard to identify because they're all fucking naked. I feel like I'm in fucking Catachan.
Wait, is that a tank all the way up there?
I feel like this outfit just walking.
He's on a tank.
Here,
Straight to
underneath
my.
the thing.
He's just chilling. He's just sitting there.
Yeah, there's another one, but I'm out of ammo.
Yeah, I have a tank on my position. To the east of my position on the road. He's just sitting there camping. I can do that.
Debbie, can you pass it back to you?
Oh, it just turned two.
Marked it.
Deadass, this is probably the best game I've had in Galactic Contention.
This is the best game you've had? We're fucking losing.
Oh no.
Yeah, this hasn't won a single match since we went
I need ammo.
I would be happy if you guys want to switch back to normal games so the, you know.
I'm still enjoying myself. I don't know about you guys.
I'm giving it a go. I also don't know yet. Ow. I just got fucking smacked too. Holy.
Where?
Yeah, I'm still observing the tank.
They're hitting us from behind. Behind the rally, south of rally.
Where is 7?
7 was trying to kill a hab.
He's just sitting there.
Yeah, they already killed it, but they're not fucking moving. I think this planet is just fucking shit. I'm gonna be honest. You know there's people trying to get on, right?
Whoa.
Okay, cool. I'm getting this
Whoa,
Logian so we
wait.
can spawn.
Squatty! There's people trying to get on! Tell Squatty to go fuck himself. Squad 8 to fucking go fuck himself. He just left the entirety of Squad 9 for his own squad. Yeah, then Squad 9 was asking to get on, and they only had their fucking gunner and commander, and they're just walking now. Instead of bringing us to the fight. We don't have a hab back there. Oh, and they're stuck. Yeah. Very, very bad players.
Please stop shooting.
What the hell is... Where am I going?
It doesn't help that Squad 7 has our only available logi currently, because all of our logis have been destroyed.
No, Squad 8 has our only fucking available logi.
Where? You mean the logi they've already lost?
No, I'm in a logi right now. Yep, and they did not pick up people. I'm the only... No, there's another guy next to me. Hi!
They don't even have an SL. You don't even have an SL with you over there.
Yeah, we fucking don't. They just grabbed it and ran.
Gotta love 'em. Gotta love 'em.
Fucking clanker infiltrators. I swear to God. Spies, a lot of them. Where are they going? Any idea where we're going?
Okay, Tappy, I'm on my way to you.
Aye.
Roger, roger.
Yeah, how the fuck do we still have tickets?
Cause we start off with like 1,000.
Holy shit, what the fuck? Wait, really?
Give or take.
This is gonna be a long round. Well, at least you're setting up a hab. Alright. Not bad. No, they are not. Are you... Oh my fucking god. Okay. Wow, they're literally sat behind a fucking tank. I'm gonna be honest. I don't think... I don't think the good players are actually playing the fucking game. We're trying to knife attack as we speak. Ah! I died. Oh, hey, Watchy's back up.
No one wants to put this fucking radio down. Everyone's taking the fucking lodges, but no one wants to do it.
Wait, where the fuck did... I thought that Logi was there to fucking make something. I thought Squad 6 was actually gonna do something. Oh, thank God. In the worst place possible, surrounded by bots. Wow.
It's better than nothing right now.
Yeah, true.
All back in region.
Ah!
Wow, yeah.
God!
That was so fast, though. Holy shit.
Maybe using the lodges for lodges.
This is my first round. Also, the fucking squatch. I don't even know who's making the noises. I can't even mute him. Wow. Okay, thank God. There we go.
Yeah, because the way that this mod is set up, it turns off what we so
why?
Don't know.
Okay, can we fucking go for somewhere that isn't like a fucking dark ass place, please?
A lot of these.
I'm turning my fucking gamma up right now.
Really fucking bright.
Whoa. Whoa.
Wow.
Whoa. Whoa.
Do we not get to select, by the way?
It's about.
Or AV6's AT. What the fuck? Okay. Wow. Be a friend. Pinky, forget your problems.
Invasion.
We're not the clankers.
Commence the assault.
Goddamn.
Self.
Do we have? Oh. I might get. I don't think I need AT, do I? I don't think I do.
We don't get any heavy armor.
Yeah, I don't think they do either.
We are the armor.
Whoa!
Yo,
How the fuck are we supposed to get there?
Invisible as the Magna Guard.
Clanko violence is fucking crazy in the big 22 BBY, bro.
Why is there a faction named Jeffrey as tank soldiers?
Why would there not be?
Here, run it good.
In this
Take a
robot
hat.
age, I guess.
Okie dokie.
Have a logic. That's what I'm thinking of.
What's the engineer equivalent so I can dig really fast?
Combat engineer.
Star Wars planet, I'll start. Mine is Little St. James, bro.
Can I just like sit on top?
I like that one island, you know.
You're sitting on the sides, I think.
No, I'm sitting on top. I just have a bipod. I can oh you can't surf, right? Is it can you surf without AT?
Dude, I can't believe these Italian clankers are on my fucking.
Technically speaking, no, but I'm not gonna tell you not to. But I don't think you can surf on these vehicles anyways. I think you just clip right through the second you start moving.
Sag.
Is this clanker tripping?
Italian.
Hi.
I do have.
Hi, hello.
Yo. The Wiggler.
1 second, boys. I'm gonna use the shit bucket real quick.
God, I heard your neck. Look at my fucking stream. Your fucking neck is like.
Thing's gonna blow up.
Hey, what brand shit bucket do you
What's
guys
up?
use?
What y'all need?
Just turn it all the way around.
Yeah, it's.
It'd be a shame.
Hey, what brand shit bucket do you
Super
guys use?
clankers.
Jesus.
What about now? Better?
No.
Clanker.
You sound even more like a clanker.
I'm gonna joik it.
Y'all won't. So y'all. Bah. Man, this shit bucket, man, shit be dirty all over the place.
Where's the seatbelt on this?
Oh god, this is an invasion.
Welcome to the first Clanker Rally.
What kinds?
Clanker Lives Matter.
Dude, where can a Clanker find a big booty BT?
Clanker.
Clanker Lives Matter.
If y'all see Mr.
Hey, what kind of
Force,
shit
just
bucket
know he
y'all
likes
got?
men.
Can you add Panzer 609 and Frog?
Clanker off the
Hey,
plane.
what kind of shit? Who's the clanker?
Get that clanker off the ship.
Who?
Frogenheimer and Panzer 609.
I know each and every one of you has a shit bucket.
They're not in here on this team?
What?
Yeah, I just bought it at Harbor Freight.
Oh, they made their own squad.
Which lodge's going to the south?
Ye yeah,
you don't want to
they'll figure it out.
Self-flushing shit.
Are you going to invite them at some point?
Nah, man, I get up and do it
Is it this
myself at
one?
the end of the night.
If they leave that squad, I can.
Panzer! Frog, leave your squad. We can invite you.
Do about once a week.
Hey,
What's
T
kinda-
Patrol, are you going to the south point? You know,
We're jerking it.
yes. All right, we're going to the south point. Groovy.
Ruby.
I gotta get on this one.
I actually
Sorry,
wonder,
I
will
have
this
a
work?
goofy- I have a
One
goofy,
filthy clanker.
fucking,
Let's go
speaking way.
Fucking orange guy getting up on here.
Oh, shit. It works?
You can't park there.
Driving filthy clanker.
Hey! I'm surfing! No, I fell off! Ah!
Happy fell off. Sag.
Yep.
Get on the...
It's clanker with a hard on.
On the way, on the way. On the nose, amigo. I am a nose.
Wait for me!
I'm trying to move out of their way. Go around.
Alright, let's go.
Bye-bye.
Yes, I can.
They hit
All right,
something.
we already have contact.
Sustaining damage.
It's not that bad.
We're on fire! Help! I've dismounted inside! Huh? Shit!
Oh, hello though.
Welcome back.
Well,
So, what did we learn?
the mod is fucked. We basically, they, I don't know how, but it dropped us, it dismounted us inside the vehicle. And we couldn't go anywhere.
Yeah, me too. Yeah.
So, what did we learn? This mod is fucked.
There's a lot of kinks that needs to be ironed out.
Yeah. I mean, Iron, what do you think about just moving to the normal server? If this doesn't go so well? What do you think? Because that would get you guys stuck in fucking, the thing again.
I found a good flank. Follow me.
Nice! Vietnam tactics. Why are they popping so much fucking
We can
smoke?
just run from spawn. It's crazy.
Oh my god, I walked right up. I thought we were clones. I forgot who we were with.
No, we're the separatists.
Yeah.
Come on!
Just hold space.
Shift 0, I think.
They're behind our lines. Careful. Look behind you. Chloe.
Iron, to get you to spawn main, we're gonna try to build a southern hab.
The map's so small, it might not be as helpful as in normal matches, but yeah, we'll go for it.
Oh, right. Shit.
It still will be helpful.
I had to take the gel. I'll do it. Once I die, alright? Remind me.
I'm here.
We have walkers and speeders.
I'll be right back.
Where? Also, what do you
map. Popcorn. It's like watching someone.
Damn, kind of want popcorn. Only this time the clones are actually winning.
Yeah.
eat your teeth out. I'm gonna eat your teeth. I'm gonna eat your teeth. I eat already. Alright. I'm back. What is it? What were you doing? What were we doing?
I'm trying to get a southern hat place down for the team, but I'm currently getting stuck on rocks.
There's already a northern half. I'm gonna go to that one.
Yeah, we're winning. Watch out, that's a tree. Oh, you can drive over it. Tappy, do the thing.
What thing?
I don't know.
I don't know.
What is that big thing?
Carrier.
It's cool. Oh, it's all blowed up.
Yeah, sadly.
Here, I'm gonna save this Audrey for the next attack hab.
I killed somebody!
There's your plasma. Nice job!
Alf, come here real quick. I'm gonna put a rally.
Enemy, hang on, there's an enemy launcher here. Should I blow it up or leave it?
Leave it for now.
We're camping.
Oh my god, they're fucking grenade launchers. I swear to god.
Direct hit!
Perfect hit.
Hi, Sati! Sati, I haven't seen you in so long. Welcome, welcome. Ads in 15 seconds.
I got him.
Nice, Walker's dead.
We got him.
Perfect. Oh, those are running.
No, there's a lot of them.
Holy shit, there's so many people here.
Attack!
Attack!
Stand line, make sure you're staying on the line.
Attack the D point.
Yeah, you need repair. I'm gonna repair you. I'm touching you. I'm touching your components. I'm touching your circuitry. You like your capacitors being touched. I know you do. I'm gonna replace your LEDs very essentially. Super. I'm gonna touch your capacitors. Come on. They need replacing. They need maintenance. For the Omnissiah.
The Omnissiah? Who's that?
Some fucking bloke from fucking
Joe.
Tatooine or something. I don't know.
Joe Mama, that's who that was.
Onward to the next point.
Charge! Charge, clankers! Clankers, charge! Fulfill your capacitors and move!
We got full elements coming in from the north. Full elements.
think it is. I'm not gonna lie, I think it is.
Never mind, got it.
Can we get like Frog and Pants in here if possible?
They're still in that squad.
Yeah.
So I can't invite them until they leave.
The WD-40. Wow, they don't need WD-40.
So
That's their blood.
Their squad for me to invite them.
Yeah.
Yeah, the fuck you want?
Fuck you, Sleepy. Love you, bro.
Join us.
I killed another person.
They really stand out.
Yeah, I was gonna say that's the one thing they have for them. We actually have camo.
Be advised, they are hiding at this tunnel entrance on Bravo.
Jesus Christ!
God, the fucking orbital strike. Oh, I'm engined.
Flank them! Flank them! Let's go! Let's go!
Ooh, this is different.
Look, I'm bouncing
battled
from
right
hilltop
now.
to
What does that
hilltop.
You said where? Hilltop?
Ah! Ow!
The crab droids are ours. Retarded droids, I said. It's apparently an asset the commander can call in.
I got to this point here. Dude, I can shoot across.
You can't revive droids? I just die instantly.
I guess not.
Yeah, I think I don't think you can.
I kind of like driving this Saji. This thing's nice. It's a little hard to turn in some of those like more like narrow spots, but you know this is pretty pleasant to drive.
I'm back.
We got the tower. The tower's ours.
Nice, nice, nice. Push.
Do we have any medics? I'm really hurt.
Medics are just fucking evident.
Just gonna rush it. Hi!
The best way to describe the enemy radio is the box.
They have heavy anti-tank. Careful.
We're being overrun again.
Alright, let's go. Let's go!
I'm so glad that this team can attack, but just can't defend for shit.
We're good at charging. We're disposable.
Good soldiers follow orders.
Yeah, you can't be revived, by the way, just for your information. You're dead, you're dead. That kinda sucks, because that puts you on a long timer.
Yeah, it probably depends on which droid you are, because I can revive some people, because I have the thing pop up.
I think it depends on the droid, like big droids can be revived, but like for like smaller ones, BTUs can not, I don't think so.
Unless it may be a glitch.
I don't know, I can't,
you know what?
I don't get a chance. To like, you know. I don't see dead people. I only see living people. Maybe I'm just sane. Oh god.
Did we win? Did we catch the point yet?
Is that our orders or is that theirs?
I think that's theirs. I don't think we have mortars.
We're droids, we're simple basic things.
Are we gonna like be able to cap or no?
You guys are just cap now. Wrong. Let's get to the point. Let's go. Let's go. Let's get to the point. I'm like yelling at in command chat to get their people on point.
North side, they're still north side.
We have backup, but it's like it's fine. We don't need it. We have many people. We have many people. A lot of people.
You know, this hab is surprisingly put in a decent spot to attack all three of these points.
What the fuck? What? Let's go, let's go!
Yonkers, stop, buddy.
Onwards and upwards.
Oh, I love this mod so much. I'm glad it's back.
put in my hands. I wanna lick it.
I just saw our mortar round fucking land in a fucking squad of troopers. That's fucking gold.
What? No, not. Yeah.
Can you guys help command dig up the he's about to put down?
No.
No? Okay, well.
Thank you for asking. I'll take it. Which Bob?
Ah!
Bob there, which Bob?
That was a grenade.
The one by him, I think he's about to put down. At some point, eventually.
Communications are we've already recap. I think it's a sideshow to fight right now.
Right, it's invasion, so the next point, which is storage house, is the only point that we can capture. We don't need to worry about defending.
Okay.
Attack the D point.
Why is everybody still charging swords thing?
I'm gonna be honest, I was still charging it. I didn't even know.
So, attack storage house, that's the next objective on my attack mark.
How did you guys like just fight
There's a lot of places to hide amongst the rocks.
Do not turn on night vision, it's a trap.
Gonna roll on hill. What the fuck? Hello there.
Big fat fuck. You can't get out that way.
Oh my god, Kyle, you ran right into me.
Oh, my god, hurts. The 40 fucking second spawn timer. What are you guys' spawn timings? How's it for you all?
Yeah, that's alright.
Great question. Nikki, get over here.
30 something seconds.
Damn. Fucking... Is that Steve Jobless? Steve Jobless. Oh, there's something over there. Got my attack mark. AT-AT. Walker.
Over where?
Under my marker. Ran. Ah, close.
Scary noise.
There goes both our fucking habs. Wait, look up. You can see it going on an orbit.
That's a lot of EKs.
Back in place.
Can we bonk our commander? Our commander did this to us.
We ban him. Ban him.
Yeah, ban him. Get
Bam.
out of here.
Ban him. And man, whack his peepee.
Flank left.
We're gonna die.
Probably.
Riley's got 20 seconds.
It won't matter. It's GG.
We fuck.
Might as well spawn on the rally.
Why is it that there's only fucking infantry battles, no mechanized or anything? Like, I'm gonna be honest, this mod is really bad.
Mechanical groups,
Oh, wait! Look at 338! Look! Ah, too late. Hi, Sipping. Hello? 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 Chat? Funkies, can you hear me? Sleepy? Hello? Hi. Hello? Hello? Keep it chill. Hello? Guys? Hello? Hello? My stream crashed? Oh. Bruh. The server crashed?
Oh, it crashed?
Yeah.
I'm still in it.
There we go.
Yeah, Really?
Yeah, I'm still in it.
Is everybody moving?
Done?
What do you mean?
You're voting.
I think my Wi-Fi just shot itself.
We're at voting stage.
Huh.
Uh-oh. Yeah, everyone's voting for the 501st Legion. They want to play that. The Wolf Pack, though. We can be Wolf.
Yeah!
Wolf Pack, you know?
Let me join you guys.
You're the enemy team.
1 out of 10. Not bad.
Flankers again.
That's not too bad.
It's not bad.
Also, they put Droid Army camo every single time. I don't know why.
I'm definitely deleting this mod after this fucking stream.
Yeah, this is not a good mod.
Okay. Okay.
I would prefer to play normal squad.
Why the fuck do lasers have goddamn recoil? Like, what the fuck?
True.
So we're defending.
Alright, I will let T Patrol know to let Froggy and Panzer in.
And wow, thank you so much, the Waltz. Thank you. Anniversary time. I'm not big, I'm small. Wah! Ooh. We have vehicle?
Droid?
Yeah, I'm showing droid.
We have. This is the air wing of the 501st. So
Can I
the
fly?
only thing I get is that. You can
Is it
try.
easy to fly?
I haven't tried it personally, so I don't know.
I'm gonna give it a go. It shouldn't be that hard.
If you've flown, from what I've heard so far, if you've flown the CAS with how sensitive that thing is, that's pretty much how the rest of them are.
I mean, and there's no autocannon, so I should be fine. We are gonna die. Trust.
I proved it, you can get it.
Commander on deck. All systems online.
I grabbed the Logi.
Dude, somebody get in this bitch, man. Come on, let's go. Who's gonna fly it?
There you go, there's the other two you want to get in here earlier.
Over here, over here.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. No, let us in, let us in.
Oh. Oh, fuck. Hell no. Hell no. Okay. It's like helicopters. Yep. Tell them. Yeah, I'm fucked.
Oh. Well,
just go up here.
I'm coming back.
Hold on. Go.
Go? Go?
we're full. I'm sorry.
Go.
Okay, that's fine.
No, T Patrol, don't leave me here.
There's a lot of people in here. Tappy, try to get Nikki and everyone else.
I'm gonna try to land. I don't know how to fly. No.
You don't know how to fly?
No.
Where are we going, buddy?
Bring us to over here.
I could try flying. At least since there's no autocannons, I'll be fine.
So all the cannons on that vehicle is controlled by other people. You get a chin-mounted gun and then the 2 side pods on that thing.
I don't know how to fly. I don't know how to fly. I don't know how to fly. I do not know how to fly. I do not know how to fly.
Yeah, good enough.
Dude,
What do you mean, good enough?
Shit.
Do not get in me! No, 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 no! Your butt are not my hands! No, 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 no! I do not know how to fly! I do not know how to fly! Get off! Get off! No!
Yeah, you go Shut up and take us to the first point.
Okay.
You fly.
If we crash, it's on you.
GI, you go home now. Dude.
GI, you go home now.
Go home.
Somebody give me a fucking marker for where I'm supposed to go.
Get me the fuck to the first.
Go to my move mark. That's where I want you to drop stuff.
We fly the Sky Dragon to the Clank House.
Why to the cranker? You are scared. You are pussy. You are scared of the tree.
Tappy, go towards Bravo. It might be safer for you to drop people there.
Like, oh, I'm gonna
Your
crash.
mother's a
gonna
clanker.
crash.
Oh, I'm gonna crash.
Drop this motherfucker.
Shut up.
If you really want to try it.
Oh shit, this is going to be a perfect landing.
Oh yeah, dude. I faith.
This guy crashed.
Oh, I could have gotten out and turned it.
You hear that, Tappy? You're gonna be called a clanker.
We're gonna die.
Careful on the landing, Tappy. That thing, when it drops
as long as you put this down nice and gently.
Nice and gently. Nice
I'm trying. Okay. I'm not my beat.
Look, there's a field right below
just bring it down.
I'm trying. I'm trying. Stop. Stop. Shut.
Take us down. Just
let
right
me.
here.
Right here.
Right here.
Nice and smooth.
Here is fine.
Nice and slow,
straight
down.
down.
Okay. Okay. Okay.
Down.
Okay. Okay.
Down.
Down. Down. Down.
Clanker's back at it again.
Clankers due
where are
northwest,
they?
boys. Due northwest.
Sorry, pilot.
Shoot him.
I cannot shoot him. He's to the right.
How we doing? I'm trying. I don't know how to fly. I don't know how to fly. I'm too lazy.
You're doing great, Ted.
You got this.
I'm gonna be honest. This is actually a lot easier to fly than most helis.
I hope that be right.
I'm gonna be honest.
You guys didn't forget about
Yeah, this is a lot more forgiving.
right?
Now you're gonna walk now.
No. Well, I can still hear Panzer. That's weird. Can you hear him?
I cannot.
Okay.
Careful flying low, Tappy.
We are beeping.
Okay. We are fine.
How about now?
You say we are fine, but it's beeping, Tappy.
Nah.
I think it's fine. We're also getting shot at. Wait, is that you fucker shooting?
No, that's me.
Oh, I thought we were getting shot the entire time. I thought we were trying to fly low.
Here, you wanted to get back, or you left, Jesus.
Yeah, no, that was... terrible experience.
Yeah, this is not a very nice map to drive around.
I don't remember those,
Are we on fire?
Oh, Tappy, by the way, there is a max height, so be careful.
Yeah, I just realized.
Oh god, there's so much little shit for this thing to get stuck on.
Where the fuck am I supposed to land?
Have you had the problem of it just not turning yet?
Like right now?
Yes. I don't understand why, but if you let off of the throttle, it will kind of turn.
See, when I let off the throttle and turn, it just stops completely.
I mean, I'm kind of repairing.
Me and Panzer were like a Greek sacrifice, you know, for victory.
I fell in the hentai hole.
Oh, I'm so thankful they put me out of my misery. Anyways, have fun, mate.
We're fine.
Call it that. We'll call it that.
Nah, not this time,
What else
again.
am I supposed to call it? It has tentacles and a mouth.
Hentai? I fucking love that shit. Holy.
Hole, like...
I love tentacles. I mean, hear me out though. Tentacles, the texture probably won't be very nice to have inside you, right? Because like the suckers are just gonna be like really, really weird and just might hurt. Am I wrong?
What the fuck are you guys on about?
Tentacles.
Happy.
Okay.
The hentai hole.
Where are they?
I'm just saying tentacles are not very fuckable. Yeah, tentacles without suction cups, those work. I'm trying. I would, but Ooh, fuck. I'm glad I was fucking flying shit. God damn. Let's go mid. That's mid. Am I doing this right? I don't know what I'm doing. There's fucking dicks everywhere.
Just keep delivering supplies and shoot at shit you see. That's all I want you to do to me. Gun and supplies. Gun and supplies. Supplies and gun.
I'm being shot at. Ow. Ow. Ow.
You might be.
I'll be honest, I don't even know from where.
Oh, I gotta be in the blue circle, okay. Oh, yeah, there we go. Yep. Why is...
I don't even know what's happening.
Neither do I. Do I give it another go?
You guys die.
AT. We were trying to fucking get off. Do I give it another go? Do I give the LA AT another go? T Patrol.
The only other one that we have over there
is that main.
The carrier variant. I'm pretty sure that's just a carrier variant.
They're all the same, I think. I don't know. I'll fucking try the V-wing, I guess.
V-wing's only a two-seater, by the way, but that's a dedicated fighter. That's like a CAS.
Oh, okay. I'll get the fucking tank then. I'm gonna be honest, after this round, I might just go for normal. Get in. I can't drive. Yeah, normal squad. Unmodded. Yeah. T-Patrol, you want to come join me in a standard squad after this in normal DOD?
Sure. I've been playing this all day today, so yeah.
What about you? Frog, Elf, Panzer? You guys up for it? Should be not too many, just switching servers from something that's not galactic contention.
No, I'm near the end of my stream as it is.
Ah, okay. Froggy? Fanta?
Yeah, let's go for it.
Fuck yeah, okay. There shouldn't be, right now I'm checking it, there shouldn't be any, queue, so.
Alright, okay.
Just the other DOD server that isn't modded?
Oh, the other one?
Yeah, we
Yeah.
have a modded and non-modded server.
Alright.
Elf has gotta start trying endurance, I swear to God. Elf, you gotta train your endurance.
Yeah.
You gotta stream, Elf.
I know.
You gotta push it.
I do my best.
Look at me, I'm doing a 12-hour. I'm doing a 24-hour next week.
What? I can't do that.
Oh god, why are you gonna do 24 hours?
Well, I mean, 24 hours is basically just a 15-hour stream. And then you just go into a sleep fucking game. You just sleep and then wake up for a stream. It's not hard. Yeah, I am not torturing myself.
Real EP hours.
Real EP hours. But 24 hours, I might just will do just 24 hours drinking, then just wake up. Wanna join me? I might do a drinking 24-hour stream. Nah, I'm joking, I won't.
Oh god. 24-hour stream.
I was gonna say, drinking for 24 hours straight.
Enemy vehicle, right.
That sounds fun. We should do that. That'd be a good stream.
A drinking stream?
Objective has been lost. Say again.
Yeah,
Objective has been
24-hour
lost.
wiki stream.
We're gonna be hitting AT by in a couple seconds, by the way.
Hello.
Hi, Elf. Right. Turn right. Turn right. There you go.
I'm in the tank now.
Left.
Like how everyone started with fallback. Yeah. You gotta love it. It's weird seeing people being able to fly.
And it's not being a fucking glitch.
Yeah. Or next way.
I think not a lot of us realize that. I think like we're just so used to flying fucking shit with turrets. It's like fucking flying a Stug. Oh, holy fuck! The overpressure on this thing. We're getting hit by AT.
To our left.
Left.
Between the...
I can't aim.
No, right there. Right where your guns are facing.
We're getting AT to the left. AT to the left. It's that bad.
A supply run for this team because holy shit, no one's doing it.
Yeah, we have no defensive structures at all here.
Yeah,
I'm gonna be completely honest.
God damn it.
That fucking tank is shit.
Yes, it is.
Unless you have a really good fucking driver, you're kind of fucked. I'm gonna get in the V-Wing, why not? It'll be fun before I head off for the other stream. Nobody's flying it, so might as well.
Yeah, that logic is stuck there.
Five more minutes.
They blew up our phone.
An orbital strike. They're doing an orbital strike.
Run!
Yeah, we're pushing hard from the south.
I'm pretty sure I just hit fucking friendlies.
Our team is burning through ammo really fast. That's crazy.
Can you ping some enemies real quick? I don't see any enemies at all. I can come in for a fucking strike. I can try a gun run.
Hold on. So, oh shit. Supposedly, on attack mark in that rough area is where people are. And holy shit.
Hi, Pansy! Hi, Patsy! Hello! Hi! I do not see attack mark.
Can you see Bravo?
Yeah. Come back.
Yeah, just along that ridge line to the south, it's where they're attacking from.
Alright. I have no clue that I even hit. Are my rounds explosive?
Not 100% sure on that. Don't forget to grab Violet.
Thank you.
I don't exactly see anything to hit.
And a little hard to see the drone. So, you hit anything that's not friendly at this point. That's the only real thing I can do.
Those fucking controls. I blame the controls.
You know, maybe we should have stuck to
We
logic.
are losing the objective.
No, it's fine, it's fine.
I murdered a dude.
23 seconds.
I just need to change my role. You figure how to invert it.
Our hab is down. We have no backup habs.
I'm sensing a recurring pattern.
I'm gonna say, I think these are just very unexperienced players. I think these guys are just very inexperienced. I'm doing great. What about you, little Polly Rose? How you doing?
Okay, Pure, the entire team is coming into this thing, so, be careful.
Oh, fuck.
Alright, I believe in you. good news is it's relatively
The
clear
objective has been
flatland,
overrun.
so you should be
no
fine.
Sorry. Full guys.
I did fucking horribly. Fuck you! Fuck you!
Oh, you guys are some clanker lovers on this team. Look at you. Don't look at me, clanker lover.
Elf, what are you doing inside?
Man, your wife's a clanker. Your
I'm on the camera.
Your wife's a clanker. Your wife's a clanker. I know it. Just looking at you.
I'm like a droid. I go.
Then you're just a 501st larper, bitch.
Yeah, you clankers. Look at you, your clanker ship.
Wow.
This thing needs to fucking rearm at a goddamn fucking repair station. What the hell?
Whoa.
Getting on.
What are you doing, Tappy?
I don't think this is how to repair. I'm not gonna lie. Hi, Strawberry Nico. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Hi.
You just have to land at the air pad, right?
Yeah, I think it's that one. Yeah, I think so. Hi, Strawberry Nico Monkey. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Hi.
So she was doing the bench press. She was through her rep and she was on the last one, and she was struggling to get it up. Like she was
Welcome, welcome. Thank you for the readings. Welcome, welcome, ladies. My name is Tabby Rapino, and I'm the little hyperactive fox. So I play a lot of variety games and how to work on there. Welcome to the stream. Hi, hello.
Half the height.
Welcome.
I don't know, but I was curious.
The civilians have arrived. Welcome, welcome. How's your stream? Welcome so much. Welcome, 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 welcome. Hello, how is your stream? What were you guys playing? How are you doing?
Roll is still inverted. Nope, we lost it.
Hello.
Oh?
Repairing.
I'm trying to see my ammo, but my fucking there's a stream notification.
Clankers. Clanker lover.
Bye bye.
I'm so.
Whee!
I'm doing great! The stream's a bit bland, but other than that, we're fine.
Whoa. There's no targets marked, so I don't really know where to guide you in.
Yeah, no one's really calling anything out, so just fire what you see.
Yeah. Oh, there's racers. Alright, take off. They're right under us.
Oh, they almost threw a grenade on us. No, that's ours. Arc 170, that's ours.
Oh, okay. Do they have any planes?
Not right now.
Oh, okay.
I sleep. Oh. How does mod squad work? By the way, do you need? Yeah, you need to install a mod, basically. You guys want to join us today? We're gonna go to another server soon.
Crazy.
You wanna come join us? Yeah, you should load them before, because it's 35 gigabytes.
Danger being overrun.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
I'm gonna be honest, I don't think we're doing damage.
Yeah.
No, we don't have to install it.
I mean, everything is very tanky in this.
Yes, that is the only saving grace here for me.
No, I mean, like, I'm shooting them with my guns, and it's not really doing anything. Yeah, the anti-air guns don't do anything against the fucking infantry.
Oh, okay.
Yeah! Somebody took literally a fucking 5-second barrage.
That's no good. You should have been a lot of damage, but it just didn't work.
Hi, Sleepless Mermaid! Welcome! I'm gonna go to the LIAT. I need a gunner. I can somewhat fly, so...
I'll gun.
Lost the command post.
Yeah, welcome! No, we won't be playing the Galactic Contention. You can come play, we're gonna go play the, normal version. You don't need to download any mods, don't worry. You're in the seat. What the fuck?
I'm not in the thing.
Oh, I think
Oh, never mind. Yeah, somebody... No, it's fine, it's fine. Wait, are we... No, this is squad 6s. How the fuck?
We lost that.
Yeah, no, we don't have it. Yeah, we're planning to do that after. No, that's not our vehicle.
I thought I saw a pilot run over there. What the fuck is he doing?
I don't fucking know.
I don't know either.
Hey!
Hi!
You're a pilot.
Look, it's our plane. Look at it.
Yeah?
Trying.
You wanna fly this thing?
Kinda.
Bro, just hitting shit.
Okay.
Yeah, as long as you're better than the guy behind you.
No.
Yeah. Oh.
Never giving shit.
Copy 6, abandon that vehicle if you want to take
What's
it.
the worst that could happen?
Alright, yeah, you're right. Let's try it.
You want me to you want me to do it?
Yeah, get in.
Yeah.
Get in and fly.
Alright, I can't.
Oh, you're gonna land on top of the other one.
It's fine. Just land somewhere.
I'm just saying I'm not the best, but
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm trying.
Okay, Tappy, get us out of here quickly, before he tries to take off again.
There you go.
Go up.
Yeah, these things have a long
Easy does it. You're doing great.
I have never flown in my life.
We don't have a hab anywhere, is the thing.
It's landing that's gonna be the real challenge.
So we've already lost.
Go to Destroyed Walker. Go to Destroyed Walker. Yeah. Spot to go.
Tabby, you should drop off the people at Destroyed Walker on my move.
What? Oh, okay. You guys want to go to the hab or?
Wherever your heart desires.
Yeah, we're gonna go make a hab down there. They're gonna take Salak Pit.
We're losing this position.
Oops.
Attack the D point.
I'm not gonna lie.
Where's your friendlies.
I'm gonna try to land this. I don't exactly know if I can. Fucking trees!
Alright, all supplies are unloaded. You just gotta drop off the infantry now.
Be advised, the area has fallen to the enemy.
Frog, did you just jump out?
I think Frog jumped out. Alright, we're gonna have enemies underneath us. Going for a gun run.
Obviously.
Looking for targets, I don't see any. We have a whole bunch of people who are still way over there not helping. Crazy.
Careful with that tree.
We'll just do straight.
Fucking trees!
Happy, can you pick up everyone on that last point and bring them towards Walker?
Get on!
Yeah, bring it down, boys.
Get
bring it down, bring it
on!
down.
Running. Wait for me, oh!
Alright, I'm on.
Wait for me!
One more.
Just for your information, I don't have a driver's license.
It's this guy. Let's go.
Let's go.
Go.
Oh. We might want to wait. The flying on this thing is really confusing, I'm not gonna lie. It's not very dynamic.
God, they
bring
just
us
got
down.
giga
Bring us down at the back of
Holy.
8E, bottom of 8E. Oh shit!
Oh shit!
Oh, fucking trees! I hate the trees!
I felt that in my balls, man.
Rebels ready.
Trust.
Oh,
Trust. Ooh, that was close.
Dude, put us down, man.
That was fucking awesome, man.
Oh!
Dismount!
Am I good enough?
What the fuck is this shit?
I have no driver's license, I'm Asian!
The plane. We lost the plane.
If one of you can fly near command to get him supplies and stuff, that'd be great.
Hey, NSIG.
just for your information, I can't drive.
Nah, it'll be fine. Trust.
I've crashed into many objects.
What happened to our radio?
Okay, bye-bye.
It bled from the RD.
We forgot to change the battery.
No.
Oh man, I ate the battery. I'm sorry.
You did a good job, here. You did a good job.
The battery tasted
Was it tasty?
so nice. Yeah, it tasted so nice.
Did they fall?
That bitch.
And you didn't even fucking
How are you
shit.
getting sriracha?
You
They're
never
not coming.
have.
Just go. Just go.
One guy is.
Wait, hold on. One
You
guy
got
is.
sriracha?
Yeah, you don't just have backup space sriracha in your fucking Betty pouch?
No wonder this team fucking sucks.
We don't have sriracha.
They don't, we do.
Yeah, I'm not sharing it.
Alright. Gotta think like a... did we hit something?
He was just shooting. He didn't see anything.
Can I get some of that action?
Yeah, come on, man. The hentai hole is all yours.
In around 3 parsecs out.
Hey, we use football fields per hamburger here.
556, but oh, that's a bad dude. Come here, bitch.
I'll be right back.
Oh, it's a lot of droids!
The enemy has taken the objective.
Enemy! Enemy on that down helo! Shoot it! What side are you on?
Guys, he's Vietnam is scary.
I'm reloading, Tappy.
Got it. Which side are you on, Elf?
I'm on the left side.
Okay, got it. Not there. Elf, shoot him on the ground.
I am. Oh, I can hit her.
Here, a house low. I'm gonna go back home. You only shoot forward?
Reloading. No, that's not me. That's not me. The gunner? I'm on the left side gunner, and there's a guy on the main gun.
Oh.
Then there's also one on the right side.
Damn it. They've taken the objective.
Ah!
Don't got this.
We tried.
Lost the battle. Failure is not an option.
We tried. I flew something for the first time, and I'm happy.
On a point,
Hey,
please don't walk off the point.
Henry, you were the biggest clanker lover of this game.
No, the fuck I was not. Do not put that on me.
Your mother's a
killed-
clanker, your father's a clanker, everyone
killed
you love
6
is a
clankers.
Alright, I'm gonna go join the other server. I'll be right back. I'm gonna go piss.
Strategic command online.
I'll be on the other server.
I'm happy. I'm back. I'm back. I'm back. I'm back. Yeah, that server was kind of shit. Aww, elf left. Just DOD, dead on dismount, normal.
Yeah.
Shooting. Yeah. Oh, fucking nice. Yeah.
Also, what fucking flag is that?
Alright, what do we want to play? We actually get to choose for once without me having to join the admins. Yippee!
Joining in.
Yippee!
Wait, hold on. I want the silly flag.
The
The yellow one.
The yellow
It's
one?
Tappy. Yeah, it's a yellow with an X in it.
I think that's irregular infantry. I think you're playing the Iraqis.
Nah, let's play Russia. I want to shoot some of the.
Nah, bro, you gotta be the dude with the fucking J's on, toting a PKM, fucking having sex with
cork shrimp penis.
Having sex and goats.
He sounds like a blow-off valve, dude.
Pick what fucking country.
Yeah, you guys sound like blow-off valves, all of you.
Oh fuck. Okay.
Not because I'm British.
We're doing.
Yeah, exactly.
100%. How did you figure it out, man?
Yeah.
Sir Evergreen, joining?
Listen, it's not my fault. I'm a British blow-off valve.
Shut the fuck
No,
up.
Get your pizza toast, bitch!
Beans on toast is actually pretty good.
China,
With some eggs.
Turkey,
Shut the fuck up.
China, and
Scolas,
Ukraine's the only one that had yellow and blue.
The
Do
boot
I
up.
look like I'm a Timu motherfucker?
You just gotta use like.
Not gonna lie, especially those like sugary beans. So baby, reroll,
Never
reroll.
The fuck?
We must avenge
Sugary
money
beans,
white.
the sugar beans, like the.
It's all
rolls.
fucking hell.
Like a,
Turkey,
Black
China.
This man doesn't like actual beans. He likes sugary beans.
Tappy's on the other
China
team.
and then Tappy on the other team.
No, you can join the other side. Don't worry. I'm glad they got iron for the readies. Welcome, ladies. My name is Happy Happy. Did I suck so? I play like it a lot of writing out of War Thunder. Welcome.
Where's the 3 ZBLs? You know they're in here somewhere.
Welcome. How's your streams?
Yeah, we get 3. Top left. Or sorry, bottom left.
He's dead, so he's not going to be getting back up anytime soon.
Yeah, but the point.
Yeah.
Stand down. We can't afford mistakes like that.
I'm gonna join the Ukrainian side, right? We're gonna grab the.
Oh shit. Wow.
Yeah, whatever. Yeah.
Wow.
It's not my fault.
3 seconds. Okay.
But if
he speaks Russian, but
that's kind of.
We gotta go to Ukraine.
My mom's Ukrainian, but
I know. I want to know how's your stream. Give me a review, right?
she's
Yeah.
Russian and Ukrainian. Ukrainian, as and I quote, is drunken Russian.
Basically, yeah. Better Russians.
Yes, that's basically how. That's always how she describes that. It's kind of like how Belgian is just like drunken German, or Dutch is drunk German. It's just kind of an offshoot.
The funny thing is I actually understand Dutch. It's weird. It's really not that hard to understand either. It's one of those just weird clicks. Yeah, okay, continue. Ukraine.
Oh, I see. Tab. Squad 3.
Squad 3? Alright.
Yep.
Oh, I couldn't get into Squad 3. I'm sad.
No. Hold on.
Some dude's gonna get fucking.
Fuck.
Yeah, alright. I'm good.
It's our Lord and Savior you're talking about there.
I wanted a PKM. I'm a machine gunner. Yippee!
Wait, where's the fucking?
You get a PKM, I got an RPD.
PKM RPD squad?
Yep.
Let's go touch him. Oh, you get 6 fucking belts.
Imagine that fucking.
Oh,
bro, the fucking weight.
Are we doing BMP stuff, Tappy?
Now, I probably will be. You guys can ride in the back and do AT shit.
Yippee! Alright.
I love
We
the
still trust
duality of
the
this
commander
because
here,
like
or-
the AT
Hell
is
yeah.
like NATO AT.
Oh yeah.
But you're like
T Patrol.
This commander always.
Yeah.
Come to the Vix to the side of the road.
That
Come to the
commander
come
always.
to the center of the road.
I'm about
Over here.
shit.
Yeah.
This is gonna be the
You wanna
funniest
go,
shit ever.
you want to go commit war crimes?
Those things are fucking horrifying.
Oh my BC!
Yeah, I know. I want to go commit war crimes.
Only waiting for T Patrol.
It's an anti-air.
I mean, you guys can. You want it?
Let me fucking switch to yeah.
Let me touch
Fuck
you
yeah,
guys real
yeah.
good.
I don't even need to switch to crewman to get to.
Nah, because it gives you a repair torch.
Oh, okay. Then I'll stay with the PKM, but like.
I'm just trying to find an ammo box too. There's one over here.
I'm going to commit various war crimes.
I think this commander is good.
Are these ones like the one?
Oh, we need people taking them toes.
Oh no, you'd be able to aim just fine, just flat. Uh-oh.
I'm waiting for T Patrol.
Change role.
You guys, you can be a commander. I don't mind.
We need to start. We have airstrikes,
Specialist
so
role,
we really need people on those
gunner.
grads.
Scout no.
Okay, how do I enter the gunner
We're in
seat?
artillery squadron, so.
To enter gunner seat, you need a crewman role, I think.
I want to wait for this for the second point.
Guys, get your.
Ow!
Is someone driving?
I told you guys to pick a car.
Yep, driver's seat.
Okay, I'm gonna get in then and see what where it puts me.
There's
Oh, I'm in the gunner seat.
Okay, they over there.
I'm in the coax. Okay, now how do I?
Let me know what you want me to try.
We're waiting for T Patrol.
One.
Yeah.
Are you a good driver?
Decent. I drove with another guy with PTR last round. And we killed a bunch of things, so there's that.
I'm ready.
I'm waiting for the tap.
Are you a good driver?
I'm decent.
All right, get in.
Alright then.
Why are you so slow, Touch? What
Come
the
on, brother,
hell,
get in.
bro?
Run, brother, run.
You get in.
Run.
He's got them door. He's got them door.
Beep, beep,
Chipmunk.
Beep, beep.
beep.
All right, let's go. Remember, we have let's just go. We'll pick him up later. We have no stabilizer, so when I say stop, stop. All right.
Oh,
Keep
God.
on the road.
The torque on this thing. Yeah.
Command.
Our Malyutka is actually good, so stay a distance. We don't want to rush the enemy point. When you get shot at, if I don't tell move, just stay. Fucking.
My plan is to wait for the second point before we make any kind.
Hey, as long as you shoot, you're pretty good.
Squad 1. We'll possibly build a super bomb depending on how and where it is. Yeah, it depends on if we can capture the third point or not, or fourth point, I mean. We get steamrolled, we have to push it back.
We have a BMP-1. If you guys need help, tell us.
Yeah, we also need to fire.
Use squad chat. It's fine. We have 4 people. It's better for our ears.
Yeah, I guess. Yeah. Fortress is a crazy spot to defend from.
Mighty weird. I think we should shoot it.
Just go sit right there and just wait for the enemy to come. Where I put my marker down.
Oh. Sorry.
Nah, it's fine.
Alright, we're coming.
Oh, are we going to the
Frog is drinking and driving, bro.
Froggy, nah. It's fine. Everybody's fucking drunk when they drive. We're Ukrainians.
listen, if he's not drunk, then he can't drive. It's like moral obligation.
You have a point.
This thing has very little torque. Ah.
I'm hoping a monster. Funkies! New monster!
The drunkard is here.
Honk, toot, toot.
Yeah, okay, looks like we're setting our fob up at Fortress.
Alright, I'm gonna make a new move marker. Go sit right there.
We're moving to Fortress to build the fob.
Yeah, drop a mark. I'm not.
Go there.
Hey, is that heli ours?
No. We don't have helis.
But I need as much ammo and supplies you can bring us. Guys, Mike, did I just hear over here, Mike? Warriors come.
Nice. Keep going, keep going.
One or commander, can you drop a bomb mark so I know where I'm going?
Can we swim?
Okay, just in the fortress itself.
Don't need to. We're fine.
What to? I want a fob here for now. This is gonna be our defense fob. We're gonna make that a super fob since that's a highly defensible position.
Squad 3 has no idea what they're doing. Where should we go?
Okay, well, I start doing armor things. The next
Alright.
fob should probably be built here at this area. If we need it, that is.
This thing
At
is
least I
no
want to round
torque.
at
Do you want us to super fob or you want us to push across the river?
Super fob.
Just hold here. Just hold here.
Defensible. It's got open middle.
Hold right in front.
Hold it. Want me to move up a bit?
Yeah, move up a bit next to that car.
We should try to push Pond Junction though. We can't defend unless we know they're gonna steamroll us, right? And we need Grad anyway.
I got Grad up. I'm waiting for them to start capping Pond.
Okay.
Geez, that's
Command, radio's down. Get if you can get squads to start unloading supplies and ammo. Has been built as we speak. Sounds to me. If we capture Pond Junction, we'll have enough to take us ahead.
Alright, my lodge is empty.
Chappy, what are we waiting on?
We're just waiting for them. They're building a fob down at the other point, so.
Is that the trance again?
Yeah, they're building down at a fortress. Seems like they're digging down there. And we're not pushing Pond Junction just yet. We'll wait until they tell us to push.
I got one of my squad guys going to get more supplies for the super fob. Ammo or
Nope,
construction.
just got hit by AT.
We have we're getting shot at. That was
Yeah,
RPG.
back.
We're kind of zooming.
Oh, okay. You've got the person in the Grad right next to us. Can we get the person to back up and
Nope,
fuck
just
off?
keep going
Because
back
that's
full
the first position for that
to
person.
the back until it's a single road.
You need to take that person in that Grad and put it in the pipeline next to Squad 6. That's a terrible place for that Grad. Sorry, I didn't mean to yell at you, but...
Hold.
Oh my god.
Hold. Or flying out.
And he leaves it!
Invited you, little Polly.
Thanks. How do they not have shorter shoreline? You want to shoot?
I'm gonna turn the engine on.
Yeah.
Oh shit! The tank!
Engine.
To our left! Tank left! Tank left!
Yeah, go back our way and go across the river towards.
Load it.
And go to pipeline.
Fuck. What the hell? He's blind!
Yeah, he's blind. Shoot him. Hit.
Turret. Follow him. Follow him. Ow! Fuck!
Ah, engine's down.
Go out repair.
We can put a fob here for attack.
Fucking where? Yeah, we're dead.
You want to respawn? Or?
Enemy IFV where I died, and enemy tank IFV. We hit the tank once.
Well, I'll revive you then. Alright.
Nah, don't revive me. I'm just gonna go fucking back to main. Grab another tank. Grab another IFE.
Hey, is the tank on the other side of the bridge ours or theirs?
That's theirs!
Command, we're out of construction supplies. Keep them lodgy runs coming.
Spawn back in main, low poly. We need people. They gotta crew this thing.
Oh, they are definitely going to be defending Hill 324.
Yep, spawn back in main.
Hey, command, be advised, the hab mark on factory at Hill 325 is accurate. My recon spotted it.
Okay, well, get your grads to fire there. Grad, I want you to fire down on their fob.
Shit,
fire in between. I want one of you firing here and the
fucking
other firing.
drown yourself.
Oh, so there's no function in the menu to do it?
No.
I'm gonna have okay, 6. You fire there. I'm gonna have my guy fire on the hill itself.
He ain't a monster.
Hi, Debbie.
Hi.
What you waiting for?
Waiting for my driver.
They're hitting.
I drowned.
He drives.
We're gonna go see if we can take care of that APC that just rolled up.
Then get in as a commander. I don't mind a Panther. Or just ride in with us, and once we find enemy, you can just hop out.
Yeah, that did not go very well. I'm coming. I got a sniper rifle now.
Got it. Who the fuck? Oh.
Come on, keep them lodgies. Keep them coming.
Yeah, we'll hop in here in a second.
Ah. Waiting for anyone, or we just go?
Just go. Go to where we died. There's no armor marker. Command, have you guys spotted any armor?
No, not yet. We're infantry hard.
Got it. You want us to come to support you guys?
Yeah, my squad's... Yeah, well, no. Actually, yes. Give us an IFV.
Alright, on the way. Go down south through Pipeline, Fortress, and go into Cherenko Shoreline. On the way. We're on the way.
Command, I'm gonna drop a mark on the river. It's gonna be a half mark. There's enemy Logi boat.
Okay.
We're gonna need you guys to come with us too. Don't waste your vehicles. Stay careful.
Accurate.
Go down through pipelines, everything. Down through pipeline. I guess we're going down it. Yeah, that.
Nice.
I just follow the train tracks.
Grat's going back for Emmett.
Hey, did you see that mark I got, gents? West, copy. We're east of Hill. There is some armored vehicle going down.
Grad, wait, hang on. Is Hotel 933 an accurate half mark?
Yes, we train now.
Give us some support. Give us the info. Give me info. Give me info.
We're gonna go around Pond Junction.
Admin radio are accurate on Health 25.
Okay.
We're gonna retask to try to go kill those IFEs.
3-3 on Cherokee.
Frog, come with us. We're gonna stop at Pond Junction, and we're gonna try to go engage those IFEs and armor.
Yeah, okay.
The fucking collision. Can I climb back up from here?
Nope. Just
Great.
wait it.
They're gonna be hitting shoreline hard with heavy armor.
Wait a fucking.
Potentially 4 vehicles, 3 guaranteed.
Waiting. Oh, we waiting?
Go. Alright. Oh, for
My
fuck.
squad's getting raped.
There. Come on.
Alright, we're gonna go through.
Yeah, we need a map put up here at Cherokee. We need our fob, a new fob built here. Can we get a attack fob here?
We going back on the track?
Yeah, back on the track, same plan as before. We are going to go to Pond Junction and hit that road where I marked.
Roger, roger.
Where I marked the move marker, we're gonna go north. For fuck's sake, please. Please, drive.
Hey, drive hard.
It's not. Driving it by itself is easy. But being a good driver is hard, from what I've learned. Don't drive at full speed, I don't mind it. Alright, go to my move marker and then head up north that road. We're gonna try to hit those IFVs and intercept them. Command, any sight on those IFVs coming up from North Shoreline?
No, I don't know.
Alright, we're gonna go scout for them. If we can get some eyes, that'll be pretty nice.
My guys are pushing in on that hab.
Oh!
For fuck.
Well, show him that.
There's another.
Command, found the enemy tank on our mark.
Ow.
Stop moving, stop moving! Follow it!
Myself.
Follow it!
I can't mark it. Ow, fuck, my spleen.
Come on.
Command, be advised, enemy IV coming directly south to Cherenkov.
Command, Squad 1, Fortress is now a super farm. The mortars are set up. Give me a
location and where you want them.
How's our health?
I really can't say right now. I'm getting my ass whooped.
35% health.
Go back. Just head home.
Yeah, going back.
Command, we have killed the enemy tank.
Is that our AC? No.
Good. I'm surrounded by infantry.
We can't do much. We're sending a ZSU for you, but we had to go back. Frog. Frog, can you head? No, not this way. Not this way. Not this way. There's enemy IV this way. There's shit ton of infantry. Just wade through the water down here. Yep. Frog, head up to sharing. Wait, how's your hull? How's your hull? How you doing?
Perfect.
All right, head up to Sharing Cove shoreline and support them. Try to hit one of their IFEs if possible.
Right on Turnip shoreline. You need to start firing.
Alright, you're direct.
There's no point in us trying to get until 324. Oh no, we're hitting hill 324. Never mind.
Yeah, let's swim.
Yep, I got my guys.
We're gonna be a little neutraling, I think.
Well, this map is not as bad as the previous map.
Well, hold on. Go to Fortress. Squad 1, can we have a vehicle repair station put up?
Fortress?
Yeah, I'm gonna have him put a vehicle repair station. Can I get a vehicle repair station put up? We're at 35%. Yep. No, me. No, me. Oh, you guys can go up back up.
Do we still want to have up near Shrikov?
We gotta go Fortress to repair.
Hold on, my squad mates were screaming in my ear. What? Can you help us get a vehicle repair station up, please? Thank you so much, Squad 1.
AFM, build it now.
Can you mark where they are on the shoreline?
Buddy, they're everywhere.
I swear. Come on.
Am I actually a good squad leader? Can you fucking help guide my driver? He's trying his best.
Move.
We could take him.
Any good way to get up the fortress from here?
Follow the tracks. They are making a super fob, there's only one way in. The roads.
Ah.
On this road, follow the tracks. Yeah, just follow the tracks.
Where do we want to have near Shrikov? Because the current marker is...
This track?
Okay, well, no, I think we should not build it. Well, we ran out of time to build it.
If you guys are hit, just head back to Fortress. We cannot waste more tickets. Yeah, just if you're tracked, check your hull.
Enemy. Oh, hold on. Enemy.
Vehicle repair station to our right. Set up this. How the?
Up here?
Yeah, I think.
Come on, climb.
Two, I got Grad coming in on those helmets. Careful.
Hold on, let me get out. Oh, don't go.
Okay.
We lost it. It detonated.
Ah.
Alright, turn right. Alright, forward. Push forward. Alright, left. Turn left. Alright, now turn right.
Yes, I can.
Forward. Yeah, there we go. Come on. Forward. Perfect.
Yeah, but now we're under heavy attack. But there's lots of vehicles. I did have a guy set up traps on the route we're taking, so if they take it, we're fucked.
As long as ass is getting whooped, I do not care.
God damn it, they got blown up.
Like I said, we have mortars set up on the fortress. Let us know what you want. We'll start hitting central. Central, stand by. Confirm.
centric of shoreline.
Yes.
Directly on flag.
Directly on the flag. A little more, actually, a little more north, I'd say. A little north. Northeast. Northeast.
On my attack, on 2's attack mark. 2's attack mark.
Gonna need more supplies.
Alright, guys, get into the IV. We're gonna fucking pound these fuckers. How's our haul doing?
What kind of supplies do you need? Can I help? I was going to grab that logistics.
Guys, come to me. We're gonna drop you guys off across the bridge.
I can't find the stairs. Oh, there it is.
Yeah, we're making our way over.
Vroom, vroom.
I'm just trying to get an idea.
So we won't go yet. When we get repaired, we're gonna drop people off here.
You can fill it up
And then we're gonna head up north to those houses over there and provide fire support to Squad 2. Squad 2, we're gonna drop off some people across the bridge from you, and we're gonna give you some fire support. By the way, you see that bridge to our right? Just go across at the land bridge.
Command, can we get some more construction supplies at Fortress?
Alright, turn right over here.
Yeah, there's still armor.
Command, you're not pushing there.
Alright, go, 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 go.
That was a mine. That was a mine.
You guys know the plan? We drop you guys off in front of the bridge. You guys run the fuck over, throw us a shit ton of smokes. No, not here, not here. Behind us.
This way?
Yeah, the other way. And then we'll provide fire support. Give us good IDs on pings, please. Frog, you are now Fire Team Alpha. And Rue, you are now Fire Team Bravo.
So, how do I ping? Mortars inbound.
What do you... Rue, can you teach him?
T. And it should bring up a regional menu. Otherwise, you can go to your controls, find the specific setting where you can assign
we have
a specific
2 mortars set up
keybind
and
to
heavy
a
machine
marker.
guns that overlook the
So you just look at something and
Chernikov
press that key
shoreline.
instead of having to
So
bring up
if
the
we were to
regional
push
menu every
across
time.
the bridge, they could probably provide supporting fire if we can coordinate that with them. You know?
Alright, wait, what? Huh? I was blacked out. I command chat and yours is like the exact same volume, sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, I was just thinking we could push across the bridge there.
Oh yeah, that's where we're going right now. We're currently gonna drop our squad off at in front of the bridge, and we're gonna head up north to the houses and provide fire support.
Excellent. Okay.
All right. Good luck. Godspeed.
Thank you.
All right, infantry dismount.
Alright,
excellent. Thank you.
All right. Good luck.
Command, I repeat, we
Everyone
need more
out?
construction and more ammo supplies on Fortress.
Kids. Yeah, they're coming. They're bringing it. It's not our
Are you with
responsibility
us?
here. We're transport vessels.
All right. Driver, head to my move marker up there.
One down.
To the houses.
Moving garages and whatnot. I just need locations and a half. That's it.
How?
What?
I got out and instantly got just nailed.
All right, hold. Just like right up this hill.
Hold.
Turn right. Good.
Alright, hold.
Rue, you're a sniper, right? Can you keep near us and just check our left, please? So I don't want to get fucking flanked by another IV like last time.
Would be nice to have some optics right now.
Right, back a tiny bit.
Good enough?
You should probably turn your engine off.
Turn engine off.
Yep, engine up.
I'm hit. I'm down.
Ow. Oh, that's just ow gun.
Multiple infantry on the bridge.
Got 1 infantry on the bridge. 2 down.
Hey, command, you want supplies anywhere specific?
Just give the fortress. We can't put a hab on the truck like this.
Got it.
Want me to rotate?
Probably would be a good idea
No,
to
we're
put
good.
one at Pawn Junction though. We probably need one there. I'm getting sick of going to Maine. Put one X here. There, right there. Be infantry trying to cross the bridge, shipping container.
Got it.
Yeah, we'll get that hab set up.
Go forward a tiny bit. Don't go down.
Potential enemy hab on my helicopter mark.
Yeah, put HEL on Bravo. I need to spawn a fortress.
A-frame. Go forward a bit. Go forward a bit. More. Just push it. There we go. Keep going. Don't be scared.
But you said don't go down.
Alright, right here. Alright, where? Bravo, Mike. Keep going a bit more.
Where do you guys need my UAV? Say it now, quick. The blue shipping container.
Perfect.
Because I'm about to do static barrage.
Hi.
Actually, we know what we should do? We should prepare for a push on Chernikov. I'm gonna... and then we can push at the same time. Once I hit a strike.
Kills a lot of your blueberries on hill.
One on the bridge crawling. Right past my body.
Got it.
Okay. Yep, they are on the other side of the bridge.
Alright. Get the fuck out of here. Back up.
Move.
Back onto the road. Face down. Go, let's go support our infantry.
Oh shit.
The helo's hovering, that's definitely an enemy hab. We're pushing forward.
Oh no, just let me airstrike it. Just make a hard outstrike it. Bravo.
Move slowly forward. On this road.
Okay.
Follow the road.
UAV is going up.
Forward, left. Turn left.
Left.
Yeah, there's at least 5 still.
Halt. Back. Just back slowly.
Dude.
Just back. Okay. Keep backing slowly.
Yeah, I'm gonna rotate the face.
Keep going. Keep back. Just keep going back. Okay, go for it. Go for it and left.
Hey. Squad 7, I got a launch follow.
Turn left. Keep turning left. Don't go for it. Why are you going for it? Go back. Back.
You mean turn left on the main road here?
Yep, turn left on the main road.
Wanna move?
Keep going left.
Where you are, there's infantry all over you, right? So. I'm trying to look the hab. Or I see people down there.
Are you guys still alive?
I try to locate their hab from here.
We're trying to crawl behind you.
Got it. Alright. Face towards the bridge. Slow crawl forward.
Hey, friendly mortars, if you're firing, hold up.
Friendly mortars firing down on Chernikov. My friends let you guys know. friendly mortar have stopped. Let me know when you want them to
that's the
continue.
area.
Yep. 4, I'm trying to find the path, but I literally can't see it anywhere here.
Yeah, I can see you guys. We're supporting.
I'm trying my best to get the radio in half, but I literally can't see it in here.
Alright. Turn right forward 1 meter. Good.
I see your people
Oh.
navigating the area, but not the...
You guys can cross it now. Give it a go. We're holding for you.
I'll keep engine on.
Oh, I found it.
Keep engine on.
I think I found it.
Sorry.
Never mind.
Oh, shit.
Sorry, squad 2.
Oops.
Alright, we ran out of frag. There's a shit ton of infantry coming up on that hill. Careful.
Yeah, no, you're good. I know.
There's probably 2 squads on here.
We've been fighting.
Yeah, this UAV was a waste of our assets. I can't see shit.
Be advised, enemy left of bridge.
You're gonna have to make a tactical request yourself, because I can't see anything
Straight
here.
across.
Building 2nd floor, straight across.
I'm sorry.
Shit.
Helicopter, if you're still able, mate, just keep doing them supply runs for us.
Alright, get the fuck out of here.
On fire.
Yeah, I've got it.
Smoke, smoke, smoke. Get out and repair, get out and repair, get out and repair. Ah, close. No, we died! We did so well!
This any helicopter dismounts. South. No, that's 10. That's 10.
Alright, T-Patrol, your turn to drive.
Shoot what?
Tanya, scare people.
Yep.
Anyways, yes, Tabby?
I'm gonna be at base. I have a BMP-1 ready for you.
Help, my internet.
Mortars.
I got a hit on the
Act mark.
Got it.
Order that. We're gonna push in.
Yeah, I got nothing. I don't see what you guys see up here. Alright, you're gonna have to deal with yourself. Running out of time on my UAV.
Shoot attack.
Whose fucking grand plan was to pick this thing? I swear to God.
Apparently they're taking down their own radio now.
Do we want to take the ZSU or the BMP?
Helicopter.
T-Patrol.
Yeah, my UAV ran out. You guys are gonna have to make a command mark so I can actually strike a position.
Can I run with you guys on this thing?
2, we're losing Chernikov.
Let's check.
We're the only fucking squad here, man. We're trying.
I can hit it. I can hit it with a barrage. I just need a mark.
Alright, we're gonna head to the fortress and then help them out there.
I just need a mark, brother.
We're gonna go pick up T-Patrol.
That building across the bridge is crawling with them.
Oh,
I blew up. Nice landing, Squad 10.
Like I said.
Alright, go. Go to fortress. Press F1.
No, yeah, I thought you were waiting for T-Patrol.
Well, he's alive, so...
Okay, there's a... When you open your radio menu, there's a bottom left. There's like this weird star-shaped thing.
The heli tail strike, I swear to God.
And just press it. Just be deep. Yeah, press T, yes. Bottom left, there's a star with a bunch of electric
T-Patrol, you asked me why I was in the BMP-1, why?
Yes, like that, perfect. Static barrage going down Chernikov.
BMP around the same time you sent me the SAD hamster.
A what?
Man, you need to get yourself out of there. You're directly in the line of fire, boys. Oh, 2, you died. You died a hero, brother.
What is that? The CBT? CTT?
You were in the autocannon one? Yeah, you murdered us. You're the guy in the fucking tank cannon was fucking deaf.
Oh, okay. Oh yeah, you have your rally.
Oh yeah, no, those two were
Rally for the past 20 minutes.
They were so deaf, like holy.
Okay, you guys are gonna be able to capture the point once the airstrike's finished.
Also, I'm a squad lead this time, and I hate it.
Seriously low on ammo.
That's fine, brother.
Welcome to my fate.
God damn it!
It is overstimulation central.
It's even worse. Imagine if it actually has like I imagine it was squad chat, like command chat was actually shit. Imagine. I'm coming to pick you up, Sea Patrol.
Artillery incoming.
You're gonna be our commander.
You can drop it up here. I can throw something.
Or can you be our driver? I like no hate to you, Evergreen. You're good. You can drive, but like, can you be commander? Got it. Like, no offense to you. Like, everybody starts somewhere.
Okay, you know what? That might be a good idea.
Like, I didn't start from somewhere because I refuse to drive.
A shit ton of ammos and construction supplies as fast as you can.
No, I'm Asian and I can't drive for shit.
Yeah, you can't for shit, Tabby.
Yeah, I know.
Damn.
Well, I can drive horribly. I just hit everything. But unlike you, I actually avoid dishes. I still remember what happened on that map.
Okay.
I still remember.
Goes real quick. I need. Do you guys have an opening if you want it?
Hey,
Take
Pim.
it. Otherwise, I would just let them come to us.
By the way, go left, head up on that bridge, but do not go too far in, because there's mines there.
Retreat back here. This thing is 100,000,000% defendable. They'll just bleed tickets.
I am not.
Yeah, we fucked them up so far, so we can probably take
They have mark right. They all mark right.
Yep. T-Patrol, get in to the driver's seat. Server Green, get in the
I'm on the way.
commander.
I'll move up then.
Well, that was I thought you were stuck, yeah.
Nah, I was just like, where's the mines?
Okay.
The mines in there, so it's fine.
Start shelling India 10. India 10, 7, 8. North side.
Do not go inside there.
My attack.
Do
Round
not
there.
go inside. Kaboom.
One fire on one position.
You go inside. You go kaboom, kaboom. Not very good.
Alright, where am I going, Tabby?
Bridge.
Okay, never mind. Central Chernikov shoreline has a lot of people on it. I'd shell that or hit it with grad, whatever works.
Do we want to try to head on a hill and try to fucking yeet fucking rounds in? Maybe where I marked it.
Helicopter, don't do anything fancy. Just spin your supply.
This one.
They do it again.
We're gonna go that way. Road again. Just can't wait to be on the road again.
It's not all you. It's not all you, Server Green. It's still this fucked.
Say what?
Look at the driving. It's pretty fucked up. Trust.
Well, maybe that's like a good point I have to figure out.
Yeah, like you can learn on every other vehicle first. Like this, the BMP one is very unfucking forgiving.
Till your rally's burned. It's time to go on defend.
Well,
Yeah, we need to go on the defense. They're
the one have no.
I don't think we're gonna be able to take Chernikov. Unless we can survive 10 minutes.
We're gonna be looking to the left, T-Patrol. I mean, the right into Cherenkov. We need to look into right.
No. Not a good idea.
Yeah.
If we reach like 100 tickets, that's when I think.
Maybe. Go up here. Left. At 120.
Yeah, I'm trying not to hit the rocks. Hey, Mortars, can you drop some smoke? I got
I don't think we can.
Do like 2 volleys of smoke and then AG.
Fucking go and they have this bridge locked down. They're in that one fucking building.
Yep.
Myself at the point.
Turn, you fuck.
He's coming up the secondary. He's coming up. I see.
Yeah, it's just the tracked vehicles in this. Do you have the
Hub's option.
I think I do, but there's a tree blocking me.
Yeah.
And
I have no
my
elevation at
high
all.
speed is gonna probably fuse on that shit. Yeah.
This should be good, I think.
Just
'Cause
head to the
there's
bridge.
these rocks on this side. Okay, I'll back us out towards
No,
the
just
bridge
get to the
then.
fucking bridge. It's fine.
You know what? How do you feel about being on the beach?
Actually, not bad. I don't know how we're gonna hit people, but
Oh, come on, turn, you sack of shit.
see?
Turn.
He's feeling how the Soviets felt in Afghanistan.
Yep. Again, though, like, the BNB ones is really bad compared to the 2. At least the 2, it was kind of better.
Kind of. Oh, I didn't mean to go this way. That's fine. We can just turn this way. Get me away from the rocks, onto some solid ground.
This thing can't even swim well.
No vehicle can swim well, honestly. This is actually pretty good.
Oh, here.
Yeah.
Should have blown up those boats.
Southeast near Pond Junction.
Alright, A-firm loading up AT. Go get that motherfucker.
Enemy vehicle near Pond Junction.
We're on our way. We're gonna be approaching you guys from the left of Pond Junction. On our way.
New fire mission for you, Squad 1, on this observed point. They've got a bunch of people at least here.
We seen an app.
Area attack.
Yeah, they're just doing mortars.
Ah.
I think I can peek you on this side, Chappie, and get a decent view.
We're going for the tank now. We're going for the tank. There's a tank at Pond Junction. We gotta go help him out there.
Where?
Pond Junction. Yeah.
Julie 12.
I wanna try to use the Malyutka on that motherfucker.
Oh, you piece of shit. Come on.
Oh, God. Damn it.
We're fine. Everything's fine.
Everything's fine.
Tappy, put your move mark where you want me to go.
Yeah, it has appeared. We have flipped. Alright. Very slow.
Let me know when to get out to repair.
We don't need.
No.
Go, go, go.
We don't need repair. It's fine.
Oh, no, I mean...
We're gonna go for the tank.
Move mark where you want me to go.
Fuck. It's across that bridge there. I'm gonna try to support people at Pond Junction. There's like 2 fuckers over there. What the hell?
Yeah, I saved it.
I actually wanna like sit there first and see is there anything. No, we're good, Seema.
Down there?
At the end of the bridge, yeah, there's not enough infantry to support us over there. Is the tank dead?
I just assume the infantry's never gonna support.
Command, is the tank dead?
T-Patrol, what gear are you on?
What?
What gear are you on? So that I know the good speed to go on.
It's...
How's the point looking, guys?
Turning, you have to lift off the throttle.
It's pretty
When
under
you turn, you
contact.
also accelerate.
They're everywhere.
Yeah, I was trying to like reverse back to throttle.
Yeah, because like if you do that and go too fast, it's just gonna lock up.
We have our people shelling. I've requested them to shell.
So ease up a little bit.
Have them shell the toe here. Just the toe here.
Just be very conscious of the speed you're going into the turns.
I won't be able to give you guys airstrike support for another how long?
Not always 5 ahead. Oh god.
Oh, come on!
The T-Patrol special, everybody.
That's fine.
Did you get stuck?
I can drive,
We flipped.
I swear!
Again.
Even though like half of your viewers have seen me flip vehicles many times, but you don't worry about that.
I've seen you fucking go off a ramp and get stuck inside a residential building.
I watched it. It was great. I'm seeing it.
You are magical in a way with vehicles.
There's a reason why the rest of TAT doesn't let me drive.
Is that why you want to do vehicles with me?
Is that the entrance?
Maybe.
6-0.
Still under heavy contact. I heard a
Yeah, I didn't see any heli, that's fine.
but we are taking it.
I want to just stay here, maybe?
Yeah, I'll
Right
heli
here.
to the right.
Sitting here.
Yeah, maybe. Alright, go for it. Let's get the fuck into the battle.
Going for it. Going into the thick of it.
Into the thick of it. Into the thick of it. Na 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 na.
Heli just dropped. They're trying. I think they're trying to do a drop next to the left turn across the shore line. Fort. North of us.
Yeah. Over there. Oh.
Ooh. We're fine.
Bridge saved us.
Scanning left.
It is dead and nobody
Yeah,
reported
on
that
fire.
shit.
Yeah.
Motherfucker.
Hit that.
See what I mean, Tabby? That sometimes people just don't.
You got hit again.
Oh god.
That was our helicopter.
Well, our helo just died.
I think they got 18.
Shit on his landing.
Oh.
Our
Was it 18?
fucking helis got team killed by a friendly ATGM.
Oh.
You're
Oh my god.
joking.
You gotta be fucking kidding.
Oh my god, he's right. That was a
Squad
TK.
5, did you just
Yeah.
murder our heli?
Scanning. Scanning north. Stupid barrel blocking my way.
Squad 5 is not admitting it's a mistake.
We're getting Chernikov. We're getting Chernikov.
Alright, push. Let's go.
Back. It was going back
Push with the
one
infantry.
ship.
Slow crawl. Enough that fucking action suspension works with us. Across, up the bridge to the left.
Up bridge to the left.
Not at the bridge, the road.
Right. Oh,
Without
God.
hitting that, yeah.
Squad 8, if you can get over here on the
Well,
Chernikov. We were just taking it a little.
At least I know I wasn't the only one with that problem.
Hi, avocado!
Hello.
Just go slowly, so that, you know, I can actually have fucking hit shit.
Slowing my approach.
Yep, just slow down.
We're going on third gear.
Hold. No, we're fine. Keep going. Keep going. Just stay a bit. Wait for the infantry to push up a
One
bit.
Chevron going
Go to the right side of, right lane. Right lane.
Right lane.
Yep. Hold.
Scanning.
Right here. Is that a tank?
I'll
That,
scan
no,
outside.
that's Panzer's dead corpse, I think.
Enemy tank is shooting at us at Fortress.
You
We don't
get
know where it's going.
nothing.
Middle of
You
the forest.
lose. Good day, sir.
I believe in you, Rue. He's gonna die.
I know.
Tristan, go. Ow.
Why?
Good
Oh,
hits.
no, ow. Yeah, somebody definitely fucking spotted us. I was like, I was staring at us like we were goddamn fucking like 5-star dinner. You could, you know, watch me before you head to bed. It's been.
Coming out from behind.
Alright, push a bit. Push a bit until we have... Push a bit there.
Pushing a bit there.
Ah, cute. Slowly. Can't wait to be murdered by a fucking RPG.
Lizard, 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 lizard.
I'll scan outside.
We need another ATGM. We lost the other one. It got blown up.
Someone get on the fucking mortar at Pond Junction and send mortars.
Okay, well... I can get a UAV up and send it at Creeping Barrage. That's what I can do. I'm gonna do it, actually.
I don't know if it's that.
How's the bridge looking? Are they crossing it?
Never know. I mean...
Squad command, be advised, they are actually might be actively crossing the bridge at Chernikov's shoreline right now. I saw like 5 fucking dudes go by.
Okay.
We are taking point. We got one.
Better not be ATGM TK again.
No, it's an ATGM flying overhead. I have an ATGM somewhere fucking really high up above.
I've got eyes on them with my UAV now.
I'll say think of those.
Just, I'm guessing you guys need my strike. I mean, I don't. You guys can.
Yeah. Send that fucker. Send that fucker.
Okay. Fucker up, boys. About to get him. Fucker up. Here it comes. 8-4 and Doom 4 in the direct center of the strike.
I think that's gonna be
my jets are
329.
329.
Yeah, like on that little hill behind that tree there. They kind of
got it.
Battle of attrition.
Can some of you guys help hold so that people don't fucking flank us, please? Thank you. Hugboxing to the max, bro.
Brick, I have enemy chopper hovering above my position east of Chernikov. He is landing.
Where's that
coming down? Oh, he's hit.
Ours.
Nice.
He's dead.
Enemy helo down, east of Chernikov.
Yeah, I'm just saying that, but I make out with this man. Hold on.
Yeah, that's my fucking guy!
The guys over here at foot just really like the heli. That is so impressive. That's through. Holy shit.
This is why we love him. Make out with him right now. He deserves it. Little kisses on the butt. Alright. Head up here. Support squad 2.
Getting up there to support squad 2. That is heavy.
What's on your move marker, Tabby?
I'm just telling that's where we're gonna move. Just don't wait for the thing to go.
Yep. Okay, that's my strike is done. I see literally nothing but corpses, so.
Alright, go. Push up. Can Panzer and Frog push up with us? Go slow, very slow, like crawl.
Slow, dead slow.
Scanning outside.
And
battle attrition. I don't know how
It's slow.
it's taking this long for them to lose, but
Can we get people walking beside us while we push up north, please?
Contact in our building.
Squad 7, can you get your squad to walk up beside us while we push up a bit north to the gas station?
Please don't shoot us.
Scanning front.
Got it.
Anything in front of us is enemy.
Dead.
There's no friendly in front.
Yep, noted. Keep pushing. Across the, Fuck, we get hit?
No,
Oh.
we're good.
I'll do my best.
Friendly moving up from the left.
Friendly right side.
Forward, keep going. Hit ATTM.
Getting out.
Around that corner.
I'm gonna repair.
good shit, boys. Oh, holy, I didn't
repairing.
Of you there.
Ow. Oh, they're behind us or something.
Behind, to the rear.
Yep. We need help. We're tracking engine.
Tappy, there's someone in that building to your back right.
Enemies.
Right
here. Side, rear right.
Please.
Thank you, truck.
You're parked on top of these dead fellas. I am begging.
I'm begging too.
Yep.
Why is there no?
And how are they taking Chernikov's shoreline? Holy shit, they are fighting us bad.
Damn.
I see your cogs firing from somewhere. Sounds like northeast of you, Debbie.
Watch out.
Ow, I'm dead. We're down. We're fucked.
Shit.
Keep shooting. We guys are gonna shoot no grad.
Burning.
Slammed.
We built a quick cabin.
We're not burning?
Yep. No, we're not burning. No. Just engine down.
We're also turreted.
I think my guy's on it.
That we are.
I can make burn.
Hey, there's a Chinese man behind that.
Yeah.
Chinese man in the middle of the frickin' road, dude.
We need grad strikes on Chernikov.
Dude, should I just give up? Should I just give up and do the run again?
Yeah, probably. We lost this. Everyone's dead. Everyone's dead, yeah.
You know, miraculously shooting
That
this
hab
thing
is not accurate in I-10, it is potential. My
I was
guy
gonna
is not
say,
there.
yeah.
There's multiple construction.
How are you not dead? Well.
Hab was on 6-0.
Alright, let's go get another IV.
Copy, then maybe do they have a radio in there instead?
I mean, for the fact that we're actually doing really well on command actually likes us being IV. I think that's why we should go again.
Well, we survived so far. Commander time again.
Okay, I'm getting my grads up. Hold on, my grads are coming.
We're coming with the grads. If you need direct infantry, direct IV support, call us. Squad 3.
Hello,
At your
sir.
service.
Well, if you're an IFV, I would come south side of Chernikov and
On the way.
hold that that main road there on the south.
Alright, we're heading back to the pipeline. We're gonna head to that road.
Going the road towards the pipeline. That's a dirt road.
I have, I'm here in Vic, close to my location. I am east of our on Junction.
Hey, for
see if I can.
Because I don't have
the
the
No, he's in the woods. He's in the woods. There's also.
One of my squad leads are actually.
It's the tank.
Fuck. We are actually have. There's a vehicle east of Pond Junction.
Here.
Unsure what.
Yep, he's pushing towards the head.
We marked it. There's a vehicle there.
On Juliet 13A4 goes.
Pretty good so far.
Yep. They're sending lads there.
Server for a bit.
Honestly, this is going pretty fucking well.
Oh boy, that that was a beautiful shit show.
I'm gonna be honest. Galactic Contention is it's just interesting. You know, it's a new scene. Instead of war, there's actually, you know.
Yes.
Yeah, that's why I'm.
It's still war, but it's a whole new
space.
setting. Okay, guys, we're wasting too much resources at Chernakov. It's time to get back.
Yeah, it's taking shot.
That tank is aimed at the hab. Our hab is under attack at Pond Junction.
All right. Keep heading down this road, and then once you hit the
It's time for us to retreat.
over there, I'm gonna try to hit it with fucking AT. I have my Malyuk kits ready. Keep
No
going.
more on defense. No more. Get rid of the radio on Pond Junction. Just get rid of it. No more of that.
It's my look.
How's the tank doing? My Malyuk kit's ready.
The tank is going west. Is give me fire team and I'll mark. I'll keep updating.
Yep, it's time for us to retreat the
There you go.
fortress.
Given.
They want us to all retreat fortress. I don't know why.
Scanning.
All right. Keep going forward across the bridge.
No, I mean, sorry. Okay, I just don't want the radio being taken at Pond Junction. So if we just,
Can we
die without getting shot?
Okay. Try it again.
Because it looks like it's.
Oh. Okay, well, no, they got the tank. The pond's fine. I'm just boring, right? They couldn't have. If that tank takes over, it's about time we take that shit down or move it somewhere else. Because I know we can move Pond Junction, right? Might be collision death.
Yep, another vehicle
Oh.
just showed
Flies
up.
over on Fortress. Yeah, it gave me a higher.
Avocado, where's the tank, by the way? Is it dead? Right, forward. Right there. Go. Push it.
Forward. Push it.
Oh,
Tank is not dead. He is tracked and he is decrewed by 1.
give me a ping. Where?
I can't. It's not letting me.
All right, push towards Avocado. Push towards him. Oh, here.
Okay,
Go there.
well, I think we should just let them have.
There, to my marker.
The pond, I'm thinking.
Going back to your.
That's about time we just pet pond. If we can set up.
No, there, right. Right side.
One crew out.
On pond.
Tank is down. Tank
Fortress is
Yeah,
the
there,
bulk
to
of
my
the
marker.
war.
To the fucking move marker.
But
Fuck.
it's about time we start.
We need to push back.
Oh my god, how are we at 64 tickets? That's insane. And that's because we lost the radio at Chernakov.
Commander's going to be able to push back. Dismantle the radio and push back.
Cut through here. Yes, I can. That's Brock.
Alright, that's okay. Now we have to hard defend Pond Junction now.
Me actually ping. Right, just let them. Command, let them. Just give the.
No, if they have it, we're gonna get a lot of tickets back. We can't. We're pushing them.
Wait, where's the tank? Where's the tank?
It's dead.
Oh, okay. Don't run him over. What the fuck? You ran him over.
Oh, shit.
Sorry.
And I don't want them having that.
I'm trying to maneuver through here, and this thing's not wanting to cooperate since we're on a slope.
Do not freaking drive.
I'm sober, I swear.
So just retreat back to Pond Junction.
Actually, hold right here. Yeah, hold right here.
Yeah, let's hold right here. Yeah, this is a good view.
We need to locate where the warriors are coming from.
Scanning.
Turn right so we can facing the road. Face directly north. Wait, who's my fucking driver?
Turn left. The T Patrol? I'm letting T Patrol drive, so.
Don't give up. We're bleeding here.
What is going
Yeah,
on?
we're bleeding hard. That's enough vehicles. We need to get back to Pond Junction.
Avocado's asking for help?
They're shelling the shit out of us, and I don't like that.
It's a clip from a movie. Just Avocado dating
Oh,
himself.
T-Patrol,
was wondering, like, is
turn to north.
Tabby. Turning north.
Good boy.
Yeah.
Hey guys, let me rearm off you guys first before you haul
We're
out.
not moving anywhere. We're just gonna hold these.
Scanning.
Welcome back, Andy.
God fucking damn it.
Jesus Christ.
Ew.
I realized we're looking at the wrong road. Go back to Pond Junction. Just going to Pond Junction.
Yeah, we push them back to shoreline. We might want to move forward.
Happy, you need us to flank anything in front of you?
No, we're pretty good here. Oh, there's a tank.
I think we can push back into shoreline now.
Nope. Nope. The command's telling us not to. We're too low on fucking tickets. We're gonna try to hold and do attrition.
Okay.
Oh yeah, we're.
Do not die.
Good mortars.
Oh.
They have that blocked off.
There's a
We're gonna go this
corgi.
way.
What does that corgi have a gun? Who let them fight?
Hold here. Make good idea.
Holding here.
Scanning.
Just hold here, I guess, in a way.
Can't really see much though.
Engine off, though.
Engine up.
Scare him a bit.
Now look at our northeast.
You good?
We are losing too many assets trying to get Chernok up shoreline. That's enough.
You're damn close.
Yeah, Tappy's getting real fucking close with that. Whoever's in the gunner.
Who else?
Hey Tappy, you won't shoot me in the back. Fucking goddamn.
That was a bit closer.
You see someone?
No, just my own teammates.
Kill him. Kill them all.
Kill him.
Kill! Rah! Hoorah! Kill! Marines! Rah!
Aren't we Ukrainian?
I mean, are we not trained by Marines?
Well, we're trained by a mixed bag of different countries, so. Sure.
True.
Alright, let's move. That move marker, left lane. Can't
Might
wait.
help if I turned on the engine before trying to move.
Yeah.
Vroom, vroom, vroom.
Vroom vroom, motherfucker. Vroom.
Chinese boat just landed to your west, Tappy, on the coast.
Hold.
Chinese boat west.
You pulled off, you pulled off.
Holding.
Oh, it's a boat, it's a fucking boat.
Boat.
Boat. Kill the boat.
Boat west. Boat west.
No depression, no depression. Go back. Go back. Back to where we were.
No depression.
Oh no, it's probably all the fighting near Pond Junction, isn't it? Where's the enemy at? Yeah, guys, we need to stop going out on our own, because
Yeah, keep going. Keep back a lot more. Like a shit ton.
Keep it on.
Yep.
Keep it
Keep it.
I'll scan front in case someone
I
come
have
up and
heavy
shoot us.
machine gunner to my northwest.
Alright, now go back.
9, I've got grad fire coming next to you.
Go back where?
Go back to where we were at my move marker.
Northwest, you say?
Yeah, he's 314. It's a heavy machine gunner 314.
Okay, so infantry marker accurate.
Yeah.
Watch out, right? Infantry marker
And we
accurate.
just had some, there's a friendly here that just chucked a grenade in, plus we had some rockets inbound. I think they got him.
I can do a static barrage.
We're definitely gonna hit it from behind.
Make me a tactical thing. Tactical request, and I'll do it static.
Go to the left, down into the ditch.
Wherever you need, quick.
Left to the ditch, copy.
Oh fuck.
Oh, there's no rocks.
Oh, I think you got.
Oh. I we just ran into the fucking. Hey, that's a boat.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll make.
Yeah, we're stuck on the boat.
Oh, yeah.
Should I get?
Wait,
Okay.
I got it.
Hold, I'm gonna murder the boat. Fuck that boat.
Brad's coming next to your position.
Where's the boat?
Alpha Wolf's about to get exploded.
Boat front.
Four, your grenadier is about to get blown up.
Murder that boat. Murder that boat. The boat's invincible.
The guys, yeah, behind us. He's going to the left. Left behind. I think he's under us. Move forward a little bit so that we can see if there's
Yeah, just
anything
move
behind
forward.
us.
Move forward completely. Just keep going forward. Just push it, like medium.
Well,
Hi, Agni. Oh no.
I'm still gonna strike it.
Well, you ran him over. Now he's dead.
Now he's
I do ball barrage, 100 meter barrage.
You want me to bring us back up to the road?
Yup. That fucking boat is invincible. I've hit it with three fucking ATs at this point.
At this point, don't even try shooting it.
Yeah.
El Kabong is probably gonna blow up.
Nice, good, nice.
Okay.
Squad 7, did you shoot an AT?
through the bridge.
We can push up and check it out if we want. Just as a
Yeah.
quick
Go.
poke our head
Yeah,
in.
good idea.
Oh, what the?
Are they shooting AT at us?
Oh, it's dead now.
Bringing out any more vehicles from the looks of it. They're low on tickets.
So are we. Watch out.
Yeah.
Oh, this is the perfect speed. Like, literally 0.
Yep.
Actually, I have an idea. Go, like, over there. We can probably hit
It's
people.
a very small barrage, so most of the strikes will happen literally on top of the building.
How the fuck do I get?
Alright, here it comes.
Water. Hi, furry wolf. Welcome. Oh, it's been a really big while. Welcome.
Water.
Water.
When was the last time you guys drank water? Go drink some water.
5 minutes ago.
Squad 2, do you want a logic to you?
Slurp.
Oh, I'm saying that true.
There.
You have returned. How you been? How's life been, bro? How's it been, Gooder?
Lizard.
Blizzard.
Oh, please don't get stuck on those rocks. We have enough moment.
Amphibious warfare.
Yeah, we can like be amphibious. We can actually have fucking stabilizer on this thing. Aw, wait. You wanna explain why? What's been happening? Hold.
This is a long match. Oh my god.
Right.
Yeah, we chill.
We almost
Turn to direct north.
Oh, I see you.
No nibble! God.
Clear this log and then I'll turn.
Hopefully I don't accidentally press the left mouse button.
Oh, just, yeah, that's
pointing
good
at
enough.
you.
I'll scan the bridge.
There's, I don't know.
I can see things at least. It's fine. Nothing right now.
Guys, I'm thinking you guys should, my guys should just grab.
Hi, Tulip. I've been doing great. It's been a fucking while. Like, it's definitely been a really big while.
They're on the hub, man.
Yep, I know.
Do we want to go help Fortress out? Because they are getting, you know...
Yeah, they're getting short radio.
Yeah, everybody remembers everybody. Where have you been? I love you both. I really miss you all. How you been, furry?
Scanning fortress.
Blow that. Just blow that. Let's blow that shit. Don't give up. Stop giving up.
Seems quiet.
You fuck! That is... No crossing the bridge for you.
Yeah, I'm aware. I'm literally dead with. If we give up, we lose.
$17 tickets, by the way.
If we lose, it's gonna be embarrassing.
You know, fucking push with 9. Push with 9. Go, 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 go. Fuck it.
Into the water!
Clench your ass!
Squad 9, we're coming to support.
Don't lose that ticket.
It's clenched.
Real hard. Scanning.
Alright, I need my squad members to come with us. Yeah, how you been to live? I haven't seen you so long.
Avocado's dead. Froggenheimer's dead. Panzer's dead.
Yep.
I'm gonna bleed out here in about 10 seconds.
I can become managing ticket. We need to stop giving
I
up.
was like, why are you weak? Go to bed.
We got medics over here that are coming, I think.
We're dead.
Okay.
Just push in. Just fucking push it. Fuck it.
Scanning front.
The point?
Yeah, fuck it. 13 fucking tickets.
Yeah, there's no command. Shoot everyone.
What?
In front.
My squad knows not to give up. Don't worry.
Yeah. I we buried trying to get Turnikoff. We literally
down.
stopped.
Keep going. Go past it. Go past. Go past.
Going.
Yeah, we just flanked down a pond.
Scanning.
Go straight past down the road. Just keep going.
Look.
Okay. Watch from squad 2 as we pass.
Yep. Scanning.
Keep heading down the road. Heading down the road. Loading AT. Squad 6, is that IFV accurate?
Yeah, it's accurate.
On the way.
Want me to loop back around when we hit the fork in the road?
Going north.
Hold.
He's going north.
It's a logic. Easy kill.
He's running. I think he's the crew. Shoot him.
No, it's still running.
Hit. He's dead. Very good.
Like, slow crawl forward. Slow crawl forward.
Full cross.
It's also a logic on my observer. Yeah, you got it.
Slow crawl. Slow crawl.
Fortress. Infantry left. Oh, no, that's friendly. That's friendly. Never mind.
Alright.
Truck down.
Slow crawl. Slow crawl.
Slow cross.
Slow crawling.
We destroyed ABC in a truck.
We have destroyed a... Fucking 2 lodges. Right, push it. Push it. Push it. Book it. Book it.
Okay.
Book it forward.
Pushing.
Wait, from the sound means behind.
And then take a left.
Let's go.
No, take a right.
Taking a right.
We're gonna loop around.
Turning in.
Looping around.
Yeah, fuck it, let's blow. Scanning front.
Scan right. Scan right.
Scanning right. If the barrel doesn't block my view.
Chief Patrol, you think your driving's good enough to go down this dirt road and then try to hit them with that?
Fuck it.
Fuck it. Let's go. I believe in you, brother. Squad 2, we're coming in for another run. Once we hit the main road at the gas station, turn right and go support Squad 2. Same way as last time.
Once hit the main road, turning right to support squad 2. Copy.
Scanning.
Scan to the right.
Yep, scanning right.
7 tickets left, guys.
Please don't hit the rock. Please don't hit the tree.
Up.
Tree.
Damn it. It's not my fault.
It's fine.
No, I know.
6 tickets.
God, it's totally fine.
5 now.
Damn it. I'm 3-man.
You put the tree there.
They're on the habit.
Scanning right.
We're having a bit of fun.
This is working.
Geronimo!
Yeah, because they're all on the other side.
Ow!
Until we hit a fucking mine.
Oh, is that a mine?
Yeah, get
Okay,
some
I'm
mine.
getting out to
Get a repair.
Last ticket, we lose.
Alright.
We're done.
See you guys in the next.
Oh,
Fuck! That was so 17.
GG.
Wait, if we hit like a couple more vehicles, we would have fucking won.
I don't know.
Look at like the very end. That 2 vehicles actually brought us so close. We went from 39.
That's a pretty good timeline.
I think me killing the vehicles actually really fucking helped. Holy.
So me killing the 2 vehicles on before I switched, that kind of you see that those 2 vehicles were
Fallujah's
on
invasion.
the other side.
Well, GG.
Gee, that was a good fucking game.
Hey, Fallujah.
Hey, we did really well.
That was a good fucking game. You guys did so fucking well.
We tried, dude.
I keep having to
Jesus Christ.
I can't see shit.
Oh yeah, no, that's normal.
It's like, oh look, a blue camo. I'm dead. All right.
I'ma be honest. I'ma be honest. You hear, Pansy? The blue camo on green is surprisingly effective.
Yeah,
Oh, yeah.
I know, but
Absolutely.
it's not really effective, unsurprisingly, in real life, because fucking ACUs are fucking part of that, because they suck. It's like, oh, blue.
I mean, yeah.
They have Navy on.
Your
They have
kills did
Navy.
bring them down quite a bit.
They have Navy, yeah, because they're naval. They don't have the like naval uniforms difference, you know. It's like the fucking Iraq war. It's like, have you guys ever realized we're being issued fucking forest camo vests in the desert?
Yeah, I feel that.
But no.
China, Turkey, Russia. Fuck.
Hey, Turkey has autocannons though.
No, but their vehicles can be fucking. Their vehicles are shit. Like.
Yeah.
Who to vote?
They are okay.
You guys have a good
It's like
one.
we just have no like none of this is heavy.
We didn't.
Top right. Top right. Top right.
Top right. Russian airborne.
Alright, Russian airborne.
Ah, yes. All right, get a vehicle.
No, Air Force.
Mountain Air Assault Division, tanks, BMPs, and all that fun.
How'd I do in the vehicles, Frog?
No,
Oh.
I think we get like 1 heavy armor, and then we get Spruts.
You want me to
No, we. Yeah, get any fucking.
It's VDB. I think we get what, a T-32 and Spruts.
Spruts and I think BMDs.
Hmm.
Fun fact: do you know the Turkish fucking armored IFVs have less armor than the fucking Spruts and the BMDs? That's why the Turkish are shit. Yeah. And they have the debuff of like fucking NATO ammunition, so barely any AP.
Alright, what squad we going into? T Patrol?
Yeah, T Patrol.
It's locked yet again. It's fine.
No, he'll invite us. There's always like that.
Okay.
Yeah, they tend to do that.
Yep, there it is.
Yep, we're getting the I'm getting the Sprite. Fuck. Hey, Frim.
Where are the others?
You guys in game?
Oh, I gotta try it.
What are you taking?
There you go.
Sniper.
We want 2 vehicles. Oh, okay, we're getting the BMP then.
Yeah, Scout.
By the way, you guys have the ZSUs again if you want to give that another go.
What am I missing?
Fuck that, he's sniping on Scout.
Do you guys want to go Sprites or... Yeah, this one works.
Let's get in the transport.
Do we want to actually do that?
Can I... T-Patrol, can I get you to the driver?
Hey, Frog, where you at?
I'm spawning
If you guys want in, or whoever wants in this Vic or
They
whatever
got-
like that,
We
let me
got
know.
an AA vehicle I can look forward.
Okay, so tell me what is in
Yeah,
this
let me grab a
one.
crewman.
Who's in here?
Oh, hold on.
I can't get in the turret.
I mean, we don't
I'm in a
have
turret.
to, because, like, I have a fucking sniper, so...
There you go.
Can you invite Gloma? One of my, viewers' friends are coming in.
Prof is coming.
Glomo. I have actually never played the Sprat before because I never got the chance to.
Oh, there you go.
So
Are
is
you
there
waiting for
someone hopping in?
I got a full squad, sorry.
Yeah, sure, I can. Unless someone else is.
No, you got it.
Who's my driver?
I was just told grab this.
I don't need to be.
Do you guys?
It's me.
Do you both want to grab this?
Who's my commander?
Because I like.
If you need somebody, I'll switch off. Oh yeah. We don't need a
Yeah,
snap.
Delta. Come on over, and then I'll let you hop in here, and I'll just do some infantry stuff.
Copy.
That's it.
Thank you.
He's got the little toe for the frickin' air thing. That's funny.
Which one is it? The one with the mark?
Yeah, right here, to your left.
Pretty aggressive.
Or we'll wolf packing it.
I left something for you.
Bless you.
Hey, BMD. You have a cute barrel. A very cute tiny barrel.
Oh my god.
Such a hot barrel. Wanna nuzzle it.
What do you mean by that?
Small is nice sometimes.
Yeah, small and efficient, just like the Asians.
That's like husband size, right?
Alright, just to stay back. Do we have a commander? Nice.
Speedy tortoise?
Where are you going, Alpha?
I don't remember.
What?
I don't remember. I don't remember this thing being this slow.
Назначен новый командир.
We're sticking together.
Yes. Try to wolf back in. Careful on the tracks.
I would prefer to stay a bit far away though. We are a tank. Very shitty tank, if I may say.
Alright, let's play some part.
Why is this?
Good there,
Feels like it's glitching into the.
Yeah,
fucking-
let's
You okay, T-Patrol?
It feels like we're
Okay, we are really wrong right now. I got you, T.
So Tappy, if you're asking T Patrol if he's okay, is that like in just a normal? Is he okay, or is he?
I guess in general.
We all know about T Patrol, right?
Poor T-Patrol.
His reference point is somewhat different than ours.
I'll stay on AP until we support.
Who's the fucker running in front of us? T-Patrol. You seem to be struggling.
You know that.
We love you. We always love you, alright?
I don't feel loved.
You are.
These guys bully me.
We love you. Every single part of you.
Drive straight, holy hell.
Scanning.
I can't see down the railroad, by the way.
Vehicle. This feels like we're stuck in the ground.
Are you guys stuck on the ground?
I don't know, but it feels like it with the driving.
Why do you always head?
Oh, we're going against Aslavs. Bullet.
We do it. It's fine.
Bullet.
Shivot.
We're going to slow the cap, back cap.
Why are they moving? Why is there already infantry there?
Yeah.
Rushing.
Are they not? They're not supposed to.
Just because they're not supposed to doesn't mean people won't.
And just because they're marked doesn't mean that they're there. Like who actually knows? Who's seen it?
Okay, Schrodinger's fucking squad player.
I like that one.
Engine 135. Not sure what it is.
That's ours. Wait, 135?
Oh, okay. Yeah, it's 135. Okay, maybe that's ours.
Yeah, that's ours.
Okay, thank God. I was looking.
Do we want to go up on a hill or something? I don't know, and try to kill Aslas, like far back.
The best place for that would be further south.
There is a lodge here, guys.
T-Patrol, can you give me a little bump? I think I'm stuck.
Yeah, you're stuck in the rock.
Did you say there's a lodge here?
There is watching on directly on my position.
Take my 100mm.
Directly on my paws.
Is that a
Right now.
hold?
Alright, you guys keep pushing forward with the rest of the team. I'm gonna fall back south.
Hold. Ah, fuck the rounds.
Enemy helo to my south.
Fuck, I thought I could do it again.
Yeah, you can try it.
He's flying like
He's turning
completely
back around.
horizontal. A bearing?
I'm just gonna turn us around just so we're not showing our ass to the enemy.
Is that the Aslav?
Yes, it is.
Go towards it, Mayday!
You guys shooting or is that an Aslav?
That's us. Yeah, we're shooting at
That's
Oh.
us shooting.
Fucking, they're shooting so slowly.
Yeah, a little.
I think Delta's in the gun? I don't know who's in there. Oh, Evergreen's in the gun. Delta's in there.
Got him.
Nice one.
I hit the fucking Ellie with an AP.
That was beautiful.
Yeah, I thought that was a lance.
There.
I heard the whistle go over us.
Hey Delta, if you guys want to come over here, there is a enemy lodging that is decrewed and such, just to your right by this road.
Are we currently stuck in where they were? Squad, you guys getting hit by an Aslav?
No.
Avocado, can you do me a favor and do the SL trigger?
Those are not Aussies. They're squad something.
Yeah, the SL for 3 just tried taking command and doesn't have a mic. Oh, the points are heading this
Is
way.
that?
What the hell?
Is that? Okay, that is ours. Okay, that's squad 4. That's like MTLB, and I was like, wait. I was gonna shoot the MTLB, and I was like, wait a minute, they don't have an MTLB. What the fuck am I talking about?
Break, enemy lodgy in front of me, going south on this road. Enemy lodgy south, going south from my position.
Alright, A-frame.
Tabby, keep an eye on my move as labs coming down the road.
10-4.
Same thing with you, Delta and Evergreen.
You are free to, designate me.
Aslab is marked somewhere in front, but I'm not seeing it.
Yeah, don't go this way, T-Patrol. There's a shit ton of infantry here.
Oh, yeah.
We're following right behind you.
He's coming up.
No, back up. Somebody's gonna fuck us up.
Keep going.
The ass left is underneath this, right here. I'm gonna look at
T-Patrol, I don't like it here. There's a shit ton of infantry. That's
Enemies right behind us. Enemies right behind us.
Yep, we're moving.
Aslav on my position on Charlie Mark.
A-firm.
You see at that wall?
Oh, that's why there's enemies here. Corey's the next point.
Bearing 104, Tappy.
104.
Hit spacebar to snap.
You are free to designate me. I don't mind it. You are free to do it. Just once.
We're gonna head up north up this road, see if we can cut off that Aslav.
He dropped infantry. There's a bunch of infantry around me.
Copy that. Got him.
Yeah,
Tabby,
they're
look left side. I'm gonna slow down, but I'm not gonna stop.
A-firm. Looking for Aslav? Oh, fuck. Close. Howie? Oh, we hit him.
Little injured on the tracks.
Squad, can I have the BMP look behind us for me? Like, come down that road. Help us engage the Aslav. Oh, they're dead.
There should be an opening on the left side here.
We shot him a little bit.
A-firm.
I can't because you're not in my group.
Oh, my bad. Yeah, you're right.
Don't go through here. There's enemy infantry. Go back. Don't go inside. Don't go inside.
Body, down south
Right side.
road. Or not Aslav.
Hold.
Holding. You see him.
Hit one. Got him. Go. Return to base. Fuck off. Fuck out of here. Get the fuck out of here. Oh, follow him. Go.
Oh, he's not destroyed.
Yeah, no. Keep going. He's not dead. He's smoked.
Pushing
Pushing
forward.
forward.
Looks like the Aslav is circling on apartments right now.
God, this does not like accelerating.
Wadley, do you know if someone's setting up hab anywhere?
I don't like being here. Fuck! God!
Shit.
He was hiding right there. I didn't look there.
Damn.
Nice. We did good.
Well,
We did good.
My bad. I should have looked front.
Alright, tank time!
Tank time.
Tank time.
Tank time.
Tank time! Frog, you wanna hop on a tank with us and use your drone?
I kind of crashed a drone already.
Oh. T-Patrol, can I get you as a driver? Can I get you as a driver? We did good! Can I be honest? An Aslav shouldn't take 2 fucking rounds to kill.
Agreed.
3, actually. I hit him in the rear every single time.
Tabby, hold on. Go to the commander seat so I can hop in the driver.
Alright.
Commander seat.
Is this hab coming up or what?
Take the gun.
Alright. In the gun.
Climb up.
Aslav over on 5, potentially?
I need
Do we
you
need a
guys
commander
getting
in
into
there?
the tank. Rose, you need to get.
Oh, well. Here I am, Commander.
Because we can't have hat and lats surfing on vehicles.
Please.
Here, Rose and whoever else was that with you, grab one of the other vehicles, either the Logi or this vehicle right here. Hello? Why is it not letting me merchant? Hold on.
What happened?
You're stuck on a...
It's not letting me merchant. Take that and I'll approve it. this way.
He's scared of tracks. He's not an autistic.
Jesus Christ.
He would never touch a train.
Damn, the T-72 is fucking loud.
You're in a Russian tank. What do you expect? Coup comfort isn't the first thing. Have you seen the guy driving the fucking tank in the Ukraine war?
It's actually better for us to sit south. There's another hill we can sit over there.
A4. 10-4.
I got assist sound.
They are pushing this point. They're flanking us to the west.
Froggy! Frog! Froggy Woggy. Can I play a Vintage Story collab with you someday? Or Project Zomboid or something in the future?
That's a fucking Abrams.
Abrams?
There's an Abrams on me.
Mark it.
Echo 68.
Can I get FTL? Who needs it? I need Delta. I just need to find the near range mark from you got it. This. Can I get this range? T-Coach, can I get Charlie range?
1 second, driving the tank.
No problem.
I lost sight of that.
Take a guess. I think that's probably like 300. That was close. 260.
Tappy, watch right side as we come up to the main road.
A firm.
Evergreen, the second you see that tank, aim for its tracks. You can do damage to its tracks.
Okay, I'll try to shoot his track. There. Wait, no, that's a dead tank. Never mind.
That's our dead body.
Oh yeah.
We got a lot of armor on
tank
our
front.
position.
Tank 302.
Ping it. Engine. Oh, he can't aim! Go towards his side. Go towards his... No, actually stay here. Stay here. Fucking tree!
Oh, you hit the tree! God damn.
Go back. Back up. Back up.
That is shooting it.
Oh, fuck!
Okay.
Uh-oh. Got it.
I'm gonna shoot the tram.
He's dead. I was like, oh shit. He's elbow now.
Alright, tank is dead.
Abrams down. Target kill. Thank you.
Alright.
Fuck yeah, I'm the best squad player. I'm the best armor player. I'm joking. I'm the
Scanning
best.
for infantry.
We are really...
They're here. Actually, I'm gonna back off.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
Really vulnerable right now.
Maybe get up on this hill behind us.
Be careful pushing that. That is all enemy territory. You have no friendlies near you.
Oh yeah.
Avocado, can you do the main command?
What?
We're gonna go in the main road.
Okay.
There might be.
How you guys enjoying the stream by today, by the way? You guys enjoying it?
Watching left.
You also get a machine gun, so you can shoot
Yep,
the
yep,
enemies
yep.
as you see them.
Yep. I'm trying to scan and shoot. Scanning right.
Hey, patrol, can I grab this Nazi? Let's get a backup hab. I'll meet you.
Enemy Aslav. Loading heat.
Scanning outside.
Enemy and Charlie.
Delta, can I get fire team real quick?
Yep. Who wanted it?
The avocado.
Evergreen, you might need to take over driving here for a little bit.
If we can get on Charlie, if I can meet you and I'll just, you need to put down the radio and stuff.
Yeah. I'll come back there.
I have some lack of faith.
What's that?
Do we want to go kill the Aslav first, and then go do the thing? Should be fine. Somebody give me a ping on that fucking Aslav. A new ping.
216. 220.
Apparently it's gonna be in front of us on the road.
I fucking doubt it.
Landing on where
Checking. I don't see
If
anything
you don't
left.
see it, I'm just gonna back us out to apartments.
Yeah, I don't see anything yet.
Yeah, that's a false marker. I knew it.
Why is there a smoke grenade in front of us?
It doesn't matter anymore. We're out of here.
Yeah.
I'm coming back over towards you.
Has anybody actually ever got a kill with a fucking Relics missile? Damn. That's just OP in War Thunder.
Hey, avocado.
Enya.
Hello.
Marcus.
Comrade.
Comrade, how you doing, my friend? How you doing, drug?
Actually.
Alright, I'll be right back. I'm going to go toilet. Can I go toilet or no?
Hang on a sec. Let's
Specific
do
bro.
this.
If it's one, sure.
Avocado, can you mark a marksman over on Cub, just north of Kanepi South? He's on his building on the roof.
Go ahead and mark it. You have fire team.
We get one or
No, not here.
All right, I need to drive this thing for now. Oh.
That's an enemy helicopter.
Yeah, I'm shooting it. Oh. Well, he went away.
Aslav leaving leading to it from the north.
Okay, I'm gonna drive for a bit. Just in case. Maybe I should like face us behind so that nothing shoot at us from behind.
Hey, fam. Oh, fucking, I almost hit that. No, T-Patrol's back, no worry.
Hey.
Hi.
You don't want me to rotate?
No, we're good.
Okay.
Let me just switch kits and then I'll get back in there.
Okay, I'm switching back to commander.
Tommy
What is that
Hoyt.
sound? Oh, that's our logic. Yeah,
Yeah.
commander logic. Alright. I hit the heli a bit. Oh, heli back.
Wait for them to pass.
Hold! I wanna hit the heli. Fucker. Go. Yeah, it's fine. Keep going.
Well,
just go. Just go.
I guess I'm gonna save this.
Wait, is it coming back? Hold.
Yep,
Enemy chopper directly overhead me.
Hold.
Yeah, we hear him. Didn't see him.
Don't see him.
There, he is. 247. He's going west, 270.
Yeah, it's fine. He's RTBing. Just head out. We're good.
Okay.
Alright, now.
Oh, no, he's back. Right on top of us, 285. Oh, I'm out of ammo. Front, 283.
What the fuck did my round go? Hold. What the fuck? Why'd you move my turret?
I'll let the rest of the team know. Also, Tappy, we're gonna go back to make to rearm.
We're good.
So Everclear has ammo. Or Evergreen, not Everclear.
Ah, okay.
I'm out. Wait, can we reload at Turturu?
I think we could. We can just go build one there. Be a lot better.
Yeah.
Can we go do that?
Yeah, can we rearm at
What?
Turturu?
Say again?
Yeah, just go make a fucking vehicle repair system tutorial. That's a good idea.
We don't have enough build. It takes 300 build.
Ah, okay.
Oh. Oh well.
But I'll take this bridge over here. Slow, so I don't send it into the water.
Hold on, I want to test out something. Just hold here real quick. Like, go back. I want to test something out. Because I want to actually see is this usable. Just like, sit here. Just sit here. Just sit here.
These storied buildings over here.
Go down to the floor.
Down to the floor.
Yes, to down here. I want to see how fucked up this thing is.
Who was it?
Wait, again?
I'm just gonna take us back to main.
What the fuck? It's not working. Bruh.
What's going on?
Bro, how are still enemies over on Charlie if nobody is taking them out? This whole building is filled like...
So that's why nobody used the reflex. It doesn't even fucking work. You can't even fire it.
It doesn't work.
Yeah, you can't even fire it. I'll be right back. I'm gonna go to the toilet.
Me too.
Yeah, go for it. We're back at main.
Nice labs coming to Kanepi from the.
back.
Alright, for whatever reason, command is calling an airstrike on the building. That's a choice.
Okay.
It certainly is.
Okay, I'm fully loaded.
We're still waiting for Tappy to get back.
Oh yeah, he's... Well, here goes the Su-25. I mean, hey, at least it was an airstrike and not something more area, yeah?
I mean, I feel like Artie could have been a better option, but also a waste, but nah. Meh.
Well, did anyone build mortars?
Not to my knowledge, but then
I mean, hear me out. If you were able to get fucking APHE, you would fuck off some American dick too if you would, you know, if you were the British. What's up? Oh, I'm full, by the way.
Bro, these motherfuckers are...
we're full.
Let's go.
I can't use that word, I'm gonna get banned.
I don't want to have to shoot you.
Friendly fire, friendly fire.
But it's not friendly.
I was gonna say, Vans are definitely not friendly.
I mean, hear me out. It's just, you know, internal calling of the admin team.
Wow.
The admin team would get in trouble for saying shit.
Bro, like, this building has had 20 red helmets on it, and everyone's just looking the opposite direction, and they're clueless.
You want me to fucking yeet a goddamn fucking high explosive shell at it? Alright, frag loaded. I don't know what you said, but I heard enemy, and I heard infantry.
The building that on my house.
They're just, like, they have a hab or some shit in it, because they're just pushing out of
I need music. Alright, lads. Locked and loaded.
Why is our him down?
I'll ask, but I'm pretty sure it's just proxy. I'll ask.
Enemy trans ahead.
Hold, 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 hold.
you wanna try? Okay.
Got it!
Very nice.
2 heli kills this fucking round! Squad 3 is in Salt is nodding no at me.
Squad 7 in front of us. Also moving.
I can't be this good at doing that.
Someone in Happy's stream said that.
Oh yeah. There's an AMRAM 350. The last can take care of it.
Okay, Tappy, we're gonna do a hot lap.
Got it. What we doing?
In second thought, I don't think it's safe to do a hot lap.
Yeah, we can shoot at Charlie from here.
Shit ton of infantry just walked in front of you.
Wow.
Oh yeah.
Loading high explosive. Up.
Well, and wraps that.
Can I ram if you go?
We don't have enough ammo. Cappy, get ready for the round through that building.
A firm. What building? Where? Ping it. Fuck. Stop moving!
Yeah, I'm trying to hit his track. Friendly is crossing the street.
How we doing?
Do you see where it went?
Yeah, right side.
Yeah, right.
Alright, going to go to the right.
Don't follow it. There's like a fucking 8 AT guys following you. Let them have it. Go back. Stay safe. Go back. Retreat. Withdraw. This is why I have heat loaded. Yeah, by the way, T-Patrol, when you turn, the turret cannot fucking move, counteracting to you compared to the Abrams.
Damn, that's rough. Okay. Oh, I think that's where this guy right next to us somewhere.
Still got enemies in the Charlie building. Not sure how many left, but
We're getting small armor shot at us. Tabby, put frag rounds into the building. You see that yellowish building just in front, past the trees?
Yep. Fucking shit ton of smoke. Yeah, T-Patrol, let's hit the fuck out of here. I don't like it. Head out.
I can see them moving. Oh, I got one guy.
Nice. Let's go back to the main 2 roads and try to hit the Aslav. AP. Up. Right. Wait, I guess. I would still go down south because there's more infantry support there. Not this way. T-Patrol.
Okay.
Yeah, not this way.
It's a little hard to hear over command chat and
Yeah.
the sound of this engine.
No worries. We love you. We love you for who you are. Oh, hold. Back. Just keep going back until I say.
Backing.
Yeah, that's the, I have the 308, 310, 330. He's behind the building. He's probably gonna go 330.
You can fucking designate me, I don't mind.
Oh yeah, that's true.
Just give Tappy a heads up.
Sounds like 310 somewhere.
Don't do that. When you only do it when you actually see a target. There we go.
Ow.
That was not fair.
Fucking high. Don't need to designate once I already shot at it. One hit. Please be engine. God fucking damn it. How we doing?
You're shooting Milwaukee.
We're doing good. Cracks are hurt a little bit, but
We're shooting from north.
He's going yeah, south. Hold.
Oops, sorry.
Just hold here, we're good.
Lab is on fire.
Lab's on fire.
Yep. Lav is dead or no?
Yeah, it's on fire. It's burning.
Got it, got it.
So about
Shoot the infantry at the C building.
Yep, do it.
One down.
Fuck! Almost. Broke up murdered by his SU. Their tank might be back, I don't know. That's my worry.
Okay, Charlie building clear.
I'm just turning us around.
How's our track conditions?
Quarter of the track is destroyed.
They're in front of our fucking building.
Which one?
Oh.
Whoopsie.
In front of your building, Panzer?
Yeah, they're in front of our building. They're pushing up road from the sides.
Copy. Are they on the road, what, east of you right now?
Enemy fucking smoke behind us, 308.
Hey, firm. That's in front of us, not behind us.
Yeah,
Oh, that's in front.
I turned around.
Damn, it's a fucking heavy ass drone.
Yeah, it is.
Right where the red smoke is.
Alright.
In front of these buildings.
They have to be low on hits, they're not keeping up. I have 3 dead guys in this building.
I'm out reloading.
Got it, got
I
it.
think you got him. He's dead in the fucking road. Thank you.
Go forward a bit.
Forward a bit.
Good, 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 good.
Good.
Loaded.
Are they still in front of your building, Panzer?
What the fuck is that?
Your logistics
Yeah.
runs.
What's that?
Yep.
What just exploded?
Mortar? Yeah, they're around there.
Chief Patrol, I have a really odd feeling we should move. Just like a really inkling.
Yeah, we probably should. It feels so quiet. We gotta watch out behind.
I think we stayed or welcome. I'm gonna take us back to main and rearm.
I don't know, we're pretty good on ammo, actually. What about you?
Froggenheimer, there's people on the top of that building, sorry.
Let's take care of it, bud.
I'm gonna send a frag round and do it.
Into what?
To the top floor of the building they're clearing.
Hey Taffy, I read the rules. No, it's not get to watch me. That made me laugh. Hope you well. You're keeping Pansy and Frog alive. I am! I'm being a fire support. I'm literally yeeting fucking 125mm fragmentation rounds on their building. I am keeping fucking Panther alive right now. I'm doing the best. But yeah, waka waka. No, it's not gay to watch. Well, I mean, it's not gay to watch me. Yeah! Trust me, he's in good hands. They're both in good hands. I have fucking 200 hours in fucking... Actually, hold on, let me check. I actually have... Yeah, I have 200 hours in squad, and I am doing vehicles constantly as a gunner. He's in good hands. I'm a good gunner. I killed 1 Abrams, 2 Astrolabs, and 2 helicopters this entire match.
Oh, tank in front of us, tank in front of us.
Very top floor.
And again, push forward, forward, keep going forward. Go forward, forward! No, I know, keep going forward. He can't...
Keep going, keep going.
Put, front towards him. Front towards him. Front towards him. Oh, fuck. Nice.
Very nice. Ah, he missed.
Forward, forward, forward. Haul towards him. Put your forward towards him. Forward towards him.
Fire.
The tank killed!
Let's go.
Yes!
Commendation, please.
We killed the fucking last guy!
Fork spoon.
Nice.
The tank is what murdered them.
Good job, please. Commendation, guys.
Commend me for the best fucking gunner.
Yeah, how do I fucking find this guy, bro? Hey, Depressed Soul, what squad are you on, bro?
Squad 4.
He's in the top squad.
Fucking
Look at these bros.
Fallujah, baby.
6 vehicle kills? That's a new.
Shout out Son of Odin 93 for running critical supplies. Good job.
My God,
Yeah,
bro.
props for that.
Hey, good job, Spot 7.
This is where I'm calling it.
Wow.
Wait,
Got it, got it.
Oh, I am on squad 7.
Oh, okay, okay.
Good job.
If I can get people on next time, that'll be nice.
Yes, sir, bro.
You just forgot what you were doing?
If Avocado can help create a squad. No worries, I'll still be playing. You going? Alright, what's happening?
Numbers up, but I need to go fix myself. Fix something. I'm gonna stay on just to keep the numbers up.
Got it, got it.
But I'm gonna go fix myself something.
A for him. Alright, good night, little Polly. What do I actually have after planned after this? Wait, do we have the most fucking tank kills?
Perhaps. I think you do.
I murdered 6 vehicles and each squad only has 1. We did the most damage.
Damn.
How are we not the best squad? What the fuck?
Well, not at points.
Oh,
The press is always top medic.
got it. But we did pretty fucking good. Oh, that's fucking excellent. Who's gonna be my driver? Frog and Panza, wanna come tank with me?
I heard Tappy say frog, and I
had frog.
You guys wanna come tank with me?
Sure.
I can help give you guys. I'm gonna be honest, the only reason I'm this fucking good is because I've only... Chima and my ex forced me to play mostly vehicles. Yeah.
I would say we're playing the tally, man. There's no way in hell I can actually play this seriously.
It's fun.
If I'm not in a tank with you, I'm gonna run around with an IED screaming fucking Allahu Akbar. And
Allah. All right. I don't think we have vehicles. BMP 1.
Do we actually have vehicles?
We do, yes. I'm gonna go grab it.
Like, has a fucking Mosin.
All right, I need one of you. Is that a fucking bomb truck?
Ah, I didn't get in.
Hold on. I apologize. Goodbye.
M16 with a I got the fucking commander things in it.
The foul has a fucking barrel.
Allah, awaken the people.
Sir,
So we're tanking now?
Yeah, we're tanking.
Do we have tanks?
I mean, if you guys want, wait, okay. Hold on. Alright, everybody, form up, come to me, 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 come to me.
Yo, mic check, mic check.
Alright! Which one of you wants to be a commander?
You know, I move my check.
I do not.
Who wants to drive?
I can drive. I don't know
Okay.
if driving was shit.
Get in the get in the driver's seat.
But notice,
my squad's got an ID.
There's another BMP over there. You and Sir Evergreen can get in it.
there's a
Is that what I'm doing is bannable?
Yeah.
And I manufacture each of us one dose.
Hansa, you can go over there with Sir Evergreen. You can gun. We're all gonna go together. All right, Wolfpack.
If I build my factory behind its
You are gonna.
cement plant, it might be better for mostly because they're gonna have to.
You would have to talk to your driver, by the way. So you are now the gunner, Panzer. So you're commander of your own vehicle. So you are under me at the chain of command. So you tell you tell Sir Evergreen what the fuck to do.
So I have the commander's site, I believe.
You gotta be a crew member. Switch to crew member.
Yeah, go to a weapon box. And...
Alright.
So we're fighting Abrams and fucking outdated as shit BMP ones.
Well, no. They'll get that later. We're fighting Bradleys right now.
There's the Aloha special next to us, but it's a fucking the Humvee with a dish gun.
Fucking love it. Yeah, okay.
Oh, there we go.
Are we all ready?
Yep, I'm ready.
Alright. Alright.
Hands up my check.
Ready to roll when you are.
I'm ready. Aye.
Alright. Let me actually think of it. We might sit here a bit and wait while they start backcapping, and then we'll head out of spawn.
Are you okay?
Yeah. Oh, I can't zoom in, can I?
Thank God.
Alright. How about this? Where's their spawn? The fuck are they spawning? Oh, there's some in.
That's a good,
isn't this awesome?
Bottom,
You have a little fan too.
bottom left-hand corner.
We have a nice little fan here.
Alright, we're gonna go out, down.
You know, it's important. You don't want to get sunstroke on the job, man.
Yeah.
Actually not. I forgot my estimation.
There, and then we're gonna go.
Alright, follow that leads.
Oh, God,
Okay, getting on the freeway.
Welcome to the BMP one.
Leaving in 3, 2. Yeah. It's taking a second to start up. Go.
I am very tempted to change my music to this fucking. Aloha.
You won't get for me.
Take left. There's a road. Yeah.
We're gonna have to put it in.
You are a good driver, actually. Holy shit, Frog.
Yeah, I like driving in games as I hit that.
Alright.
According to the radio
Okay,
right
good.
now.
You all know how to crawl in the BMP one, right?
I do not know how to crawl.
Okay. Tap W every 1 second.
Oh, I got it.
Yep, and now the gun's basically stabilized. So when we go...
It shouldn't have it. Too many stabilizer anyway.
No, it doesn't. This is basically the first BMP.
Oh yeah, we are fucking
Yeah.
cars. I love that I'm still close.
I need to turn.
When we go, we're gonna go together. One of you... Wait, if I look right, you guys... One of you guys look left. We're actually gonna do actual tank shit. I can teach you how to do it. We're gonna stay on the outskirts.
Okay, we stand on that.
Powered shit. Yeah.
Say again, homie?
Yeah, just follow me.
This should be really hard to hear.
Yeah, we're gonna use in-game chat. How about that?
I am. It's just he's really hard to hear.
Yeah, I get it.
Crank up to 170. Right, please. Yeah.
Whoa.
I guess
We're
we're
good.
going on top of the hill because he's saying screw it. There we go.
Fuck! I forgot how slow these rounds are.
We're pulling up behind you.
Squad 1, enemy Logi truck full of infantry coming to you. Be advised.
Want us to stay right next to you?
Yeah, right next to us.
I'm gonna just face our front a little bit more towards where contact would come from.
You have good depression?
Yes, I have great depression. Thank you.
Okay.
Lots of it.
Bridge is 350.
To our left. I can't see from where.
350.
How do I zoom in?
Engine up.
Q.
Oh, thank you.
You good?
Q.
I'm just shot around.
They're in the trees. They're running around like little rats.
Ping it. Hold T and then.
I don't know.
Yeah.
Right there.
Okay, 2 meters.
Oh.
Fire.
Just trying not to shoot the little buildings that he's I can't see what you're shooting at, so.
I'm shooting at trees. Yeah, right, AT.
Right, yep, running up ping. I see him walk behind the wall. I haven't seen him go back.
Let me know if I shoot
Dead.
Good shit.
I am horrifying. Their Logi's coming.
Back slightly.
Alright, a little bit.
Yeah, shoot their Logi,
Alright.
Bradley's south, moving north.
Okay, so that's where it's shooting. Alright.
Yeah, the plus on top for the plus on top when you zoom in is point blank. Left is heat, right is fragmentation.
Got it.
Yep.
So they're about.
Squad 2, this might be very stupid, but you better drop rally there.
Repeat.
Sweet, low velocity.
Ignore it. I was gonna see if you can drop a rally there, but not.
Because I shot the wall.
We can. Can they? Oh. I'm gonna go drop a rally real quick.
Yep.
Can 2 people get out? 2 people get out? Can all you guys get out? Everybody get out of their vehicles real quick and come to me.
Coming.
Yeah.
Man, we look swanky as fuck.
We do.
I need one more guy. Who's in the vehicle? Panzer.
Oh, yeah, Panzer, you're gonna need to get out too.
Oh, I am?
Panzer is dead. Yeah, get out quick.
Come on.
Alright, let's put it down.
Okay. Rally's down.
Let's go.
We're just shooting around here.
Cheers.
Alright.
I was taking care of the one infantry guy I saw.
Poor fucking guy, bro.
Yo, this is the next point.
Should we get closer to cap?
No, we're good. We'll just sit here. Because the cap is gonna move there anyways. It seems like that's where they put the boat down. Enemy boat spotted!
The gap's coming right fucking here.
Yeah.
He's coming.
Any idea where the enemy BMPs are? Not enemy Bradleys, not BMPs, sorry.
Look. There's an enemy squad to our back right.
No, they're fine. What's he looking at?
Just,
Do not do it, buddy. Do not fucking do it. I know I look... Fucking...
Panzer 1 grid square is about 300 meters. That helps at all.
No, just tell me where to fucking put a marker, and you can look down at the bottom of your compass. It'll tell you like a range.
Why are
they're shooting at
not on the flag? Yes, go ahead.
Squad 5, you need some help?
They're shooting at something up right.
It's kind of like it's supposed to us, but we're doing okay so far.
Alrighty.
Wonder how long that's gonna take.
Alright, what's up?
Fucking hot second.
I have no clue.
I don't know if these guys are shooting at.
Nope. Don't seem like it. They seem to be holding it quite well.
Right there, there's an American corpse.
Wait, we're on the point!
Alright, guys.
Look at the map!
Yeah, I said we were on the point.
We are literally on the fucking point!
Dude,
no problem.
Same. This is like my 5th game.
Nice! I only do vehicles, cause like, I mean, I've been forced to do this shit for 2 fucking hours. I am used to this.
Just never played it.
Technically, I don't have that many maps.
Squad photo.
Enemy infantry. Ah, thank you! No worries, wait.
I played Bell, I played them all except this.
What's that out?
Hear me out, the BMP one is the worst, but I'd say all the other BMPs are great.
Yeah, I played more rights. I know how the tickets work.
What the hell is around?
Not yet.
Did I hit a striker?
I'm just healing, dog.
Enemy striker, forward!
I can't even tell who's enemy and who's not.
You might want to get out of my fucking thing real quick.
I don't see him. Okay.
That way. I don't know, it's a fucking IFV with a fucking M2 on it.
Oh shit, you called
Bradley's sitting on the mark. On the market.
It's the front.
There. Enemy AT 287. How's our hull doing? No, is our hull okay? Yeah, you can't do much about it.
Okay.
Holy low. Holy low. Yeah, hold on, let me get a mark. Like 293, 293.
Straight left. Like if you just move straight left, just go. Yeah, straight left.
More.
And move forward about 10 feet.
So low.
Enemy left.
Enemy Bradley moving. Enemy Bradley.
Bradley.
Bradley. My lookout.
One hit.
Good dumbass.
Miss.
Look around the corner.
My fucking gun okay?
You hit the
Yeah, we hit him once. It's fine. That was honestly good.
Forward, once again, are you bridge down there? Like on that spot?
Coming back in the west of those
Is
trees.
it a good idea for me to rotate toward the west side?
Enemy striker still moving around.
My Canadian is working against me.
I gotta stretch.
Stretchies.
We gotta rotate.
Yeah, no, it's not tracked. Not tracked. Probably did nothing. Probably was low.
There's 2 of them there.
Hey, Commander,
Maybe?
if you don't need me for anything else, I could go join my squad on the front lines.
Yeah, go ahead, brother. Appreciate it.
Yeah, you got him.
Yeah, I think I'm. No, I hit low.
Thank you.
Is that incoming?
That you guys?
There's a group of guys at 267 in that little building.
267. Hey, firm. Yeah, it seems like they're doing something over there. Where's playing D&D?
You guys guy you shot just a second ago. A woman up to the guy you shot just a minute ago. He's on his body.
suicide truck.
shots,
whatever
good
the
You
fuck
can
it
just
is.
put
Probably just a
C4
lossy
inside
truck.
the vehicle and become a suicide vehicle, right?
I think you got him.
Tell.
I think you did.
Hey, you guys can buddy rally.
Careful by your ammo.
And we can use it to
I
attack.
only shot Frags over
Oh
there.
no, he's still up.
More
moving.
smoke.
He might have got a guy.
You a lodge, he's making a hab over there.
I'll calm it down.
They're
a little
curled
bit.
to the right. towards
Yeah,
the trees.
conserve your ammo. We have to go all the way back to Main.
We got you. Back.
If you come over here towards the left, you
Where?
might be able to see him.
Shit,
You're
engine
right
disabled.
now.
Get out and repair your engine. Toolkit. That's why I gotta fix the fire.
Fix him.
We need to fix it.
Ah,
We're
shit,
gonna
got
hit from
hit
the
again.
front.
Oh shit, I think we gotta bleed out to
Yeah, you guys are on fire. Fix it.
I'm gonna help him.
Go help them.
I cannot save this thing.
Get out and fucking fix the fire.
Yeah, I cannot save this thing. Ah, come on. Yes, okay, good, thank God.
Rep it.
Okay, we're fighting.
It can be saved.
You know the funny thing is I only have a shovel. There you go.
How do you only have a shovel?
I have no idea.
We're being hit by something,
Frog,
we're
come
not
back.
sure.
Frog, come back here. You're getting shot at.
Right. Is your vehicle okay?
Engine's almost completely repaired.
Yeah, I'm gonna need to repair the engine so that we can go.
Yeah, that's as far as I can.
Okay, we need to run.
Oh, she's good.
Alright, everybody RTB. We're both getting low on ammo anyway. Let's go.
Are you in here, Panzer?
Yeah, man.
Okay.
We rolling out?
Yeah, we're rolling out.
Oh shit.
Yeah, let's get the fuck out of here. Smoke. Frog, you alright?
Yeah. Did I actually deploy smoke? I don't think so.
Deploy smoke. Yeah, deploy smoke.
I have no idea where we're even getting shot from.
That's the land of
Roger, Lodge, Squad 6, we can put the hab right here.
Trust me. You are a bullet.
That's a mine! That's a mine! Do not go down that road!
Great fucking idea.
Let's stay on the road, right?
Yeah, do not go down that road. Go.
I can head up to the top.
Yeah, head up to the top.
Guide, where's you? Just hold on there. He's gonna be spawning on my rally soon.
Right. Go that way.
Oh, that's a ditch.
$50 cal. Go. Go. Yeah, it's 50 cal. It's fine. Barely any damage to us. You want to know why you gotta hold it? You want to know why, Frog? You want to know how Russians produce smoke?
I can deploy a
They poured. Yeah, basically.
Because I barely need damage my fucking ass. This thing is not happy.
No, we got hit by a fucking 18. That's why. But those 50 cals probably did jack shit.
Is that a fucking American? I don't know.
At a where?
Command, if you have the phone, are you able to find the hab on market?
We are, you know, irregular
Actually,
infantry,
I'll just
so.
not have an ID put on my drone and I'll just load it myself.
Yeah, that would be better.
We went back to
Yeah, I'm fucked up.
Yep.
Tanks in main.
Real life, a 50 cal rip this thing fucking half.
Alright, Frog, let's get into the fucking tank. We earned it.
Hey, yeah, there is a tank.
We're gonna drop this thing so it self-repairs.
Yep.
Yeah, it's self-repairing.
Fuck, it's a T-62, one of the fun things I hate.
Take
Well, it's what we got.
Alright, we're getting in a tank. Where you guys need us? We'll stay far back until we spot armor. I'm I'm talking to command chat. They do not enjoy us, but we've done the most damage, so they can go fuck themselves. I would rather have a T-55, but...
Yeah, that's a no-brainer.
Yeah.
Go into it.
Alright, my drone's getting ready to deploy.
Because I don't think they have a lot of people in this market, by the way. We can try to cap it back. Cap it.
Go back to the same place. The Abrams are right there.
Go back to the same place?
Yeah, us.
Oh, you can do that.
Let's go.
MG on this. Nice.
I'll follow you guys. My artillery prime is ready. Just send me a tactical mark.
Follow them.
Keep on the high road? No, actually. You see that road north of the other side of the highway?
Yeah, the shitty dirt one.
Yeah, the dirt one on the... if you look on the map, it's gonna be on the right side. Let's go over there. They can't fucking see us. Dirt one right there.
Six, give me a mark.
Yeah, the big road, you see there's like... It goes up, right? Instead of like the one farthest away. Yeah. We just climb up on the... Yeah, just climb up. So we're actually hidden. No? Oh wait, no. You wanna know what those big booms are?
Do you have eyes on their hab? My drone's loaded for that.
IEDs. IED motorbikes.
Negative, we don't know where their hab is, but they come in from somewhere on 6 market.
I want to have the BMP one stay on top of the highway doing some spotting and shooting with Malukas. Because you're better off doing it like that. And then once you spot, we'll come in and swoop in. Remember, the Malukas will go high for about 50, I think 50, 75 meters. And then we'll slowly go down. So you need roughly around 100 meters of distance. Command, can somebody give me a accurate mark on that fucking tank?
I can't. I'm looking right now.
Alright, on my way. Press M, frog. The tank is accurate mark.
I can blow tank or I can go for their hab. Choice.
Alright, BMP head up on top. On our way.
Never mind, it blew up.
Bruh. Nice!
Never mind, it's blown up. I'm not gonna go over it.
Alright, head back up on the same place.
Hey, that tank died.
Yeah, that tank died. Head up.
Yeah, we actually dominated on the point. And there's another vehicle on 6 mark confirmed. I'm not sure what that is. Might be allowed.
One of our guys or not? I'm gonna take a quick look around. I'm just taking a quick look around before you go around that corner. Whoa, we got hit.
That vehicle did the shit, man.
Yep, got it.
Back up if you can.
Goddamn. Alright, I gotta remember, this is a fucking T-series. It does not respond.
Ah, shit. That was a friend with...
Wanna join us, Rue?
Yeah, a friend was on top of the building until the shot at us, I think. How do I type?
Press enter or go into the map. The balls of steel on that motherfucker.
Mappy on the road, Mappy comes out.
Yep.
Main road, squad 2, main road, squad 2, main road, squad 2.
The balls on that fucker. The balls!
We wanna go support our BMP?
Yep.
We're getting fucking...
No, it's good.
No, goddamn.
The balls on that Mavi driver.
I think they're coming behind. I think they're coming behind us.
Hey, whoever that's on that tank, can you guys watch that, me? 6 mark. There's one squad that's rushing.
Heavy mortar barrage is ready. Whenever you guys get your eyes on technical support, I'll mark.
Yeah, they're coming to help us. We're getting hit from the right. I have no idea where.
Yeah, it was from the right side. Thankfully, it wasn't a back hit. We are at 80% health.
We're at 80% health. I can get out.
LAT, yeah. You can't repair health. You wanna repair parts. You cannot repair health. What kind of temps you run on Squad and how much FPS? I'm running about 60. When I'm running Hi, hell.
Yeah, it's coming out
now. I blow that shit smooth off.
50 to 60 is not bad. Yeah. Like, when I'm doing it, I have 50 to 60 without streaming.
You've got time. I'd request now.
Alright, head back. You guys can head back and repair.
Someone
You
is
guys can hit it.
suiciding?
I can't do this
where they're
myself.
Alright, let's head back repair.
Right now I'm at 30, but I locked my thing at 30.
Want me to go back in position?
Yeah, go back in position.
I'll keep my
Hey, come on, this is the request is Rope's going down.
Go back a bit. ID bike?
Right there?
Nah, it's ours.
No, I meant the,
Yeah, just a back a bit more. Well, there goes the ID bike.
We love the ID bike.
We love the ID bike.
The ID bike is at went for about 2 seconds.
When we ID bike. Okay, I'll go. Admin, I want Irma.
I warned you guys about the killer. I got a team kill warning.
Oh, they're just retarded. Don't worry about them.
Okay.
Yeah, you just got it! Ban that guy! Squad 7 just hit the R word.
4 chevrons and 3/4 the way through cap.
Irma, you heard that? Irma, you heard that?
Where do our Hellcat in the fire? Just tell us.
I think we're good to head back. I think we're repaired. I don't see
Where do you need, I'm guessing you guys need the Hellcat at Gulf 5, 9, or 8? Around there?
There's a lot of fire coming from that building.
Squad 7, the one who knocks.
Oh yeah, we did. I'm just asking where we need where they need the shells.
Hey, is unfaltering. Yeah, you were. Thank you.
You guys want to like try to hold here a little bit and
Alright, let's go back and support our tank.
Roger that. Hold market.
274 by the bushes.
Yep, buddy, yeet a frag right in that fucking bush. Yeah. Yeet.
Right where your marker was, right on top of the good shit.
That was a heat. Let me reload real quick.
Hey, you still nailed the fucking there.
Poor guy. No, these are Australians.
We also have one of their lodges as a hostage, so they can run one lodge.
No, this US Army.
That's, I mean,
No, oh yeah, it is. No, that's just army. They're not Marines. They don't deserve the title.
That man's getting sent home with only.
Get hit by a heat round.
125 millimeters. Is that another fucking? Really? God damn.
105.
This one might be.
No, this is 100. No, 115 actually. I realize.
Is this one?
115.
Depends on which model of the 155 it should be.
I think it was like one of the
There's second lodges right next to me. I'm trying to see what they're trying to do here.
Can we hold that building?
Alright, come up. Squad leads. Armor is fully repaired and ready to be tasked. If you guys need any assistance, we will come up to you. Provide fire support.
Can you get north of factory? Get a good eye.
North of factory. Where?
Is that we have friendlies?
Oh, okay.
Building?
Got it. We'll go down the main road. Alright.
I seen fire coming out of one of the windows. And I can't.
Alright, lads. Let's go down this way. Let's go. Follow us. Crawl.
We're gonna
Yep. You're gonna be a slow crawl, alright? Slow crawl.
Yeah, watch for mines.
I'm not nerd! I'm not cute! Fuck you, Shelly! You're adorable. No! No! Is that a fucking... What the hell is that? The fuck I just see go by? BMP, you take right road. I'll take the left road. No, wait. You... BMP 1, take left. I'll take the right.
By the way, this next point looks like it's
Alright, on our way.
I'm not sure.
If we can get some, support, that'll be nice.
You're here in front of me.
Do not go left. Do not go left. Kobe, you can go a bit faster.
Alright, yeah, cross over onto the main, other side.
Nice, nice, nice.
Alright.
I see you. You're crossing the street. Don't know if it's ours or not.
Yeah, get to the left side of the road so we can
not be ours.
Side real quick. They got this side, we can get this side.
6,
Sorry for my
just
bad
beware,
command.
there's
Use
hell
my
cannon
first
rounds
side.
coming down on the factory.
Keep going, keep going.
Yeah, hold cannons up.
Okay, we're holding. Don't worry.
We are going to go that way.
Hey, direct front. Infantry.
Fucking hell, I was marking.
Burnt out truck directly in front of us, right hand side.
The next point might be a little bit clearer, I'm not sure. There's like one squad, just killed like 3 of them.
Alright, keep going. You...
I'm just gonna...
We're gonna go, and then we're gonna head down.
Building on our left and on our right.
I'll watch right, you guys get into
now.
push with.
Support those armored vehicles if need be, but it sounds like this area is pretty much mopped up.
Come on, lads, we can do this.
Right. Slow as you can.
Hey, can we get the tank on 6 mark for support if you can?
Not you.
Got it, we're on our way.
What's that directly in front? Is that a mine or?
Yeah, that's a mine, that's a mine.
Yep.
Alright, push forward a bit faster, they need us. Go, 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 go. You look on the map, you see I gave you little directions.
Somewhere else, follow that tag.
Careful about the mine, but yeah. We're on our way.
Alright, we got 2 ships. Looks like there's not a lot of contacts here.
We're gonna be aiding the Somali pirate.
You keep going straight. Tell me when to turn.
Left, left. You see the move marker?
No, I didn't.
You see that? I drew lines on the map.
Yeah, I just didn't have the map open.
Yeah, you can drive with the map open, it's fine.
Stop going in reverse.
It's like automatic Daisy driving.
To the left. So follow them to the left when you get.
Oh god, automatic dating driving is the worst.
I know.
It's more than anything else.
You're doing a damn good job.
I'm gonna...
Hey, enemies are basically coming on this, the west side of the capture point, so if we can get some vehicles to block that, then it might be a good idea.
Dog shit, there we go.
Like, get on the hill and then just smack them from the back, basically.
Oh, I bet it's horrible.
Also, command, if you have a hill cannon, yeah, you right there.
Fuck those cars.
No, I've got 90 bike heading down.
I think they might come in from some way here, I'm not sure where the... I'll just put potential half, I'm not sure it's right there.
Okay, well, that's gonna be...
Let the infantry deal with it. We have a lot of infantry here, we should be covered.
We have a lot of infantry.
It's, I guess, I'm not sure, but that's where they're coming from, somewhere there.
Okay, I'll have my guy shell nearby.
Yeah, go to the right. It's okay.
Oh, come on, it's a fucking tank.
6, you're kind of in our impact zone.
Tank versus a car.
Yeah, it's there. Never mind.
Alright, I'll hold here.
Yep.
BMP, try to find a position if possible.
Will do. I'll have a machine gun ready. Looking on top of the cruise. Hold here.
Command, are we safe to approach factory or no?
I'm looking for you from a different angle.
Fucking no. The one who knocks.
I don't see anything to our side where they're looking. Oh,
There's-
I do.
Where? That's the hell bomb. Yep, the hell bomb.
Hey, Commander. You see those two buildings straight up front?
Hold on.
Yeah, those two white cinder block buildings. There's one. They're in there.
It's cinder block buildings in front of us.
194. It should be about 182 for you, I believe.
Yeah, I do not see much. Just keep an eye on him.
Follow Tracer. Yeah, right there. He was right in the middle of that crack.
Alright, let's push. Go, right, I'm gonna go on this road here. I'm gonna keep going, like, go around there.
So when you
go around to the
left.
Yeah, that road that I have marked on my marker. We're gonna go around there. What are they doing? Mark it.
BMPs are notoriously horrible.
Yeah. You're not wrong. Every BMP. No, that's friendly.
There's no hab here.
You wrong.
Let him in. We have some ammo. Go ahead.
Oh, come on, it's a fucking tank.
Yes, resupply. Got you, woman. Hey, there's a bunch of infantry in the buildings to your right. I'm gonna keep an eye on
Hey,
them.
command, we found a lot of enemies on the hill by Squad 4 rally. I'm not sure if they have a next point or not.
Strikers marked South Road.
Thank you. Yeah, they're going for the left, so they just went around.
What the fuck do I smoke?
Maybe.
What are these fuckers?
Back up. Hey, top of that ridge line.
Alright, right here. Right here. Go up here, and we're gonna try to get them in. We're trying to get in. Where you guys need me to shoot? I have a fucking frag round ready.
I'm gonna come get you, dude. I'm so sorry.
Don't go too far in.
There's some. Hey, there's some people on top of that little ridge line up there. Oh, hold on.
They're careful. Careful, Frog.
There's an 8.
Yeah, I don't think you can. Go back. Just back to the road.
It was enemy.
Alright, go through, fucking there. Go fucking east, and then take right. Frog, east and take a right.
Don't shoot, no.
Something dead up there.
Just take a right.
East and take a right, yeah.
Buddy rally on 4. Back to the next point.
There's a road that they're taking and using to bring up.
Yeah, basically.
It is at.
I know, I'm going there right now.
Area north of Market seems clear. Should we keep defending Market or move to Factory?
You see the road
Factory,
to our
we
right?
almost capping it. We're holding them off right
The
now.
main road? Follow
So I
that
think
down, 'cause there's a few
Market's
trucks
good.
behind this hill that we can flank to the side. We're gonna pincer maneuver with that tank.
Keep going, Frog, keep going.
I still.
Can we get lodged into Factory by chance? We can?
Yeah, I'm running. I'm gonna resupply some of the back points first.
Hold.
Drift right.
No, that's dead.
That's dead. Okay.
Yeah, hey, tank, you able to
Back.
the hill on the 6 mark? They're shooting from there.
Right. I don't think it's dead.
For Heights Noodle. One. Direct right.
Go, keep going backwards, slowly. Don't turn too much.
They're here. The hill right there.
Is that? You guys fucking.
There's an ammo cache at like 267.
We don't have command.
Looked like.
You might want to move away from there. There are people rushing you. There are people rushing you, Panta.
Pipe, can you bring your whole slice into somewhere like this spot with the factory? So we can run motors from here.
Come towards us. Come towards us.
Just bring it. We're gonna build a bomb here.
Bringing a logical factory.
Also, it might be a bad idea pushing the communications, by the way.
Alright, fire! Take a look over there. A shit ton of infantry. They're coming like ants. Get back. Back up. There's people fucking approaching us from the left side.
Hey, back up more.
Enemy vehicle, front. Oh fuck it, they laid smoke.
Yeah, AAV front.
Wait, we're out of area of formations. Go for it. Stay on the road, stay on the road.
Let's spawn in like 20 seconds.
Yeah, they can't flank us to the right anyways, it's fine. That is their smoke, yeah.
Pull off, like back up to the right, so the tank behind us can get good aim. Perfect. Stop. Good job, man.
Oh god damn it.
Forward. Perfect.
Yeah, let me reposition. Alright.
Yeah, there's a Logi truck, 271.
Might want to watch southeast, because that's where the AAV went.
I see it now. I see it.
Oh, 218. I think that's the LAV trying to shoot
Push
at
forward.
us.
Push it. Alright, BMP, go back. Hold. Back. Pull back. Yep, I know this is gonna happen. How's our hull doing? Pat. Stay firm. Yeah, hit back. Just keep hitting back. Wait for the Bradley to come towards us. BMP, cover us.
Whoa!
Yep. They're RDing us.
What was that?
Alright.
Back up. They're RDing us.
I don't know, they're from. Yep, they're RDing us! Get the fuck back! We are fucked. Ha! Nice! We are good! We are the best!
So easy. We didn't lose a single guy in our squad, did we?
Hey, shout out.
I'm not gonna lie, yeah, we haven't died.
Same squad next game.
No, let's fucking go.
Did we do good? Did the armor do good?
Hey, I'm proud of you guys, squad 2. Good shit. I'll give you a condition.
You
right there.
tried. Thank you.
Nice.
We did well. We did so fucking well.
Dude, these maps low key suck.
Yeah, you ever...
They fucked themselves so bad by building a.
Yeah, we did well. Frog, you did very, very well, Frog. Panda, you did fucking great. You both did so great. Like, if I could make out with you both right now, I fucking would.
We will
That's what
make
I'm
do.
saying, man. Dude, as long as we have freaking Sudan on our team.
Promise or a threat?
I think it's a promise.
It's a promise. It's a willingly promise. It's on fucking paper. It's on paper. I can't do shit. I'm smooching you. No. I asked first. I asked first. I'm doing full tongue down the throat.
No, full tongue through I kiss.
Yeah. I'm gonna shove my tongue down your throat and block the fucking hole from your nose so you can't breathe.
Oh yeah, let me suffocate me please with that tongue.
I'm gonna lick your sinuses.
Jesus Christ. Yeah, reroll.
Double rated, which was good.
Nice.
Fucking Iran.
You know what, Weston? This will be fun. This will be fun.
We got our.
You guys have to try this out.
Military, what the fuck?
Cool, PMC.
They don't have armor, but they're pretty fucking funny.
Oh, hold on, I gotta say something that's important.
Really? What?
It's like the Taliban just with modern shit.
Nah, no. That's the Western insurgent forces. It's just the Canadians. They're the Canadians insurgency.
The Canadians.
Yeah, of course the Canadians had an insurgency. Those guys are pretty fucking OP. Like, surprisingly. They literally run like really old guns. You can use a fucking Lee Enfield in that fucking thing.
This is the M16 with a fucking beta mag. MP5, HK416.
Rivka. This map is going to be fucked. Like, royally fucked.
This map was big as hell.
It also kind of fucking sucks. And a lot of fucking tree lines, berms, and shit. Alright, we're gonna get into the Humvee.
That would be very nice if the squad was unlocked.
Oh yeah, oh god. I actually have never tried this thing before.
I'm giving you.
I'll get one of you guys to Humvee too.
They're threatening me and calling me small.
But you are!
We can just hitch a ride with anybody.
Small.
Sir.
The invite to thing.
I'm gonna cry.
Panther is Gustav.
Yeah.
Where?
There's a good stuff, yeah.
VAT.
You guys want to fucking ride on our vehicle then?
Give.
Yeah.
Bro said give.
No, look, funny vehicle.
Ah!
Happy?
And.
Why not?
Oh, look at that! What the hell? I want in. Let me in.
Oh man, look at the toe.
I got a gun.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I can't. I'm gonna get in the gun. I'm gonna get me in the gun. We can only do one vehicle. I feel like. What vehicle do you want?
Here, hold on. I'll get out of the gun.
I'm lagging real quick.
Here, go ahead and take the gun.
Beep boop.
Bro, there's a fucking more.
Fucking Mark 19.
Mark 19 absolutely sucks.
It sucks in the game.
Why does it
Hey.
suck?
It's the same reason why most high explosive shells suck. It's because the way they model explosive in this game is so fucked up.
Oh.
I got a Carl Gustav.
I mean, hey, you're happy. If you're happy, you're happy.
Listen, Carl Gustavs are absolutely fun to shoot. If you've never shot one before, which you probably haven't.
I have not, and I want to. They're my favorite AT weapons behind the AT4.
You want to see a picture?
What do you guys want?
Where was it?
What?
Frog, was it box?
Fuck off!
I have no idea.
Friggin' crazy messenger.
Hold on. We're gonna stay here for a bit. I am lagging my ass off.
Nah, we'll get our own vehicle. Fuck it. Come on. Look at this shit.
Can you guys get in our vehicles? Get in ours.
Hell yeah.
This is the gang's vehicle.
So, hey, Tappy.
Let's
Yeah?
skedaddle, dude.
Shared chat of Live Room 3. That's me holding a car with stuff.
Okay, fuck it.
How's
it gonna go?
Aww.
You're gonna be a great squad leader. I do believe you.
Don't run over that guy.
Allowed to shoot a Carl Gustav in certain amount of times before the body is tired and died. You can shoot about
No, I think it's his toe. Oh.
Carl Gustavs have a certain amount of rounds in it.
Yeah, let's just hold here for a bit. Let's just hold here. I don't know. We're gonna be supporting infantry because we're actually pretty good at it. So yeah.
I have smoke rounds for my 320.
Alright, are you the guy sitting in front of me that has the 100-round gun mag?
No, I'm in the driver's seat.
In the driver's seat.
He's a driver. He drives.
I somehow always
Bam ba ba. I don't know why I said that.
But yeah, no, the Carl Gustav is so fun to shoot.
Oh my god, you are true, so.
Even with practice rounds.
No, just imagine just like okay, you know it has like fucking aiming rounds, right? That's the fun part about it.
I know, I've shot one. That's
Yeah.
me.
I haven't. I've only shot the toe.
The toe is fine.
You shot a toe?
Yeah.
I gotta shoot.
We I got the opportunity to do it with the USMC. I shot a toe.
I got the training to shoot the fucking toe. I never got to shoot the fucking toe.
You didn't?
I gotta shoot a toe and I gotta shoot a Stinger missile.
I haven't shot the Stinger. Surprisingly, for somebody who operates mostly aircraft, I haven't shot a Stinger. Nah. I was basically in my fatigues, like I was like in the arms of a fucking Marine, and he's like, okay, you press this button, and he just yells, back blast, and then he says, alright, you're lasing it? Let me see. Okay. Now press that button and hold. And then cover your ears.
They were a lot nicer to you than they were to me.
Oh.
Infantry.
Fucking child contractors in the military, bro. You will fucking know.
I want. Well,
I'll take.
But I'm gonna be honest. I would prefer to shoot the fucking thing, the thing more. The Carl Gustav. The Carl Gustav. It's just like it's mechanical. You know?
oh, it's so cool because it also has like a nice little sight on the side.
Oh my god, yes.
It off, and
Yes.
It flips up and down.
No. Hear me out. Imagine a Carl Gustav with the fucking virtual fucking sight of the toes.
Oh, I would hate that.
What about those new thermal sights they have?
Oh, the thermal sight of the toe.
The Carl Gustav had a thermal sight for it. You could slap damn near any sight on it. There's like a fucking
probably a Paswell heavy
rails. Yeah, it was.
I fucking hate those things. Yeah, I hate the ones you put on the 50. I fucking hate those things.
Yeah.
They're so heavy and they're just shitty.
I had the PAS 15s for the M4 that go on top.
Yeah, those things are big as fuck too.
They're big as fuck, but they work so nice.
We carried the PAS heavies in the trucks. Well, my with the 50 trucks, we had one. It started getting real dark as shit. And the gunner would just be up there just scanning with the PAS.
Jeez. Yeah, no, but the best thing about the PAS 15s or the PAC 15s or whatever the fuck you want to call them, right? It's a bunch of fucking letters in front of numbers. Is you could use them as a sight themselves, so you didn't need to burn through with an ACOG. So it was very helpful, but we burned through them with ACOGs.
It's so dumb. We didn't even do that shit. We would have removed the fucking. Well, our 50s, we didn't have the sight rails for the fucking. No, I haven't been told to move.
Are we there
Poor
yet?
fucking Lurch.
I spent a lot of fucking time with the tank driver. I don't move until I'm told to.
Are we there yet?
Nah, we're waiting until some fucking contact happens. Cause we're fighting against the fucking. That's a lab. We're fighting against.
We're fighting against a fucking US.
And then we don't have the funny you know, no armor, best armor, War Thunder thing. That shit shoots us twice. We're fucking dead.
A small fucking hits us. We are not having a good time.
Yeah, we can't do shit against it.
With an IED attached to your head.
Bro, I have a window on. I'm physically looking out a window, not a periscope, a window.
Yo, is there anyone else in here?
So we're not moving right now, are we?
Freaking quiet.
Not yet.
I am in here, sir.
Oh yeah, it's
I
late.
want to get out then real quick just to.
Okay, just checking. No one has said anything.
Nice place.
Yeah, do we even have a, no, we don't. Oh, fuck it.
We do
You
not.
hear that? Yeah, it's ready. They're already fucking shooting.
Dude, you know what's so shitty about when you're in a gunner seat of the Abrams? You know nothing that's going on. Your whole sense of fucking direction gets fucked up.
It is because outside of its scope.
Pretty sure there's second points on that airfield. There.
The only way you actually see legitimate daylight is through your gas site, which is the manual site, stadia, all that fun shit. Or with the doghouse, the fucking site on top. There you have a clear periscope that you can look up at a really stupid angle and see out it, and it's just you can't see in front of you, just see daylight.
All right, we're gonna go there. All right, let's go.
Oh my god.
And we're gonna deploy you guys as an AT team down, and you guys will probably keep going down south. You guys need pickups? Tell us.
I like we have room to pick people up.
We do.
Spot. We have a single spot. I'm staring at him.
Also, Mark 19, go. This is how bad it is. Oh yeah, we're not at a main yet. Hold on.
But okay, so also I got to shoot the Mark 19 in real life with fucking live around. That shit is so fun.
Oh shit! Look at that.
Next point's gonna be 8 move.
Fucking love it.
Wow, we killed that cast already.
No, their cast is just fucking shit. Evergreen, why you, rifleman?
Shooting today.
Nah, fair.
I haven't changed yet.
I'm supposed to be taking my fucking 8-0 out.
I'm gonna drop the supplies over there at the Bob you guys just put up.
Should do that.
That'll be good. I'm gonna attempt to get an attack fob up on that midpoint, and then we're just gonna wait and see.
It's so much.
This is why I wish I was born in America, bro.
Fancy with this group.
Shoot guns, eat barbecue, get heart disease, have a shit ton of sex. That sounds like the life. I fucking wish I'm trans! I'd rather stay in the trans paradise, thank you. Literally, you do realize we're getting free trans healthcare now.
Shooting at me.
Okay, fair enough. That's fine. That's a reason.
I mean, I've always paid for it, but like, if I would move to America, just because like dating and just life there is probably a lot more fitting for me.
Watch out.
Yeah, I'll let you hear the reason why I stay here, alright?
Can I come live with you guys?
You want me to do builds?
Yeah,
or ammo
that's why.
or
Can I come live with you guys, please?
You know what my office is going to be, Panzer?
Like, I could probably go to America, get a green card through the MVAP program.
I have my M1A downstairs, bro.
That is water! Oh, wait a minute,
I have six office guns. It's kind of bad. It's gotten kind of bad. I have 6 of them in this room.
It's either M1A or the M1 Grand is going to be my office gun.
M1A has the box bag I can send you. It was like $64. It holds 20.
I got a box bag Grand bag.
Yeah, it's just 308. Sending some 308 at them.
Hey, full Logi inbound on Sick Move Mark.
I'm actually halfway through my fucking day now.
Yeah, they got
God.
50 for M1As.
What the fuck? Okay, I'm gonna need to get that. I feel like it's,
Wait, hear me out. M1A, Mark 14, or M14?
Mark 14.
M4. Yeah, alright.
I would say the M14 because it has a little fun switch on it.
Yeah, but the thing would cost for the fucking control.
Who said I was gonna control it? I'm going to put it under my arm, right? I'm going to hip fire it into your hip and just fucking go in a circle. Like anything in this circle, all right, you're dead.
Down there.
Out of chats and clouds.
We're gonna go down and we're gonna drop you guys off there. Keep. What the fuck? Oh, yeah.
Does that mean I'm getting dropped off too?
Yeah. You're gonna have to leave. I'm kicking you out.
No, they're evicting me from the car. I pay rent here.
Yeah, right,
We
you
got
do.
an attack cab going down on East Smoky. It's stalled right now.
In like a 10-minute.
So you pay about 200 as tapping pays for healthcare. Fuck off.
Yeah, I do. Wait, we don't. It's free.
Yeah, see, exactly. So fans are gonna fuck out.
Gotta resupply that northern tab you guys got up there. North and east.
It's probably a good idea. They got 4 chevrons on East Smoky. It's not looking good.
I bet it does. Yeah.
Dude, we shot around as much as we could.
Thing, right?
Well, it wasn't a Halon bottle, it was a hand fire extinguisher.
I've been in a
Other inverter fight on cars off. Halon, dude, fuck Halon. I've seen it go off on an Abrams. Someone hit the second shot switch. The driver's hole, it looks like they come out and just cover it. That shit's fucking costing.
Gentlemen, we need to build that hab that's on East Smoky.
Yeah, it's a chemical burn.
Tell your guys with shovels to dig that up.
Every fluid in the Abrams is fucking cancerous.
Even the tank ground is.
Yes. Yeah, that's the tank ground. Highly, not even counting the DU.
Hey, what's up there?
What the hell is this map?
Alright, good luck, guys. I placed some move markers for you to follow, by the way, Frog.
I got a lab shooting at me.
We're gonna go there, shoot a couple fucking rounds off, and then yeet. Alright.
Supplies dropped though. You guys got a little bit more to work with.
Sir Evergine, follow him. Go! Go! Shoot! Shoot! Shoot!
Move.
I guess we're together.
Have fun, cuties.
Really hard to drop more there. That lab around though.
Stay on the road, by the way.
I will fucking...
That's an ass lav! What the fuck?
Run your ass down.
Is it HEDP? I don't know. It doesn't say it's the HEDP. Shit. This is gonna be fucked. Alright. Let's go. Drive straight, please.
Hell yeah. Is that ours?
That's... no.
That's not.
The objective has been locked down.
Alright, does anybody want to volunteer to do a token defense on co-op?
Take a right, take a right, take a right.
Please.
Left. Up this hill. Worst that us love. Man!
Cab's going down on East Smoky.
Trying to find the lab.
Someone can try to dig down that radio.
Follow it.
Tank in front. Hey, there's a tank coming.
We have a southern half. I got my guy pushed in. So.
Follow that sound.
Alright, straight up attack cab on East Smoky's not working.
No, it's all live. Keep following.
Everything is fucked. We got a lab on point. Just spamming that fucking cab.
Hold on, I'm going to the sound too.
Can you handle that?
Round so I can show them.
Yeah, I'm working on it.
Okay, wait. Don't give up. Thank you. Honestly, I wouldn't want to be carrying any of this shit. It's so fucking heavy.
No, no idea. Just random over. Nice. Go, 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 go. Keep going. We're gonna play aggressively.
Copy, good work.
They're circling it. Well, shit. Well, we flipped.
7, 12, 2. Is that radio going down?
Yeah, I saw
We
the
need to get into
all the way back here.
No, our friendly radio, north to East Smoky. That needs to go away to send tickets. Alright.
I'm still alive. Can you flip us? Can you flip me? Please. Thank y'all.
Oh, that thing's still alive?
Yeah.
You're welcome, boys.
Let me grab a fucking crewman real quick.
Hey,
Come on. Myrtling.
We're fine.
Near a fucking lake.
Bye.
You're welcome. Goodbye.
Oh, I have no engine.
I think their hat is proxy.
You don't need a crewman. You're fine. Oh yeah, we'll be.
Well, that's good. It sounds like we're going to do a radio for a radio here. It sounds like we took under southern while they took our north.
The lab is it's fucking messing our guys up so we can shoot it.
I have an AAV.
How much of that southern bob?
Again?
That is an
Sneak
AAV.
it in there, they will use it.
Do I dare shoot the AAV?
I think it's their next.
That is not an A. Is that?
Point, third point.
Yeah, that thing there. Kill it. Kill it. Rah.
We're going to be fighting over East Smoky for a while. Let's just focus on that. Hopefully that southern hat stays.
Fucking did you just open a beer?
Let me just get this thing ready. Yes, I just opened a beer.
Nice.
No, I didn't. That was probably the...
Nah, that was fucking command chat. Just cracked open a beer. It's getting that fucking bad.
Hey, you know where that lab is?
Lab dead. Murdered it.
I was about to say, we see you.
For the southern hub.
Damn, the lab died.
Oh, lab is
Yeah, we murdered it. I murdered it.
So get a lot of helmets over to the west of it though, be aware.
Yeah, we shot it. I think we fucking stunned it a bit.
Well, I got
there's
shot out over the
Oh yeah, right. The AP literally immediately domes you. I forgot about that.
Do they still wear brown?
People are pushing our
Yeah, they do. They start wearing brown. We wear just random shit.
pussy consumer.
Beyond those green fences, on the left-hand side, at 272. Yeah, see the green fence right in front of us?
Ah, the smoke. Ah, the light. Ah.
Good shit. Try to move north, capture, take it slow.
Alright, let's get the let's return to base.
On the east side of Petrivka here.
We found any
Petrivka, can we get a vehicle repair station, please? Command? Can we get a vehicle repair station?
Go for command 5.
Command, can we have a vehicle repair station made in Petrivka? Thank you.
Oh, sure.
Hi, Amelia. Thank you for the readies.
Why do you have to reload the car and use that
It's balancing reasons. Yeah, some fucking reason. You don't wanna desk pop that thing, do you?
You're not gonna death pop it, you have the fucking safety on.
Well, safeties don't exist in this game.
Yeah, Yeah, no, but in real life there's a fucking...
Okay, guys, radio is kind of accurate on Nova.
And you prop it up. Oh, Prairie, thanks for
Got ammo and supplies over on Frisco. So you have,
Ah, I got a raid. Yippee!
All the way back to the base.
No, Petrivka. They're making a vehicle repair station for us.
Gotcha.
Is that our heli?
I mean, at this point, you could just bet everything is our heli. Because we have like 5.
No, we don't have one up.
Yeah, that's enemy heli.
Do they have a
Thank you.
Humvee? They have a fucking Humvee.
They're Americans, of course. Also, can you turn off the smoke?
We're gonna get pushed from Novo, and that fall eventually.
Oh, that's probably our engine.
Maybe in like 5 minutes, 10 minutes. You already got
We fucking left side. It's outside.
Down on the east side of Petrivka.
Yeah, east side. Just go left, 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 and then another left. It's fucking outside.
was that you, Dan?
Wow, you didn't even dig it.
Or is that no, not me?
Hold on, let me get out.
Oh, thank you.
I'll get myself out of here.
What's the status on this buggy?
Fucker didn't even dig it. The cunt.
That's pretty good. Okay, how many chefs?
I'll have to get fucking eyes on that Humvee.
4 chefs.
Oh, it's gonna suck. Because I didn't know if it was a Humvee or not. What do I do? I'm gonna wait a second before I try.
Is Petrivka under assault right now? Is it under
Yeah,
attack?
get your shovel up and dig it up.
It's probably just like one squad, if that. They do have a hab to the east.
Yeah, fuckers didn't even dig it up.
Okay.
Just go on, do what you're doing. I'm not asking for help yet.
Yeah, that was a fucking friendly.
Objective captured. Move to the next objective.
Yeah, I was gonna
I don't know if he
say.
went right in front of it and took it for the Humvee or not.
Uh-oh.
Because it is lighting us up. I think those are fucking friendly shooting us.
It's getting there.
Alright, Petrivka's supplied. Repair there.
5-9. We're gonna dig down Petrivka. They're doing a lot on it. They're on the hab already.
Yeah, no, the fucking friendlies. Yeah, those are friendly shooting, huh? Because they have a I think it's a Humvee. They have a Humvee and they're shooting us.
Hey, 5. It's just one guy on the hab right now.
Got it, got it.
Yeah, that
guys can
Humvee
come
right
and
there. Sorry,
fix
my
that.
guys.
Frog, drive into the hab, and we're gonna fucking shoot it with Mark 19s.
Yeah, no, the fucking Humvee that
Yep.
was shooting us was a fucking friendly.
They're draining our shit right now.
What is that, 6? Are you doing
So that'd be nice to know next time.
Get inside. We gotta fucking try to get the hab. You know, try to proxy it. Oh. Go to the over this side.
We captured
That over here. There.
I'm here. Hab's clear.
Okay. Got it. I was gonna shoot some Mark 19s into it. Go back to repair.
No. Hab's clear.
Hab is not clear. There's just fucker here. Forward.
We're doing a good
Right here.
time, you know.
Guys, you're getting
Ow. I'm dead. Damn it. Not bad. We did well.
Petrivka's gone. They're gonna get that radio.
Yeah! Like, holy fuck!
Alright, try to spawn some aid.
Oh.
Try to get on 2 and 6 and push Novo.
Alright, I'm gonna head back to main. I'm gonna grab some shit real
Keep
quick.
pushing our advantage here.
I thought it was 20.
Fuck, what's a radio nowadays?
Down the hill. Let's go fucking get them.
Should be 20. Unless they've changed it in the last patch.
We're gonna
Yeah, you're right. Bob lost 20.
Oh, hold on. They're back to.
Do we want to get the Humvee? Fuck it, Humvee. No, just a standard Humvee. Just, you know, help them out. Yeah, a minute. Let's go. Murder people. Hi, Canna! That's not Canna. Nah, I'm fucking too lazy to do the mortar truck, man. That's just dumb. Go towards the enemy, we'll shoot him. Wrong way, Frog. Look at your map. You were testing me. You can never test a professional. I am not. I am an amateur at best. Whose vagina has disconnected? What the fuck?
I trust you. You want me to try and get back over you guys?
We'll come pick you up.
No, I didn't spot it. He's chasing me.
Yeah, we're gonna pick you guys up.
Oh, if he's chasing me, yeah, bring her around. If he hit me, I'm bleeding.
Do they look American? They look American? Murder.
Alright, you're ready, Tim.
Yoo-hoo! Head to the enemy at Novo. We're just gonna do like a shit ton of runs.
Hey, buddy, that's your friendlies.
I'm gonna bring it back around one more time. If I get out, I'm gonna tell you I prefer not to.
Yeah, I just had to do an emergency aim because I got shot in mine, brother. You and those.
You guys are so far to the fucking
Maybe RTB is not worth it. Yeah.
I mean, we are the PMC Corps. It's probably a really fucking souped up ass Humvee.
No, this is a standard fucking Humvee.
That is a standard Humvee. They shake at 80.
10 kph.
So then you're about going max.
What's the fastest I got it? There's a train.
Do not do a T-Patrol, do not get us stuck. Just fucking run around the enemy and I'll shoot us shit. It's easy as that. Like, go in, go out. Go in, go out. Go in, go out. Go in, go out.
Please. 200 leg.
That was a wall that I couldn't see.
Thank you, Eddie.
Yeah, no worries.
Pick us up, I guess.
When you get the chance, can we get so much supplies here? Full ammo.
You're gonna be dropping people off in front of us. Careful.
That's where we're gonna murder, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I only have 100 ammo on me right now, but I will in a second. I'll do everything I have.
Nobody fucking saw that helo.
my ears. I can't tell which heels are.
We're basically using the same thing.
Yeah, that's the fun part. Oh wait, you guys are coming up right behind us.
Yep.
You guys want me to try to continue resupplying East Smoky?
Yeah. So if you look behind us, see that 5? Yeah, they're coming to pick us up.
Resupplying L13.
So which one is theirs? The white one or the black one?
I just need enough.
The white one.
Another hab place.
Just kill the white one.
Our copy is the black one.
Yeah. Ours is the black one. Murder the white ones.
Guys, FOB and HAB marked accurate 7.
Flying around murking our shit.
That's ours. Yeah.
Guys, East Smoky just went down a bit.
You've been shooting at it constantly.
Take it, take it.
I guess we don't have that anymore.
5, go to East Smoky. I think it just went down a bit.
Repeat.
Hi.
Hello.
East Smoky just went down a bit. We have enemies on point.
Well, our trans is
Affirm. Affirm, enemies on point.
Alright, where am I resupplying?
We're gonna go on point.
14 or L15?
Oh wait,
Sorry,
head up north.
5. Go to radio. 5, go to radio.
Go to the radio. Go to the radio. Go to the radio. Go to the radio. Behind us.
I respond to East Smoky 5. You can get the radio.
If that radio's compromised, just take it down. We'll just hold on.
Alright, we're at the radio. Get out.
Yo, boys, I got an enemy Vic corner
Trying to get out.
Oh, frog. Hold.
Lav on observe, headed westbound.
Getting out. Where they at?
Getting out too.
Check around the place. Any enemies? Just crawl around here and move. And radio seems fine.
Okay, they have one ship on East Smoky.
Well, we're neutral on Novo, so you guys can probably start picking on that radio if you think it's compromised.
Okay, fine.
If not, you just move off.
Behind us at 112.
Someone marked
112.
on that radio. That's why I said that.
Do you guys want us to dig down the radio?
There was a rally on it.
Yeah.
I can't see. Go a bit more forward.
How confident are we in our Novo defense? I mean, it looks
No, not yet.
We're fucking good. We're good on an attack cabs.
Yeah, just dig down East Smoky radio then. Fuck them. They can stay on East Smoky.
What's the seat trip on the Nova?
So if I drop at L13,
I think we're good.
60 should be good to pick up.
Good chat.
God damn it. Our helicopter pilot might be very dumb. Yeah, I think we're good. Get back inside.
Hey, I think that's an APC in front of us. I have 2.
We're gonna head out now. Wait, never mind then. Get out and we're gonna go try to get the APC.
That thing is very far.
Or we can try to get you close. How about that? Yeah, we'll try to get you close.
Y'all need to mark these fucking labs, bro.
Yeah, you guys gotta communicate that shit.
Got it. Go down south. We're gonna try to hit it. He just popped smoke.
Alright.
So yeah, it sounds like it's coming from 085.
We'll drop you off, provide fire support so you can get killed by infantry, right? Hit the turret first so it doesn't fucking murder us. Drop him off and run, right, Frog? Drop him off and run. I don't even know where the ass off is yet.
I'm not seeing an active hab on airfield admin. If you guys can push us down here and put pressure on, that'd be great.
Hey, resupply on 6.
I think
my logic didn't work.
Yeah, on your move marker there? Okay, copy. If it's safe on that side, I think that side's I don't know which side's more safe.
How close is the sound?
The north side is
Not very close.
Okay,
See
that
smoke.
sucks. I will try to move your move, Mark.
Oh, come on.
Oh, look at fucking fence, bro.
I'm bringing 500 to 300 ammo.
I'm gonna call airfield admin wide open 12. If you can rush down here and put pressure on, that'd be
Oh,
super.
you heard that? Yeah. Get out, get out. Out. Alright, go forward, try to harass it.
Where's the MG? Did you guys take out that lab? Oh, Novo?
Oh, right here. Right here. Alright. Alright, get the fuck back. The SF's near us. I think that's the Aslav. That's the Aslav! What are you doing? Go! Run! The Aslav's right there. It's shooting at us! You're good. Keep going.
Oh my god, I see it.
Go down to there. Go there. I'll spawn in.
Trust me, I'm running.
You took it on a nice fucking wild goose chase. I can't fucking see it anymore.
It still wants me.
You'll be fine. Don't go towards it. Oh my god, there's two of them. Go up north. There. Move, Mike.
I fucking missed.
I'm kind of light, Vic. West of Novo. I just heard it.
Nice.
I need more rounds.
Alright, cursory look at Homestead is wide open as well. Let's secure airfield.
Just gonna repair.
Oh shit, I'm down.
What happened, one?
Back left at 050. Sorry, 150. That back corner.
Logi south side of the Whitehead airfield.
Mark, I got a UAV up. We can look at it. Alright, copy. It's right on it.
Yeah, drove right the fuck up.
Oh, hot smoke. Hit it again.
Yeah, all of them are dead. Hey, labs on me. On this half, unobserved.
It's shooting at the helicopter. It's distracted. Coming to me, Frog.
Pop smoke.
Labs on airfield.
He's pop smoke.
Dumbass things ever.
How the fuck are you alive?
I ran like a motherfucker.
I don't
Take a right.
rounds.
And I'll be there.
It's still fucking alive.
Wait, is that that's an enemy coyote. Enemy coyote on 8 move or 8 observe.
That's a
You know the best part is this thing's completely unharmed.
I know. He shot me out the fucking turret. Alright, just stay. I'm coming to you.
Space Race! Thank you for the raccoon. I say race. Fuck me.
Infantry south, infantry south.
Thank you.
Alright, let's go.
For those that do not know me, my name is Froggenheimer. I'm a Frog V2 plays everything from Tarkov to Squad and Vintage Story. How was the stream? What were you playing? Dogger, thank you for the love. Enjoy your time. God, I'm fucking tired.
We're gonna see if we can get more ammo for it.
Yeah, come to us.
Where you two going?
Alright, let's
Come
not
on, let's go.
overextend. Let's get
Use us to resupply.
like under control before we try to move on to Homestead. Last time I was over at Homestead, they got nothing.
Come on.
One of their lodges.
Come on.
Oh yeah, it's crippled over there on the south end of admin.
Alright, I got.
This happened.
I got resupplied.
Alright, let's go.
Don't give me a reason.
I'm not seeing any of this infantry west northwest. Maybe just one or two, right?
Well, my
Get him.
my advisor
Get him.
said that
Get him.
they both said, yeah,
Get him.
I have to beat you with a wet noodle now. And,
Wet noodle? You can't get it up, Frog? Oh no.
Just in case. Oh, that's enemy heli over right now. They're just stirring the shit. I don't think they have any point on doing anything else. It is a full logi though. Oh, that's a full bird.
Nah, I can't. Come here, Kiana! Yeah, we're in the main base. One down, one down. Rush inside! Get inside there! Get inside that fucking thing! Get inside the buildings. We're exposed.
Still no have or radio or anything. Squad
Alright, get inside. Get inside the airfield.
Oh, 3 get him. That helo's on fire. Never mind. Back.
Actually, no. Push Homestead. Push the next point. I give you a fucking marker. Let's go there. Fuck it. We ball.
I'll pick up the builds, but I gotta drop off the helmet first.
That AAV's on the main road, headed up from the south. 7, your rally's gonna get burned. He's gonna run right
Fucking white. That's on the elevator to the AV. I'm bleeding. I'm fucking bleeding. Ow.
We out there.
Alright, UAV's going down. That AAVP is on the north side of admin.
Bitch.
6, are you ready?
Yeah.
I'm ready.
You have to say it. You have to say you're going to live.
Alright, I'm gonna get in there. I took a little couple hits when I was coming in.
Well, shit.
6, I'm gonna do a flyby. You place the radio, and then I can hop down supplies as soon as you do.
What the fuck was he doing shooting at us then? Oh.
Yeah, no, there's been a lot of fratricide in this one.
Yeah, I am not gonna lie. That Humvee was shooting into our fucking place.
Yeah, that's gonna be time.
Oh, maybe that's why. Maybe that's why. Maybe that's why. Bullet.
Or where you are.
We're on, man.
I got into 50 cal fight with an Amtrak. Okay.
Nice.
Over again.
Instant ban.
Is that attack on admin worth defending, or should we push Homestead?
You have some. Can you like grab me?
Defense, we were losing one chef.
Bro, there's an Amtrak and I'm
Copy.
like,
Man.
Nice.
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 GG guys, excellent.
I killed the fucking APC. I hit
Good shooting, man.
it hit and we ended.
Oh, that's like the last fucking round where I shot a fucking. I shot what did I shoot? Forgot what I fucking shot. I killed 2 vehicles. Wait, I killed 2 vehicles?
Just trying to practice.
I shot 2 dudes out of that fucking heli.
Oh.
GG's everyone.
This flight away, I watched 2 bodies drop. I'm like, oh god.
Oh.
Guys, I have a guy who is kind of sus. He has 29 kills. And he's ranked 2. Big sample. Big simple.
Oh, he's straight, bro.
Yeah.
He's straight, bro. That's
He's
easy.
straight, bro.
He's good.
Oh god.
Oh, ball sack.
No ball sack.
Bow sack. What? Bow sack.
Irregular militia forces. That's what that flag is. I want Canadians.
The Canadians are good. We're gonna try to get them alive if possible.
I mean, the irregular militia forces would be fun because they have T-72s and Katyushas.
Yeah. Geneva suggestion. We're getting in a vehicle again.
You're an irregular
I think we get vehicles.
Militia force.
Oh no. We get fucking M82s, like the fucking World War II like the World War II 4-wheelers that the US used, and they slapped a fucking tow missile on it.
The fuck.
Yeah. So yeah, it's a Cornet. We have an SPG still.
Yeah, I didn't do shit that last match.
Nah.
Dude, all I did was drive around like a fucking mad lad.
You did fucking well. Alright, let's get to the ZSU-23.
I'm probably gonna go infantry this time.
What?
I want to shoot people in face.
Okay, you can shoot people. People shoot.
The other guy seems pretty good at driving.
Yeah, he's getting better.
Yeah, he's getting pretty good.
That's all I fucking hear.
Oh, I need to wake up in like 4.5 hours.
Wow.
Oof.
Again, I have to go shooting. I had a shooting plan in the morning, so I'm gonna fucking punish my arm. I'm gonna love it, but I'll play for a little bit longer.
Like one more round. I was gonna think of the same thing.
Yeah.
Dude, this is fucking. This was a lot more fun I thought it would end up being, in all honesty.
I told you, want to do it again next week?
How is squad? Looks awesome. Squad has fucking been a lot of fun. Oh, I need in still.
I know.
Stephen Pickens got in. That's funny.
I'm probably gonna re-download 44 and then Hello Loose while I'm at it. Just have them on my hard drive, so whenever I want to play them. Like fuck Call of Duty. I'm really.
Where is the ZSU Uro?
War Dogs when it comes out.
Fuck yeah, why not?
So, I know a bunch of people that are gonna play War Dogs. I'm fucking trying to get in the play test for it. That shit looks so fucking good.
This have armored trucks with recoilless rifles.
Yeah, I'm getting that.
Oh, that's P9.
SPG9.
I need to invite to squad.
No, you don't.
Take it.
All right, I'm gonna single crew this shit.
Maybe I
You
should.
want to single crew that?
Yeah.
Maybe I should bring medic.
Yeah, do it.
Yo, this thing has smoke.
You guys get a vehicle?
Yeah.
You guys can go in and do your shit.
What do you take?
Hey, there's like tow truck missiles over here. And there's the Katyusha launcher. It's already taken, never mind. I'm sad.
Pans, this is gonna be an interesting,
This is gonna be interesting.
Don't need to get into vehicles. It's fine. I'm gonna start yeeting fucking high explosive SPG rounds.
Hey, Frog, you wanna take a suicide bike?
Oh god.
Wow.
6, are you running Logi?
Sadly, I don't think we can.
Oh yeah, 7's got Logi.
Yeah,
okay,
you
cool.
suicide them by putting shit on them. The only problem is I don't think we're not the Terry, so we don't get that.
Or do you want the truck in the back so we can just take?
So what are we doing?
Take one of the Logi trucks down south.
Wherever the
Just
wind takes
dump
us.
it.
Doing random bullshit now. We're just trying to have fun. Hey, Frog, let's take the front one.
There's another SPG, so why not? Let's go. Why is there no?
You go with them.
Your SPG, by the way.
You get in them. Who the fuck's am I? Well.
Anybody want to go command the assets? I have no experience next command, so that'd be a bad choice for it, sorry.
It's the perfect time to experience it.
Spot. Hey, Frog, get in.
Can you guys mark
Where's
where's
Frog over
Hellnet?
here? Yeah, Frog, get in. We'll drop off. We're just using this for,
hit it.
Roll lake transport. Alright, launch it.
How do I kick somebody out of my vehicle?
There's some fucking cornets on him over there. What the fuck?
I know,
This is SWAT 3, what are we doing? Backcabbing.
Recoilless
What's
rifle.
so we'll start with that.
Yeah, that's like a little rocket thing. Holy fuck, this thing is fast.
The SPG-9 is insanely, like, terrifying.
Yeah, we just fucking flipped.
Fuck anti-air. Just blown your load, huh?
Flip back over.
You gotta get back.
You gotta
Everybody has to
burst
get
shoot the fucker.
Alright, I'm getting out.
Wait, I'm gonna need you for the tank, by the way, Froggy.
Huh?
I'm gonna need you for the tank when it comes out. You're taking the tank, guy.
Can you guys mark it?
So they plan on just running around in infantry this round.
I need a good driver.
I'm sorry, I wanna run around with
If we
me.
see
I need a good driver.
we will mark it.
I want a daga.
Panza, you're driving. I'm kidding.
I'm driving. I mean, okay.
But dakas.
Yeah, you get big daka. You can be commander. I don't mind it.
Where are we going? Hey, where are we going?
I have no clue.
To the next point.
How about you, fucking tell me about here? Right up here, this little joint?
Next T-joint left, then right.
Hey, there's a heli up in the sky.
Me.
Next T-joint? Okay.
Keep going.
Oh.
Guys, their 4th points are on my
Get out.
mark.
Out! They told us it's target.
One heal down. Your, POIs.
Ah, fuck, I died.
How'd you die?
We need to get Frog 2 after this.
I'm good, damn myself.
I think he died.
Huh? I'm good.
This board is sponsored by Toyota and gas.
Pretty much.
Thanks, already. Thank you. I'm not gonna threaten this man with the tongue kisses. Thank you very much. I think Frog is fine. Hey, Frog.
I'm alive. Don't worry.
It's fine.
I'm on.
You're on the fucking gun.
I got off.
Guys, I'm running back.
Reset. Alright. Is everyone in?
Think you're missing server again.
Oh, Frog got it.
I'm in.
Alright, let's go. Are you flipped over?
Enemy heli trying to land.
Let's just try. I have no idea what we're doing. We're just fucking YOLOing it. Oh, hi. YOLO.
Hi.
Point.
Follow them.
Wrong way.
Why is there a Humvee in the middle of the road?
That's why.
Hey,
Bye.
fucking go. Run. I'm fucking dead. Why did he get it? Why did he get it? It's like I have to fucking shoot him. He has a toe. I'm like, fuck. It lurched and I shot way high.
Well, we're all dead.
Yeah, I know.
You did pretty well.
He shot me.
That could have gone better.
Yeah, coulda. I mean, it's good to have you in that fucking intersection.
I've already ran away like a little bitch.
Second healer down.
I have a PK out. Does that count?
Yeah, I'll go light anti. No, I've already.
We've already done the AT thing. I haven't done the machine gun thing.
Yeah.
How do I get out of here? How does one get out of the mud huts?
Look at your fucking truck back.
Guys, I need backup here. It's fourth cap.
Well, we're capping as
What's
fast as
fucking
we
whip
can.
Wait, hold on, Frog. Where are you at?
I need to come to me, so.
They blew the whip up.
Yeah, they blew the whip up. I heard him.
Yeah, this is fucked. Thank
How
you
the
for
fuck was
backing me
I
up.
found out how to get on a fucking roof.
Yeah.
Apparently you can't drop more than 2 fucking feet or else you get damaged. Just stupid. Can't open doors. I'm stuck in this fucking place.
Get back down to the fucking ground.
I am on the
I just
ground.
melee range
I
it.
got out. I got out.
No, fucking guy, get back out. Not liable for any hearing loss and man chat, Jesus.
Right.
No, our truck is still there. See the 6?
Bye.
That accurate?
I wanna get my fucking truck back.
Okay.
Shit, that is accurate!
No, that's not our truck. Never mind.
Ah. Ow. Don't worry. I'm glad. Okay.
Man, I am too good at this.
Damn.
Thank you.
I am! Damn, that truck hot!
Oh, where the fuck I'm going?
Why don't you shove your fucking barrels up my fucking pipe?
Let's go get the whip.
Oh, yeah, damn.
Why did you just shoot? Frog, did you do that? Russian guns.
Russian doers, Russian does.
Let's go get the fucking whip back.
6, do you have any eyes
I
on
don't
what's
think
going
it's
on
a
down there
whip
at
way
the
down
transfer
there.
station?
Is it?
Let's go steal
Got one
No,
guy
it's
down there,
squad
but I don't
pod.
know.
That wouldn't be the whip.
Guys, it's just crawling with enemies. You have to push fourth cap as fast as possible.
Warm up. Our whip. If we can't have it, no one can.
That fob on hotel is fucking us because people keep spawning there.
We ain't holding up.
We got a long way to hoof it through the fucking sand, broski.
Yeah, these fucking sandhills are dangerous, bro. I'm the only one here with a fucking sight on them.
I got 2 of them Mark 1 eyeballs. They good for seeing shit.
I got a sight on me. I can see more shit than you at further distances.
There's like
this.
Shit.
I wish there was a fucking button that had you like open your fucking eyes. Who said fucking grenade out?
I wanna lick it.
Can I lift a grenade?
A bit more higher.
Oh, look, let's go like 1-man army to transfer station, or like whatever many people we have in man army.
Fucking 4.
4-man army, this bitch.
Hey, there is a lodge there. If you secure it, you can make a fob.
We're 4-man arming this shit.
I don't seem to care about me eating rounds at their asses.
I don't think they actually do care, because...
Yeah, I was gonna say, I don't think they give a fuck.
They're British.
I'm pretty sure I'm not even shooting at an enemy.
I think we're just shooting at a dead corpse.
Yeah, imagine.
It's just a tree.
One, rally.
It's a tree that looks suspiciously like a man with a helmet on.
It's a suspiciously man-shaped tree.
If that thing starts fucking moving.
Bro, this
is it?
LP path, bro. Like, yeah, move away.
God damn, that's so loud.
I'm yeeting rounds.
Nah, you right.
Did he?
Hey, shoot that heli.
Holy shit! I was actually shooting at a fucking thing. I was actually shooting at a Humvee at 1,200 meters, eyeballing it.
Radio at hotel.
Yeah, he disappeared.
You gonna hold this?
Fucking love to see the Mark 1 eyeball.
It's just late at night. I'm worried about the defense. No.
I agree. That way.
Attack marker 12 right front, and it's like right by transportation.
Hold on, can you guys sit there real quick? I want to do something real quick. Just stand there.
Yeah, sure.
That is not 600 meters. Is that actually you fuckers?
I'm actually standing here. I'm on the point. I'm on the mark.
That's not the point. That's that's a hab.
No, like I was like, he pointed to there. Where'd the froggy go? Oh, there's Frog.
I'm on a mission, bro. A transfer station mission.
I'm there to get my transfer paperwork.
700.
Ow, I fucking died. I think that's our own fucking guides.
I shot a bit too slow.
Why me? Of all motherfuckers, it's always me.
Why are you getting?
North of 6's fob.
Why is it always fucking me?
Yeah, I saw
Yeah.
You got a truck engaging it.
I don't get it.
Just missing badly. Lead it more. I want the burst fire though. It's making it go crazy.
Always fucking me. I guess I just have that luck. Thank you. And where's that motherfucker at?
I'm sitting here, my tired ass is sitting here staring at friendlies going, no, no,
we have no phone
uniform with me.
We can't do something.
I'm gonna go back to Maine and
Thank you, man.
try and get the tank.
I was lit a bunch of fucking friendlies up.
Marks to the west of transfer station is accurate. They just dumped the whole squad there, so just be aware.
Frog, did you get hurt?
No.
Are you at fucking power station?
Almost.
Bro, what the fuck?
We're capping one ship. We need back.
There's a fucking spawn here, bro. We could have just died.
Yeah, there's a lot of attack like halfway to where I was pointing white lighting it from transfer station. So expect a lot of people to turn around and try to
I am like
stop
the
you.
faster I get this match over
So
the
I would
faster
just get a
fucking
corner
stay.
northwest.
Alright, so we're just going to power station, huh? Just to get it over with.
Hey! Brad!
Fuck off, you can't harm me. You can't harm me, it's shit to the weapons. Nice, we
We have 3 ships.
Wait a fucking minute. That's an enemy vehicle. Command, enemy vehicle going towards ATCT tower.
On the point.
Fucking looks like an enemy wheeled.
Is it a Logi or they just?
It is not a Logi. It's like a four-wheeled tiger-looking thing. But it's not ours.
Did that airstrike hit anything?
Motherfucker shot me. There's a guy here.
Doesn't look like it.
It doesn't look like I hit anything. I don't see any smoke going up.
Alright, don't worry about it. I don't know what they're doing. We should probably dig down that radio and hotel at this point.
Sir Evergreen, I need you to return Maine. I'm gonna get a
Volunteer
tank.
someone doing that.
Are we sure?
I mean,
I'm trying to kill myself.
we can keep it. I don't care.
They will. They have a challenger.
20.
Hey, Frog, there's a guy behind you.
Okay, east is clear.
He
They
came up
may
near
have
the hill
something
and just fucking shot the shit out of me.
west side.
I was holding down the trigger. It would not fire the stupid.
Yeah, fuck these heavy machine guns.
Dude, like, you have to be mounted up somewhere to fucking fire.
Yeah, fuck this shit.
I'm not fucking doing that.
You can lie down, it works.
Yeah, no, I lie down. Like, I was fucking.
Wait, what were you
Jay, if
using?
you recover that logic, we can get some props going on.
PKM does not work.
Enemy destroyed.
Whoa!
Hi!
This rise to against what we consider exploitation. Fuck off.
Oh shit, there's someone, another.
You're waiting for the tank, I take it?
Just a
Man,
vehicle.
look for that.
Yeah, I'm running.
Man, step.
Was it an up-top squad too?
I got you up there.
I don't know.
I'm gonna essentially lick your ears.
Evergreen, I need ya.
Trying to get myself killed.
They have their UAV defensively over
Alright.
the station, so they're worried about that. Nothing is hitting.
Oh, it's a fucking old T-62.
Haven't killed me yet.
Stop being so damn good.
Shoot him in the face.
Okay, now I'm dead.
I don't know what the fuck shot at me, but like.
Rip. Bandage.
Just be
Goddamn.
careful of that vehicle.
Oh,
Fuck's that,
someone
man? How did I
rotored that heli. That was a good one.
Yeah, Ellie, that was good.
You guys gotta stop team killing shit. I'm not gonna
I
lie.
didn't even fucking kill anyone.
They've only got
I
one
didn't
helo
shoot
left.
anybody.
If we got two of them, they've only got one left.
And all I see is the crow turn at me and shoot me in the head.
3, I killed him.
I just watched someone get fucking murked.
Probably my ass.
Like, he got shot instantaneously.
I'm gonna take a piss.
Like, I'm using my Mark 1 eyeball. I can't see fucking nobody.
Try to use the Mark II.
No, I have the Mark 1. I have the Mark -1/2, bro. Like, I had to get.
Try the 3.
Oh shit.
Motherfucker.
Holy shit. Holy fuck. I don't have any more bandages.
I fucking spawn in and get shot. Suck a cock.
They have a Matt V pulling up.
Alright, let's go.
Vroom, vroom, vroom.
Vroom vroom, indeed, good sir. Vroom vroom.
Observe has a light pick of some kind parked out there in the desert.
Round you want me to go?
Ah, fucking Jesus Christ, that's a Matt V.
There?
Yeah, I got shot in the building too. Not me.
Oh god, T-62. Ah.
Stay on flat surfaces. You're kind of.
Alright, let's stay on flat surfaces.
Command, any eyes on enemy challenger? MBT?
Nothing yet. No one's reported anything.
Got it. Right here. Just stop. Stop. Halt.
Enemy
Right here.
down.
Stop.
Yep, good job on that.
Engine up.
Keep engine on. Go there.
Engine on.
That's a higher hill.
Enemy vehicle destroyed. Yeah, I got
Right.
Oh, do we go
Keep
over
going
there?
forward. A bit more. Get to the highest hill possible.
I think that ought to hit.
Yeah, this is actually good.
Okay, that's fine, right? Okay.
Yeah, fucking perfect. Turn left. Look directly north. No, south.
Oh, I got killed by infantry.
Ah, shit, that sucks.
There's another helicopter flying over.
Very good, very good.
How's that?
Perfect. Fucking perfect.
Alright. Well, was shooting with AP a crime?
I got to in the west.
Alright, that's their hab. Their hab on transfer station is located. I do have a mortar barrage I can use on it. Are we ready to push if that happens? Their whole team's here.
Enemy helo south of AO. Coming to you guys.
Alright, heavy mortar barrage is on. We have it. Just keep doing what you guys are doing.
Push to truck stop. And then... she hold? Or she might just push somewhere right there. You guys heading out for the night?
Yep.
Alright, thank you so much for coming playing with me though. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dad.
If you want it, yeah, it's fucking great dating. We had a great game today. If you want to come play again next week, same day, same time.
Yeah, I gotta see what I got going on. I have to drive up to fucking. I have to drive through 3 states on fucking Wednesday.
Jesus. All right, good luck. Have a safe drive.
Anyway, it was fun. Thank you for having me.
No worries. Thank you for joining. Yeah.
Pass the fuck out.
I'm gonna go do tank stuff. Wee wee. Oh, go there actually and hold. Alright, go forward. Yeah, just keep going forward and take a right. Avatic for the radius, fucking Jaime. Thank you for the radius, fancy. What raider it is? I think y'all know who I am. I'm Tabby Wappy, the hyperactive foxo. I play a lot of ride games and a lot of what I did. Welcome. Go have a good nap, y'all too.
That's a that you're still. It's still tumbling.
Take a.
It's
right.
gonna make
Dude,
they're gonna make it out of the hill.
Go back.
Go.
That's nuts.
Like going down this road.
Yeah, go down to that road.
Yeah, I'm going the other way.
Fancy read. Hi, Dog Ray. Thank you for the thank you. I'm trying.
Whoa, okay, that's kind of good. I didn't even know what that guy was.
I need to get the music back up.
Follow this row.
Yeah, get to that berm there that I marked. Yeah, right here. That's a good idea. No, go back a bit. Yeah. Make it flat. You're on like a tip. You might not want to do that. Go forward. Forward a bit. Forward. Uh-oh. Forward. 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 Forward! A bit more.
Do you want me to stay on? Do you want me to stay on top of it?
Keep going. Keep a bit forward. A bit forward. Forward. Good. Right here. It's good.
Oh, okay. This is fine.
This is fine.
Keep engine on.
Yeah, keep engine on. Nobody will fucking hear us. We're too far away.
I think that Hilo died.
Yeah, he was on fire for a minute. That's great. What do we
Nah.
think about giving up this attack and just defending? It's kind of static, isn't it? Unless you get some kind of flanking attack hab, I don't see this moving anymore.
Radio.
We can come into support, but like, yeah, we're scared there's a tank gonna come soon. We're a tank, by the way.
Can we even do anything by pushing in?
Contacts
Yeah.
off the truck stop.
We can. Right, fuck it, push in. Take down the road down in front of us.
Oh, there's a vehicle here.
Where?
On me. On radio, next to radio. I don't know how they didn't see our radio.
How fast do you want to go?
Just slow.
Alright. Going slow. Gonna keep it
Hold,
at around
hold,
30
hold, 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 hold.
kilometers.
Just hold here.
Hold. Ow.
Get up on that hill.
Okay.
Hold, actually, one real quick. Yeah, just stay still. Just stay still.
Staying still.
Alright, forward. Same plan. Can we get some infantry support so we don't get fucking murdered by AT? We're coming to help.
Is that...
There's something ripping us up in the middle of town.
It's a grenade launcher.
Go for more. To go, like, past this berm.
Oh, we track.
Yep, noted.
Come on.
Squad A, are you going on a lodgy run soon? If not, I'll pick it up. Don't
Are we good? You repair?
Almost. Come on.
We're not getting 50 meters on that fucking thing.
Okay.
Tell me where the fucking enemy is.
Get out of.
Yep.
Get out of here or stay here.
Get out of here. Get out of here.
Hey, 3, there's a tow here.
That's a tow to the southwest. Tow to the southwest.
Oh god. Are we half track again? We half track.
Yeah, we're half track.
Damn it.
Get it. Get fixed. Can we get some infantry support here and tell me where that fucking tow is?
Calling to the southwest. Get...
Southwest. No.
Tow on me.
I don't see it. I see it.
Yeah, cover us while we try to run.
Stay behind me. Don't stay near the barrel. Stay north.
I think they might be calling in already.
I did hands and shut the tires.
What vehicle is it? I'm coming to shoot it.
It's a tow.
tickets. We need to get back on the defense. We have 60 fucking tickets.
I do not see a toe. Is it a tow vehicle or a tow site?
Okay, round 9.
Move.
6, just take down the brake.
Where are we going?
They don't have any armor. We don't have any
pretty badly hurt.
We can head to truck stop, repair there.
So we can just sit back.
Okay, going to truck stop.
I like our chances right now.
Take down the brake.
We need to
No more attack out. No more attack out.
Just gonna circle around so that's safer.
Nah, it's fine. Just do it. Risk it.
Command, do you have any construction on trucks?
We are.
Please, give me all the construction, give me all the armor, give me all the ammo. Yeah, we're just gonna stay on truck stop.
Yeah, I'm just gonna follow the road, so that's easier to go.
50 tickets, they can't have more than that. No one's... Did we even get a radio? Is it just armor kills and infantry?
Yeah. We didn't lose any radio. The only active one was transfer. Quite a few there, yellows.
Yeah, that is true. We've been shooting down a lot of their kilos.
We actually just shot like 5 of their fucking light vehicles. I think 2 Humvees and 2 of those fucking things.
Good job, Tappy Wappy.
Oh, are you for real?
So we just assume we're just losing
Yeah, we
the
did.
infantry battle at this point. We just need to sit back on truck stop.
Goddamn.
We lost a lot of infantry. Their guns are dead.
Where are you going? Oh.
4 or 5, wait for that,
Can we cross this?
that hat mark, it's accurate.
I'm
Watch out
unsure.
for it.
Got it. A firm.
Yeah,
We won't go through it.
Guys, take down the radio. Take down that rough on street.
Yeah, go around it.
3 has a guy in it.
We do need to get people out the attack. We probably need somebody to go grab people at the attack cab and fucking get them back to the truck stop. Cause if they all die there, that's gonna be a big hit to hit the tickets.
Yep.
We also gonna need mortars. We should have mortars. We should have mortars on the truck stop from the beginning.
Can we get a have resupply to truck stop? We don't think we can repair.
It's
I know if we can get a
Did you
a nice
kill that,
little.
light Vic next to our radio on offense? 3.
Yeah, just stay on the bridge.
There was
Go
a
on the
light
bridge.
Vic next to our radio.
There's no repair. Just wait for them to make one. Command, can we get a repair? Station up.
Yeah, once we get enough build, yeah.
Got it.
I think we need to fall back.
Dude, welcome to the game. Welcome to the chat. It's been decided a long time ago.
I'm gonna do something if
We're still fine. Just keep out. We can still try to help them. We can still try to help them to get onto the field.
That works.
Okay.
Check the rules on
We
the
only
camp.
have like
Some
25
servers.
There's that radio down. Just leave the radio. It's easier for radio.
800 meters
Good.
away.
Thank you, 3. Thank you, 3.
Just crest up this hill.
I think they quit using their helos. I haven't seen one in a while.
Per station's down.
Tank, I'm gonna repair you.
Leave at least 300 construction
Alright.
for repair station.
Go repair right behind us. Just go back.
What? Alright, 30 tickets, guys. Put the order out. Not give up, please.
I can't see behind me, so let me know.
Yep, just keep going. You can run over people, they won't die.
Animatics.
You passed it? It's
Is it on the left or
unbuilt.
right?
Can somebody build it?
Yeah, it's not built yet. Yeah, someone needs to build it. Well, I guess I can get out and build it.
Yeah, can you do it?
Can someone please help build? Thank you.
I'm tired already. Think about it. Music is pretty awesome. Thank you. I didn't see your message. I'm so sorry. Is my fucking thing not working? I'm so sorry for ignoring you, Doriab. Dog grip.
Alright. Oh, no way.
You're gonna have to take it down and then take it.
You good?
Yeah, just gonna have to break it.
He's stuck under.
I got stuck.
No worry. Thank you so much for coming by. I'm so glad I have someone to talk to right now, honestly.
Crawl on.
We'll be changing games a bit. I'm gonna do some projects down, Boyd.
Alright,
like it.
repairing.
The squad team might need an enemy kill.
Hey, check those new infantry marks. They got a whole squad, maybe a squad, maybe 2 squads pushing up on that.
Yeah, it is. Just come join us sometime.
Observe.
After this, we're gonna try to head out this way and try to hit some enemy infantry.
Yeah, I was
Organized chaos. Let's just go. It's fine. Just fucking eat it. We die. Infantry will probably die first. Good enough. Only a one-hit round can kill us.
Don't shoot us.
Destroyed.
Just gonna creep up slowly.
Hey, fam.
Oh yeah, I can just stop.
Get up on the hill in front of us. No, that's right there. I did not shoot that fucker fast enough.
Repairing.
Gotta get it.
Funnily enough, that didn't really damage. It's only tracks.
ZSU squad, careful, there is a hat lying around. Got him.
Hey, good job, 5. Yeah, that was him. Look at my eye, 5. If you can see that, that's a dick right there.
A-firm retract, currently repairing. Alright, head up front, right here. Risk it, let's go. Out.
It's okay. 47 on me. Don't give up.
push 2405. That mix on fire.
Hey, fam.
Forward, kids.
Push a bit forward. 4 meters.
Oh, there's infantry in front of us.
Where?
He's on the rock. He's on the rock. 193, 196 behind the rock in the tree. Yeah, shoot at it. Yes. Yes, that guy. Yep, right there. He's there.
You don't really shoot fucking high explosives so close.
Area attack.
Alright. They're not alive anymore.
Valley condemned.
Up. Oh. Close try. Close fucking try. You should get it. It's a PC game. Are you sure you can run it?
It was even.
Not bad. Not bad. We did pretty good. We did pretty good.
Look at the timeline,
Yeah.
the helicopters.
Damn.
Somehow we managed to take multiple toes and survive.
Oh, I'm fucking tired. What time is it? 4. Should probably order food and eat before we switch to the next game. Or should we switch to the next game earlier? I don't know. I really don't know. No clue. I will have to read some DMs. But that's me for the day. Thank you for playing Sarah Green. I will. Oh, God. I have to check shit real quick. No worries, you've been a pleasure to play with. Practice driving a bit more. You were pretty good. You were actually on par with pretty good drivers. You're definitely not under average. Don't ever think that. Oh Lord, I have another fucking 5 hours to go. Fuck, dude. Yeah, we have another 5 hours to go for this 12-hour, right? Yeah, we do. Let me go ask Moon Moon something real quick. I need something easy today. Something just to like literally eat right away. I will be right back. I'm gonna go order food, get some water, and we'll switch games. Alright, I'll be right back. Your balls. Not mine. Do you wash them? I don't think you did. I don't think you did. I think you lied. They smell unwatched. Sweaty. Musky. Bad. Bad. Mother fucking day. Why are there so many people on Zomboid? What the fuck? Oh, it's fine. Gotta get this bitch to sleep. Gotta get her little nappies. Little nap.
Run, you're so weak. Run, you're so weak. Run.
I think she's hallucinating. Damn, we should have gotten shit before her. She really is just starting to hallucinate. Holy, poor girl. She is just genuinely hallucinating now. She does horrify me by quite a fucking bit. like a really super bit. Like genuinely. I need like a blocker. What if I just? Hey, you guys can still hear that. I don't fucking know how I'm supposed to do it. Do I just like put a thing next to this? Like, I just tape this? Actually, it might work. Actually, yeah. Holy shit. What do I do that? I need like something. I need 2 rubber bands. Do I have 2 rubber bands? I have hair bands somewhere. Rubber band. Let me tell the fucking person who did my laundry. Real quick, something. ขอโทษนะคะไม่ได้รู้เข้าห้องเลยขอบคุณมากนะคะเพื่อซักผ้าให้ เดี๋ยวจะจัดเสื้อเพื่อจะบริจาคได้ เดี๋ยวมาเอาได้พรุ่งนี้ครับ There you go. Should work. These would do a bit better. What job? I don't know. They might work or they might not. We never know. It's Thai. I'm a Thai. Sorry, chat. Sorry. I'm from Thailand. Yeah, that might help. Like, I still just the echo of it, but there you go. So now you can only hear me, and me only. Can this thing not bend backwards a bit more? That would be pretty fucking cool. No, I guess we're just speaking like this. Oh, Lord Almighty. Is this fucking dialogue again? No, actually the first day without that dialogue at all. That is pretty neat, yeah. But yeah, how you doing today, Dog Rib? How did you enjoy the streams and everything? Oh, I still need that light. I still do. Oh, shit, today is a bit bleaker for her. I think you're the first Thai? I think the reason for that is because, like, I don't actively... Oh, nice. Yeah, my girly pops here is a bit fucking depressed. We might go get her. Wait, what are you working on? Your girly pops here is kind of depressed though. Espresso. We had another wall lamp. Can have her. That's a mod break. Wait, you can play games at work? What kind of work is that? That's fucking cool, dude. Being able to play games at work? Hell yeah. Party, yeah. Fucking bet none of my fucking... If I ever worked that ever let me use it. You know what? That's fair. That's fair. Why is it orange? I don't get why it's orange. I will actually have to check something real quick, because that mod is not... Do you know that way? There are a lot of people... Okay, the man in the banana costume probably has more views than the VTubers, which is actually pretty based. I'm not gonna lie, that shit's pretty fucking based. Super based. Super duper 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 looper looper duper based. Basting these nuts. I'll be honest, the Appalachia fucking... This one actually feels a lot, like, sounds a lot better than the Fallout 4 one. There's no way that it would break, right? Yeah, that one's somehow not on. Yeah, it is 76 music. I was like, I tend to choose like Fallout 4 ambient because it does fit pretty well. Like into the game, quite fucking well. Weirdly enough, that mod is not exactly working, so I would just bump it up. Let's go. Let's try that again. I can actually check. It's gonna be a while. I'm tapping mass wrong. exactly even have the mod? Hold on. There you go. Hide welder mask. Hi, Sashi. Hiya. Good morning. Good morning. See, does that work now? Oh, some shit happened. Oh, there you go. We're fine. We're chill. We're chill. He's a bit sad. Chat. Just a tiny wee bit sad. Go grab her some water. We are running low on food. We really are heavily running low on food right now. I don't exactly know where to get food. We can't hunt. We can't. You know, outside world's fucking radiant. Why do you think I'm down in here? It's still yesterday for me, almost 6 a.m. Aww, go to bed. Why you no bed? Why no bed? Oh, shit, nice. Oh. Wait, shit, nice. Some of these... young lettuce. Some of these are already ready to harvest. I think some of these also got a bit more. We'll wait for these. I think the next day. I think these should be... yeah. Just got off VR. Oh no, poor girlie. Ah, that's fair. What do you mean partners? Am I the only one single? Honestly, sometimes this might be a very like I don't know how to say, like a very bad opinion, but I feel like just because I'm not very bisexual, it's really hard to find a partner in the community and stuff. See, that's my thoughts on it. God, it is getting really comfortable right now. I mean, I'm gonna be honest, streaming is fun, but I have a light shining into my fucking eyes 24/7. That should not be very healthy. I feel like it shouldn't be very healthy. No, it's a double-edged sword. Having someone is nice, but like I feel like you gotta put yourself together first. You know, if you don't, then
already.
He talks more. I don't like that she does talk more. That scares me heavily. Emma? Where the... Actually, chat, where the fuck's Emma? I haven't seen her. Yeah, I actually haven't seen her at all. Emma? Yeah, I haven't seen Emma. I guess we're just alone for a while. I'm hearing voices. The voices in my head are telling me to seek help. And I will reject it. I do not agree. But I'm gonna be honest, like... I'm gonna be honest, it is a double-edged sword. It is... I feel like, for me... I mean, I've talked about it with a lot of people. Like, we've kind of realized that, like... I kind of need somebody in my life. I need, like, somebody next to me. I can't be alone. I cannot go through this life alone. That's what, we've realized a while ago. And like that kind of like that fact, I thought it was wrong at first, but I mean they are they're not wrong, you know. They're not exactly wrong about that fact. Like I genuinely do need to go through life with someone. I don't think it's gonna be very easy without, you know, help. In my opinion, for me personally. Which, I don't know. I've gotten so used to being alone doing these. During my entire life because I've always been an outcast. Yeah. Oh, I'm not talking about long distance, just have someone in general, you know? That's what I mean. Like having someone in general to support you and be with you, like either could be a best friend or, you know, a best friend or partner. Partner would probably be better. Like we figured that out pretty quickly that yeah, that's kind of what my life needs to really be comfortable. Which does pretty suck in my case scenario. I might think, why? Like, you know, you can be alone. Why? It's like, it's the fact that I've never had friends or a partner. Is that her? Oh, she's alive! Oh. Like, you know, it's like... It's just, it sucks because, like, I never thought I need somebody. Yeah, I get you. Like... I don't really know how to explain it. I don't share a bed with anybody. I've not had the experience of a real-life partner or real-life best friend or just anything. Best friends and partners in general. I've never had the experience, but through therapy, talks with people, and just, you know, talking in general, just finding myself and everything, we figured out the consensus that, like, I need somebody by my side. I can't go through, you know, this world alone. I mean, I know it's a fact, but like, do I really need somebody like that? What the? I just turned on the light. It's just like, okay, I don't know how to explain it. It's just the fact alone, you know, hits you, definitely. Yeah. Oh no, being alone is completely fine. No. I can be alone. I won't be depressed for being alone. I'll be completely neutral when I'm alone. But like, that's not the worry. It's like to progress in life and to be in a spot where I am, you know, over average in mood or over average in feeling. I require somebody by my side. That's the fact. You know?
Don't be a pussy.
That's what we figured out. It was like going to university. When I had a really good friend, IRL, and a partner, That's the only perfect term I got. It could be a coincidence, maybe not. We never know.
Out of breath already?
I will.
Catch me.
Jesus Christ, she's horrifying.
Out of breath.
Can she not?
Almost there. Almost there.
I think she's stuck in a perpetual loop. I think she needs help. Hi, Midnight. We were talking about partners and stuff. How you doing? Welcome. We're just settling down for now, in a kind of calm state because we just had a long while. We have another 5 hours to go. Think about it. Another 5 hours for stream. Oh, ooh, nice. I don't. Ah. Nice to see you two getting acquainted. Midnight, this is Sashi, a really cool friend of mine. Clever the bits. Hi, Shadow.
Holy fuck. Holy shit, dude. I sent that man blind. That dude is gone. Holy fuck, bro.
What do you have a baseball bat?
I think, is that him? Is that fucking him down there?
Why do you have a baseball
there he is.
bat?
There he in the house.
Oh, wow. Welcome. Welcome. Raiders, my name is Tappy Wappy. I'm a hyperactive... I have a gun! Hit people with a gun. But yeah, welcome Raiders. My name is Tappy Wappy, the hyperactive Foxo. I've been streaming for 8 hours. This is my second 12-hour stream. You can see, I cannot word properly. But yeah, welcome Raiders. I play a lot of variety games and some War Thunder. I flew the AT-AT. Oh hi, Moon told us to come harass you and be a bunch of
weak.
Oh hi, Moon told us to come here and harass you and be a bunch of
so weak.
I think she's bugged. I think there's a chance she's bugged. Yeah, she might be bugged. Welcome. Thank you for the raidies, Moon. How's Amory Forger? How's your stream? How long out of your stream for?
Lizard.
God damn it. Oh, wow. Welcome to Red Knight. Welcome to Twisted Squad. Fuck you all. Wow. Fuck you. Lily comes in and immediately. I don't fucking know. You know what I mean. I'm tired. Comes in immediately and starts insulting me, annoying me. Wow. You guys are not really annoying me. You're not doing a good job. Let me fix that. I'm so fucking tired. But thank you for the raid, Moon. I would have raided you if you would kept going, honestly. Where is the thingy? Oh, okay. Good night, Moon. Have a good sleep, okay? Sweet dreamies. I'm doing kind of a calm stream right now. Because I'm gonna be fucking honest. I am tired as shit. I mean, somehow a lot more tired than other streams. Which is really weird. Really weird, actually. Oh yeah, it is like over fucking 6 hours, so it is gonna deactivate it. Yeah, long streams tend to do that. I would agree. I would wholesomely agree. It does kind of fuck you up a bit. Oh my god, Emma! I'm gonna fucking I want to murder her. The hell is she? Actually, did we break her? I'm starting to yawn. But yeah, how was your anything interesting in your stream? Then man, anything interesting happened? Sure, we're gonna go out and clean some blood. Honestly, this is no, oh god. We need to go out, grab some wood. I guess harvest more wood. You want to subject her to that today? It's almost 1 PM in the game. I don't really have much to do, so other than wait for those things to grow, we have a day to do stuff. I want to get those gates done, so I want to get raided, and that's hard. The zombies pose a shit ton of issues. Alright, let's go. How's build 42? Pretty fucking good, honestly. No, honestly, we haven't had a bandit raid in a while. I mean, that's probably a good thing. Except the fact that we're not getting fucking fucked up alone. Where is our medical kit? Could be an issue because we don't exactly have access to it. I have to go find it. We probably left it around somewhere. Yes, the radiation. I'm actually gonna lower that. Jump scare sound effects high. Vehicle volume. Sound volume high. Just like, I think we definitely gotta hear shit. If only it wasn't so fucking loud. Hi, toddler. Oh, hold on. Like it's loading. Is it actually? Oh shit. It's so radioactive as fuck. Holy shit. Actually the first day. Kaido! We're doing an art creator stream. Wanna come join us? Next week.
Justice for
shit. That's gone. Either the map is bugged, but...
Alright, I'm gonna close my eyes and not look at the game. Yep, keep my eyes closed.
Yeah, that's how you play this game, yeah.
Yep.
Why?
I don't know what
Because he doesn't want to get distracted.
Why is the music?
I know, right?
Next week I'll contact you.
Ignore. Close your ears.
My ears.
Oh,
It does not concern you.
It's screaming.
It's fine.
You know, we're gonna disable the music. It's fucking annoying. Genuinely? It's gone. The radioactive fog is gone. We don't exactly know how the bad radioactivity is right now, but Jesus. This actually feels really weird. Riding around here without the fog. Actually, yeah. It does feel super fucking weird without, you know, the fog around. There's still radiation. Radiation doesn't decay like that fast. But like, it does feel really, really odd. Well, is that supposed to happen? Oh, did we crash? No, we didn't crash. I think we generally have to turn back on the fog. I am not gonna lie, without the fog, it is genuinely, yeah. If we don't have the fog, it's just not right. The weather is fine. It seems like the weather's reset. The weather is normal now. Could be. But without the fog, it's kind of just, you know. I'm sure I someday play the week 1 mod. It'd be pretty fun. Just maybe the week 1 mod. That's, you know, not exactly like, I guess, week 1. Just bandits in general. I need to make a mod pack. Yeah, we need to make a mod pack. Generally. I still don't. Hi, TS. That's alright. I was gonna say, I don't know how to say your name yet. And then I realized, oh, shit, I do. Guess we can. I think it's fine if we turn it off. Yeah, I think it's we fucked up something during the reset. We should try and play standard build 42 at some point. some point in the day. Just alone, you know? Could be fun. It actually does feel so fucking weird. Because this place was a radioactive hellscape, like a fucking while ago. Like, super radioactive. Hella radioactive. Generally, and I need to know. Hold on. Like, is it supposed to disappear like that? Or no? Probably nobody can still live up here. I mean, the radiation is still like kind of really fucking high. Let me see the discussions if possible. And the fog is gone. I think, yeah, it's the fallout's gone. Oh, me, I should check. What was it set to? Hi. God damn. Fuck, it was sneaky. No, just come back, maybe? I don't know. Yeah, it's a bit too late. It's fine. Maybe we're not just cleared out all the fucking things. I guess I just wanna finish building that. I mean, hear me out, it's not bad. I mean, I like the fog, but like, it doesn't really fit the vibe very much. Because, you know, everything's fucking dead. Because we got nuked. Like, it doesn't really fit much. I'm foul, taking a waving octopi with a foul. Welcome to the stream. Hi, hello. There's still radiation everywhere. Everywhere. I mean, that's fair. The radiation is fair. But, like, you know. I might have to re-enable debug at some point to fix some of this shit. Because I think Emma is just completely broken. at this point. I think she is mentally insane now. I mean, she's been stuck there for months. Nobody would go mentally insane like that, and of course they would. At time. Hopefully the radiation comes back. I really liked it. Oh. The fallout ended. Yeah, it's just gone. Neat. Ugh. Once the grass get better. Hopefully the grass does get better. I mean, I don't know. Hopefully. This is fucking depressing, that's all. Oh. Shit, this one right here. Look if I realized that. Do we have a crowbar? Not that we have. I think I forgot it somewhere. Crowbar. We do not have crowbars. We have some back at home though. We can use those. The birds are chirping. What the fuck are they still alive? Huh. Odd. Very odd. Stuff shouldn't really be alive right now. I'm not gonna lie. Stuff should be dead. Dead. Super dead. A lot of vegetation has stayed. Despite the grass turning all dark. Like half burnt. Oh, the telephone poles are literally just cut in half. Man, this game has become really laggy. We should probably just leave it off here. Because at this point, it's just the rebuilding phase. It's not really that, fun, I guess, in a way. Wanna go play City Skylines? It'd be fun. Or something else. Something chill. I don't know. Yeah, I think the entire save at this point is broken. Emma, is mentally insane. Yeah, she's fucking mentally insane. Oh, Lord Almighty. Let's do a challenge. Let's do a challenge. Yeah, let's do a challenge. Alright. I'm gonna install some mods and we'll check it out because I'm gonna be honest, the arc is not very stable. And just for the factor alone. Let me see. Collections. There's no collections? Do they not release collections in this game? Collections, friends' favorites. There are no collections. Actually, literally none. I'm looking at it right now. There are literally no collections we can use. That was pretty good though. Pretty fun. But it was good mod lesson. We'll try it again at some point if the mod does actually develop. You know? Because like the mod developer, everything's AI. I think that's why it's just not very compatible with a lot of stuff. God, titties hurt. God, why do they hurt? It's so abrasive. Are there actually any collections? Please tell me there are. Collections. Ah, there you go. Collections. I was just a dumbass. You know, most of the time it's just because I'm just a fucking dumbass. Alright. Special filters. $263. 98. Popular. 6 months. Someone doesn't have porn in it. 251. $72. Let me see. Unseasonal weather. Comfy sleeping, immersive blackouts, washing menus improved, hoist, haunts. Okay. Not exactly something you can be very OP with. They should be fine. Yeah, should be fine. Hey, why not? Okay. Check how we're sending at 50. Okay. We could either change games or just play Project Zomboid. I mean, doesn't hurt. We're fun to play with the bandits mod. Are there any other overalls? Alright, let's see. Most popular 6 months. Haunt. Horse. Horse. Claimable. What is those? You could definitely play something else. Would be fun. Yeah. Would be fun. Let me check. Pact. No. No, we do not have it. Not today. He playing. What's Maxie playing? A Bannerlord? That isn't really much. Some Bannerlord could be fun. Maybe. I don't know. Could be. Let me check. I think the updating part would be the hard issue. No, not that. Check how many? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Or that 1, 2. Actually, not that bad. Actually, not that bad. I mean, I do love Runa. Repack size 45. We should be able to fit it. I should be able to fit it. I don't know how long it's gonna take. 270, 297, 172. It could be good enough. It's gonna take a fucking while. Alright, fuck it. Fuck it. City Skylines. I'm bored of fucking Zamplay. Eat City. Not that we can. I don't have enough money. Hold on. Let me try it out. I don't know if it's gonna crash the stream or not. Before I commit to it, I don't know. It's so fucking comfy. But what am I gonna do for the next 5, 4? Pretty honest. 3. But they're 2 hours already. Damn, Soundwave goes by fucking fast. Jesus, that shit goes by really fast. I don't think we can get much done in 3 hours, especially in Zomboid. But we still could. We definitely could. Fuck it, we can play Zomboid. Okay, I'll install the mod pack. Shouldn't be too bad. Cancel the edit. I'm items, my collections. Make new collection. I ain't gonna risk it. Browse most popular. No, browse subscribed items. Save to collection. New collection. It's already the first of the month. God damn. Alright, collections. Browse most popular. 6 months. Build 42. And subscribe to all. Overwrite my subscriptions. Yes, overwrite my subscriptions. Do 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 do. Da 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 do do do. Na 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 na. Da 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 da. Is that where you can go back to a couple versions? That'll be pretty nice. There's some stuff that I really like to use on here. Recovery journal. Project Cook. Better. No, we're good. Add details, more item information, the shortcut. Come. Come, 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 come. Come, come. Come, 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 come. Dum, 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 dum. I think Meister is always needed. That's also needed too. Noise, definitely. Item condition, definitely. Smarter storage, no fucking coins. Headgear won't fall, yes. Common sense. Fuck it, grab bandits. Water pipes. We get... For the world, let's get, there ain't no overgrown mod? There is. I think it's gone. Yeah, it's fine. Fuck. This will definitely be quite fucking hard to play. Hiya! Hi, Agni. Hiya! Hiya! Hi! Somewhat. I'm just getting some mods. God, I get shook. That's basically it. Yeah. We'll figure it out later. I really don't know which one's the best. Yeah, Bandits at PC is good, but like, are they all hostile? I don't really know, should I? What about this one? I have no clue. Is the Bandit mod worth it? Yeah, it's fine. I think it's gonna be fine. Yeah, fuck it. We're taking bandits. We're getting bandits. Just like very, very small bandits. You know, not bad. Not too bad. Alright, this is gonna be an issue trying to set it up. But yeah, Agni, how you doing? Wish you joined us for a squad. Could have been pretty fun. What have you been doing? What have you been doing? I'm getting cold. It's probably because, like, fucking midday already. I can't go up. Aww, poor you. I'm gonna play Build 40. Should I just play Build 42, the newest version? Could be fun. I don't know how that's gonna go. We could, but that would be modded, right? You know, actually, we're actually gonna change it to the most default public version. It's gonna be really hard to actually check every single fucking mod. It's fine. Alright, the mods will be downloading. I will be updating the game. I'm gonna go to the toilet. I have a tummy ache. I'll be right back. Alright, not bad. That took a while, sorry. Ugh, God. 9 of 40, not bad. Yeah. Look at some water. Music. Music. Loading. There's a chance everything just falls apart and dies. Yeah. Chance that might just happen. So, you know, you never know. Still loading. I'm actually genuinely curious to check the console right now. How fucked up is it? Oh lord, I can hear music. Oh lord. Alright, what broke? Veer. Okay. Lightning? Huh? The fuck? That's new. That is like really new. I'm reading a stack trace right now. Oh, lure. Common sense. Surprisingly, breaks the game. I don't know how, but it does. Okay. Stack trace. Okay. Really? Common sense breaks the game? Out of everything? Really? Common sense? I'm gonna be honest, I'm disappointed. Because it's common sense, but you can live without common sense, but like... Alright. Do we even have common sense? We do, yeah. Just disable it. Well, that's probably why... Oh... Okay. Yeah. You know what? Touche. Too fucking shit. I missed that. You know? Fair. Play too fair. Fucking fair. Holy shit. Fucking fair. Oh my god. How could I have actually missed that accidentally? What are my friends using? Yeah, I want to get a Bose mod. Excuse me. Fuck it. 42.20. Yeah, Bobby's never broken. So, I don't know how to fix. Bow. Bow. I'm cold. I'm actually fucking cold. You smell like a bug. You smell like absolute bug. Bug. Baka. Man, I'm mentally insane. I'm so fucking mentally insane. God, why am I this insane? I can't wait for another stack trace. Start the game. Fucking tired. Wanna get this shit done. We have 2 more hours. You know, perfectly fine. How loud is it? always have. My man. My man! They always have! They always have given you 7 logs! Go through it real quick. Max immersivity. Peek a view. Zombie buddy. Project Cook. That's fine. I require zombie buddy, which is not an AA bug. It's a fine. There we go. Sort and accept. Fuck, it is cold. What the fuck? Turn on the AC. What should I eat today? I think something tonight. Maybe be interesting to see. Tomorrow is the end of week 1, surprisingly. And, it's honestly going by a lot faster than I thought it would. Riverside, my beloved. Riverside. House fire and slow reader. Easy. Easy peasy, lemon squeezy. What the fuck? Damn. Ah! I love screaming at the top of my lungs. Who doesn't love screaming at the top of their lungs? I love screaming at the top of my lungs. At the top of my lungs. Okay. Okay, we're facing a new issue about 12 hours now. I don't know how to speak after 12 hours. I think it's my jaw getting tired. But this is good, because my voice is not damaged. So, a lot better than the other 12 hours. A lot better. Like, a hell of a lot better. Alright, chat. Welcome to this hellhole. That is 4 months? Not 6. Yeah, 4 months later. And exactly... oh, Billy. Okay, the house is actually on fucking fire. Okay. That's easy. That is easy. Goddamn. Alright. I'm gonna be completely honest. I don't know what I expected when they said the house is on fire. And you should probably escape. You know? I feel like yeah. I feel like it was, yeah, it was pretty fair. You started a burning house. I mean, shit, we better go loot that one up first. Go. Run, my pretty lady, run. Flashlight. Okay, whetstone. Empty bottle. Thread. Fill. I do not. This is 4 months later. I think we're Yeah, it's gonna burn in a second. We better get moving quick. Battery, first aid kit. Yep, the fire is here. Alright, that seems fine. Are we loaded in the right one? Yeah, you too. Yeah, we're in the right one. Yep, not so she's the other half. You know, when the trade said you wake up in a burning house, I think they literally fucking meant it. God damn. Wait, big fuck. Stop it. Okay, I think I might be over my head. Do we have multi-hit on? Here we go. Oh, the lag shut. I already have a scratch on me, by the way. My pants are already fucked up. The fire dying out? The fire's, I think the fire's dying out. Yeah, I have pants on at least. Yeah, chat, I have a gut feeling that fire is gonna spread. I actually missed the house entirely. Cease. Just cease. Alright, I don't think we have to worry about the fire. Yeah, I think it's just gonna burn itself out. House is in fucking. Ooh, wait. Are you kidding me? Already? Not bad. This does not seem like 6 months away, dude. Got that. No, I should use that instead. Chat, everything is on fucking fire right now. I think that's fine. I think that's fine. It's just a tiny issue. It's right in front of us. Is it coming directly for me? But not fucking me. Okay, yes, it is. It is. Holy shit. How do we put it out? Okay, no, it's just going away in front of us. No, is it? Do I have a fire extinguisher? Please tell me what we do. Big hot poker. Ooh, and it. Whoa! Okay. Solar energy already. I'm getting the fire's going. Somebody burn. Poor guy. Yeah. Hold on. Let me actually just. No, I don't think I can. The power's still on. Nice. Neat. Black sneakers. I don't know what that is. I think those are arrows falling from the sky. Dog food, rope, boxing gloves, tennis. Grab some rope. You're alright. Something's a dumber than I thought right now. The targeting ISOs are not there. Hold on. Where? What are my targeting ISOs? User interface. Yeah, target outline. Smack. Smack. Y'all are weak. Chicken. Is that a person of a fucking hockey stick? Oh. They are actually kind of dumb. Okay, chat, I think 25 is a bit too much. Yeah, 25 is a bit too fucking much. To 10. Because I literally gained level 1, like, instantly. Yeah, the fire is still going. I think right now our goal is to raid bedrooms. And, stuff, I guess. How many of them are there? Back off! The fire! Oh my god! Okay. You know... They might be right about that. That might actually pose an issue. Hi, Koto! Welcome, welcome. Yeah, that's definitely gonna pose an issue. Knox Gun Club. TV remote. Okay, I'll take that. Fire! Okay, the fire is getting close. Chat, I think we gotta run. Yeah, I think we gotta run. We gotta run. Yep, let's get the fuck out of it. Let's go. Let's go. God damn. They did revamp Riverside. There's an actual river in Riverside. Hell yeah. I'm happy. There's an actual... This actually could be our base right here. Oh, never mind. It's not connected. You showed how much I just listened to Jack on your stream? Aww, thank you. That means a lot. Yeah, that's definitely gonna spread quite a bit. That's gonna pose an issue. Quite a bit of an issue. At some point. But probably not now. Alright, found a long-range radio. Empty barrel. Okay. Fucking why is it... Yeah, chat, that doesn't look too good. I'll be honest. I'll probably be fine. I'll take, oh, no, I only need one. Quite overweight right now. Yeah, I think the fire is actually following me. That is actually horrifying. Nice. That is, very, very nice. I get the fire is kind of giving out. Nope, still making its way up the road. God damn, we actually have made this place a hell. God damn, I actually am getting fucked up. Yeah, kind of fucked up. It's fine. What's in here? Hello? Yeah. I mean, hear me out. Probably makes the living space quite unlivable. But, you know what? It's fine. Yeah, okay, so if this thing's not working, I think I'm just gonna like make it fucking 1 year. Yeah, I mean, plus 2 trade points. We survived. Just kind of fucks up a couple things. Okay, this house is also empty. Maybe? Fully empty? Oh wait, we could just make it so that the blackouts happen very, very... We actually gonna modify that real quick. What is the whole backseat thing about? You can backseat, like, give me tips and everything. I don't mind. I'm okay with it. Some people don't like it, you know. So like I just want to make it clear, it's fine. You know, it's fine. Oh, what? Fine. I mean, the story here is just kind of like we came by late, you know. Like everything's already been fucking trolled out. That used all of my water, I think. This looks fine. Oh, hi! Residents! My house! Not yours! Mine! Bleach. Sleeping pills. We'll be fine. Smoking kind of not bad. Oh, car! Neat. Got a key to it? She might actually be a key. And no key. You know, I actually prefer that hoodie a lot more. The color is a lot less. Damn, nice. See. Cuddle. Working towards it, I play War Thunder and quite a bit of military games that just, you know, colony simulators and stuff. What I am going to attempt to do is... Damn, it is actually pretty fucking cold out though. Yeah, I do tend to play that stuff. Yeah, okay, we got the car. Let's load up a bit. Okay. Nice. Some good stuff. Get a funnel. Tire pump. I'm just gonna, like, yeet my ass to the other side of the fucking place. I'm not gonna lie, I am not wanting to stay here for long. Doesn't even feel. Ah, well, shit. Never mind. No car for me. Yeah, it's going past. Already burnt? Oh, fucking hell, it's just there. I need a toilet. I need a piss. Yeah, that's probably why you were recommended. That seems pretty fair. Yeah, place is oh, neat. Emergency. Ooh. What is that? Home alarm. Like I said, I can recommend a game called Zombie. I think I remember playing that as a kid. Oh, battery? Okay. Oh, basement. Right? Hidden basement? Okay, crowbars. Yeah, the fire is still raging. Gonna horrify me quite a bit. Nice! A gun. You can't really use it. Fucking tweed. Really? Tweed? Why would anybody use tweed? I look like a hippie. Chair leg, earbuds. Check it. I look like a fucking... I don't know. I look like something. I do look like something. Damn, I actually do not like this. I guess that one. Oh, there you go. Damn! That is quite a bit of shit. Did this one? It's hard to guess. Really hard to guess. Take it for the follows. Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. We're gonna go the other way. Any way that is not that way. You get what I mean? I mean, that's not the way of the fire. We might have just burnt down the entirety of Riverside. I am not gonna lie, that's what we might have just done. Also, we might have to disable some mods. Some of them is actually breaking stuff. What does a kid have that in his... You know, I'm not gonna ask. Exo? Take that. Liquid backpack. And sewing kit. Nice needle. Yeah, I gotta have to remove that mod. I am definitely going to have to. Like, genuinely? It is probably gonna cause issues. Like, it's item details, specifically? I think so. Damn, the VTubers are gonna bed. I have another 3 hours to go to. Swear to God, I have another 3 hours. Oh, God. 12-hour stream. Cuddle, any tips for a new streamer? Don't do whatever the fuck I'm doing, and probably take this more seriously than I'm doing. You know? It's kind of all I have. Just don't do whatever the fuck I'm doing. Like, genuinely. I kinda just fucked up. I just did it. And like, you know, kinda ended up here. I'm not exactly a big streamer. Only average 10 is 5. It's fine. But like, take it easy. Don't take it seriously. And don't fill your OBS with random shit. You know? Literally, the only thing you have is the thing on the top right and bottom right. That's it. Don't fill it out with too much shit. Don't overcomplicate stuff. If you don't want to use your camera, don't have to. No. You don't have to talk all the time. You don't have to. It's not a requirement. Are you, like, supposed to? No. If you can't talk all the time, at least entertain. Okay. You are supposed to be entertaining. But not entertaining in the common sense. Do not fake yourself. Be yourself. Streaming is for a place to, you know, let people be visible of who you are. Not a place to be a clown, you know? So, like, yeah, the people want to watch you. They're gonna watch you, not some fucking made-up clown activity thing. Yeah. Void talking is a essential skill to streaming. Just keep talking when nobody's doing anything. See? Nobody's here. Nobody's in chat. But I'm still talking. Yeah. It's normal. Just find shit to talk about. You don't necessarily be an extrovert to do it. I'm gonna be honest. My jaws are like very tired. Not my jaws are tired. I'm just... words are not wording. Right now. I need to go get water. I swear to God. You know, it's not a requirement. Just be you. The fuck? Bitch in a bikini. Die. Fuckers are weak. Yeah, we have caused a shit ton of chaos. Just like self-narrating, you know? Self-narrating. Lavender. What? Is this a flower guard? Wow. Very helpful. Super duper helpful. Yeah. Oh. Trust. Like, less than 1% of people make a living. If you come in here trying to make money, then don't even stream. Don't even think about it. Genuinely. I know you want to do it for the fun of it. But if any part of it is making money, getting big, then just don't stream. Cause, neat. Like that. Because genuinely, if you come in with a mindset, you're not gonna get there. It's just gonna hurt you in the long run. I cannot talk for, like, shit right now. Holy fuck, I am so fucked up. Probably go out and grab my stuff, I guess, in a way. Could be a good idea. Huh, dead person. Dead person. Dead person. Dead person. She's a dead person. Yeah, I'm gonna turn off fire spread real quick. Cause I just fucked up the entire place. Yo. Get fucked. What you gonna do about it? What you gonna do about it? Yeah, right, Jack fucking shit. Cause you're a pussy. Pussy. Pussy, 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 pussy. Not heavy set box. Just use that instead. What is toughness? I don't get it. I do not know what it is. I think we might just find a safe spot and just hang out for the night. Maybe a bathroom of some sorts? Some place that hasn't been burned to the living crisp. Be a good idea. Yeah. Some place that isn't full of dead people. Probably. Okay, that room is very suspicious. That one. Just a singular bed. Why in the fucking spawn? Huh. That's why cars are spawning. I think I'll sleep in that shed there. Like that one. The sheds are not that ruined compared to the other structures. Ah! 7. Is there a light? What time to what time? Well... 7 a.m. for me, personally. To, I think, I don't know, just random. Yep, that does not work. Of course it doesn't work. Oh, where's saddlebags? Then this place is safe. I don't know. Probably not the safest. Probably somewhere else is safer. I do not think this place is safe. I'm not gonna lie. Chad. I think we're fucked. Right. I forgot they moved during the night. Uh-oh. That's not good. I don't think we're gonna be able to sleep tonight. I'm not gonna lie. I think we're fucked. Okay. I'm gonna be honest. Slight chance we are kind of fucked. Hopefully we wake up tomorrow. I don't know. There's zombies outside. The fuck was that? Okay. That fucking horrified me. What the fuck? What the fuck, bro? What the fuck? That actually genuinely horrified me. I was like, am I gonna die? Am I gonna die? Nope. Fine. We're okay. We're chill. We're chill. We're chill. I was like, am I gonna be hunted? Uh-oh. I'm gonna mark here. I don't have a fucking pet. Just remember here, chat. We're gonna there. Yep. The character. I think they might fucking die. They moved during the night? If I'm correct. In my version? So... that's why there's a lot of noise right now. And they're banging on everything they can possibly bang on. And I'm gonna be honest with ya. That's probably not the best thing. Can you just do that? Or 112.2. Hi, Dom. My name's Tappy. What about yours? Get it? Get it? You don't. Ugh. So... I'm gonna do right now. Oh shit, they holy fuck. Yep. They were not kidding. They do actually move at night. Yeah, this house is fucked. That is fucked. That is fucked. Yep. I don't know what it does, but I'll try. Yeah, I'm gonna sleep in there. Maybe I can sleep in here. Let me in. 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 Can I sleep in here? Do I have to sleep? I don't think I know. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. Okay, we good. We good. We good. Shit, I should have probably taken those. Do I have... I do not. That's my bag. Oh no. Oh no. I blood. We're fucked. How the hell are we supposed to sleep? Okay, hammer time. Hammer time. Hammer. Hammer, hammer, hammer. Hammer, 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 hammer. We're gonna have to go out. We're gonna bonk some people. Bonkies. Bonk. Oh. Bonk. 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 As of right now, I don't trust the fucking bed. Oh, hey. Hey, hey, guess what? Oh, that's fucking horrifying. You, sir, are really horrifying. Please, leave me alone. You could hear him. The fucking new noises, dude. That is actually beyond horrifying. Oh, Lord. You can hear him. That is actually, like, genuinely horrifying. I need, like...
Be afraid you should not. I'll take care of you. I will.
What?
Banana. Can't see. Yoda can't see.
Chloe. Wow, hi. Get fuck off. Into this. Hopefully, no window. Yes, no window. Hide. That's cheap. Do we have... I don't think we do. Door. Close curtain. Okay. Chat. I think we're safe. I think we're safe. Unpack sleeping bag. We're gonna sleep in here. Alright? It'll be fine. We won't die. I hope. I actually really do hope we don't fucking die. Well, we will be fine. We'll be fine. See? Chat. We'll be fine. Sleeping bag. There we go. Alright. We'll be fine. We'll be fine. I would sleep on the fucking table. I mean, why don't they do that? That's why we were really lost. Why don't they do that? Right, we're alive. We're alive! Hell yeah! We're alive. Thank God. We are alive. Yeah, I'll be fine. You know, we're fine. Let's pack up. Hey, thank you to 15 bits. Thank you for all the bits actually today. Holy 45. We're alive. We're alive. We're alive. We're alive. Oh, it's foggy. I'm trying to make my way to the left. Why am I in pain? Why are you hurty? Neck pain. Step without a pillow. Yeah, I might have there's a so-called perk called House Fire. Starts with a raging fire consuming your house. Yeah, that's how we started. Kinda fucked up the entire neighborhood. I'll be fine. What fucking number is it that we set it to? Hold on. 10. It's supposed to be 10. Yeah, it is 10. Smack. 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 Get back. Into the wind. Jack, fuck it. There is something down here? I don't know. No, rubber hose. Gasoline. Propane lantern. How about this? Shit. Oh. Yeah, no power. Yep, power's gone. Power's gone, chat. Power's gone. Ooh, knife! Yeah, we need that. We need that. We need that, lads. I'm trying to look for a backpack. An actually good backpack. Something quality. Why is there just the empty gas can, a dead rat, and a first aid video? Okay, that's great. The combination actually worries me. Summer hat. Not that for now. Ooh, pen. Yeah, but welcome biking, Lloyd. I need a backpack. Ooh, fuck off! Fuck off! Can't! We fine? Head scratched. Aww. What do you mean a hostile assault? I think he's... Oh! Watch the man with the gun! Haha! I win! I win! I win! I win! Sawn-off double barrel. I win. I win. I win. I win. Where does his pants go? Where are your fucking pants? Why is killing you remove your pants? Why? The fuck? The weird way to die? I'll be honest, if that's how you're gonna die, that's how you're gonna die. Yeah, I murdered him and its pants disappeared. Somehow. I guess I have that effect on men when I beat them up. Huh, that'd be pretty nice. Thank you. Let me just real quick patch up my head. Head hurty. Head hurty. Head hurty. Neat. What can I do with this? Morgan silver dollar. Became villager into an illager in like a fucking couple of seconds. Child bedroom. Orange knee pads. I did not know that existed. The fuck? Why can't I wear children's clothes? The fuck? Hell no. Shit. Neat. Whoa. Ooh, nice. Yeah, I need that. That's cool. That's cool. Yeah, that's gonna be pretty neat. More knee pads. Seems like a place where, you know, but I don't know what I was gonna say. How do we get out? One of these. Poppies. Damn, y'all are weird. Maybe there's backpacks in here? Knee pads. Elbow padding, I'll take that. Would help. Gee, how much does that fuck us up? No, let's get rid of it. It does fuck us up by quite a bit. This is fucked, dude. How's she already tired? Didn't you have a good... Oh, right. She probably didn't sleep in a house. This one actually looks pretty good. Like this one. This one actually looks like pretty homey. And then oh wait, no, it's not empty. Chat, if you haven't realized, I cannot speak right now. I am really fucked up. IRL. Yeah, there's nothing inside this place. What's that? Ooh, market. And house. Ooh, good idea. Strangely true cardboard box. Hi. Can you gargle my... You... I'm gonna drool on you. You can't do anything about it. Hey, yo, that's gay. That shit's gay. Hey, yo. Gay. You're gay. You're gay. You're gay. How about it? Yeah, welcome, BT Villavias. How you doing? Backpack, please. Please, backpack. Backpack. Actually added a maintenance fucking one. That's pretty fucking cool. I'm actually gonna wear that instead. Seems my company. Yeah. I hear rats. Dead person. Never mind. Plastering trowel. Nice hair, baby. I'm a little bit heavy right now. How you doing today? How you been? I haven't seen you in a while. That house actually looks good. But I have a fence around it too. This one right here. Like a cool house. Yeah! Ooh, congratulations! You're not homeless anymore! Now, life begins. No. No fucking around my house. Fuck off! It's my house! Now! This is now my house! Fuck off! Dick head! My house. Mine house. It's been mine house. I prefer a smaller house though. Preferably. I mean, yeah, those are good. But I kind of burnt them all down, so yeah, it might be an issue. Let's see how this looks. Oi. Oi. No. No. This is now my house. Get fucked. I know, looks good. It's fine. Just gonna go around and close all the curtains. I think they're breaking down my door right now. I don't think they are. I think we're fine.
Yeah.
Close all the curtains.
Yeah.
Oh. Ooh.
Yeah.
Hell yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
I don't exactly know what they're doing, but it sounds good. This one would be good if you were able to sleep on the first floor, you know? Three packs of beef for ramen. Like 15 minutes ago. What's in here? City market. But I think most importantly, there's bathrooms. And a back room! Opa! This actually might be a nice place. Just rest for a bit. The rest of the quickie mart. Shit ton of food. There's the lip. Oh, there we go. The hunting knife staples. Maybe there's some wood. Wakey. Whippy. Bye. Okay, 2 bowls. Packet of beef ramen. How am I gonna cook food without a campfire? It'll be fine. I think I'm gonna end stream in a bit. Yeah, I'm gonna end it now. Generally, I am tired and I feel like I'm reaching my limit. Yeah, I think I'm reaching the limit of what I can handle today. Especially without food. That's the issue. Without food, it's gonna be an issue. But, yeah, we get to read somebody. We get to read somebody. Alright, see you guys. Bye-bye. How about these nuts instead?